Good morning, everyone. Hope we are doing well on this fine day. Plenty of CS to be seen today. I'm very excited. Obviously, Zola is my name, and I'm joined by the wonderful commentary duo of Anders and Neokai. So, look, I think today is going to be a great day. Quarterfinals already. We're getting so close on the precipice to see which team can take Series 18. But, Neo, look, thoughts and feelings heading into today.
Yeah, we've already seen some, let's say, weirder results across the board, and a few that were, expected, right? I think we saw Bait taking down Monty, look really good there. Cybershoke versus Namiga. Maybe there's, talks about an upset on paper, but I actually think Namiga, with them downward trending, Cybershoke capitalized. And this is a side that are looking pretty good, and obviously both of these two sides, I would say in different variations for them. Fnatic were expected to beat Eclot, but couldn't. Eclot put them away, and 9 Pandas taking down Sashi. So I think for the most part, we'll be looking at kind of this side of the bracket being the slightly more stacked one. The slightly more easy one compared to the other side, which is slightly more stacked. You got, BC Game, Partizan, you had Ents there as well. You had Passion UA there too. Gun 5 and NaVi Jr. remaining, and I honestly feel like for these sides, they've got to be thinking this is a prime opportunity to get so deep in this tournament.
Yeah, obviously today's games for kind of us three being 9 Pandas against Eclot, BC Game, Partizan. But for the kind of Cybershoke, Bait and NaVi Jr. Anders, with those games, Neo's kind of said that maybe the more stacked teams are in these first two. Because I feel like NaVi Jr., they're a little bit of an unproven talent. Guns, a new formed roster. Look, I think for those games, the ones that we're not going to be on, what are your kind of initial expectations?
I mean, I've got to be honest, I was blown away by NaVi Jr. yesterday. Like, obviously, individually, they shot really hard, but, like, their understanding of the game was super high. So, it wasn't even a question of just, like, out-battling Ents in that sense. I think it's going to be super fun. I'm looking forward to it. Gun 5, they got, Fine Shine, who I'm kind of taking a liking to. He's super crazy to watch. I do think on the other side, like the other quarterfinals, there, BC Game and Partizan. Obviously, though, that's gonna be really fun. Like, those are two potentially quite strong teams going into the future. I actually watched the Fnatic and Eclot game, and I was casting it, earlier in the week. And I must say that was pure misery from like a Counter-Strike point of view. I have no idea what Fnatic are doing. I was so confused coming away from that game, but more power to Eclot, right? Like, it's really important for them to win those kind of games. And yeah, Fnatic, if that project is still being built, it seems like we're at the really early stages. Like, and that shouldn't be the case. So I've got a lot of criticisms for Fnatic at the moment.
Yeah, look, but obviously many positives for Eclot, and with them being kind of the first game, it kind of moves nicely onto that this section of the pre-show, I guess you could say. So 9 Pandas against Eclot, that is that first game of today. And already, Anders, you've touched upon the fact that Eclot, they've got a big win against Fnatic. I think a vast majority of that reasoning is because everyone was on hot form. Everyone had their moments. So it was kind of one of those games where anyone could have been crowned that MVP. Yet for Neo, when it comes to 9 Pandas, who do you think is going to be a difference maker? We can bring up the roster for 9 Pandas. Who do you think is going to be someone that can provide such a positive outlet to deal with the kind of consistent fragging power of Eclot?
I think primarily it should be always Resol. He plays a lot of the best positions. He's sort of the guy who they put a lot of weight on his shoulders to perform. And also, 9 Pandas went through a bit of a ball ache to get him from Aurora. We all kind of remember that story about how the old backstabbing came through and this, that, and the other. And I feel like, they put a lot of faith in this youngster. They give him a lot of resources. They give him a lot of the best roles. He has to be playing to that level. And I think, thankfully, for the most part, he did. In that previous game against Sashi, best player in the server, no doubt about it. But, there's a few other that can really step up in their own way. And I think Xiaofi is somebody that I actually generally think, even still, despite being a player who's actually been touted quite a lot, I think does get overlooked in this side. I think because you've got players like Reso, and, you've got like some of the more experienced guys like Krad or Dilladares, and I feel like he does get overlooked a little bit, Xiaofi, for me. But I generally think when he plays the level he can play at, his skill ceiling is so damn high. It's just the fact that it's a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah, and look, we can see that Chiron's alongside this roster today. I'm not too sure whether that's going to be a permanent stand-in for CCT matches or whether this is a trial basis. Obviously, we saw ALV being brought in, but how much do you think that's going to affect the synergy of this side, Anders?
I mean, it should make a big difference. Obviously, last time we saw them, they were just playing, they were just having a good time and kind of powering on through. So it seemed like they were doing absolutely fine, and they were playing sort of carefree Counter-Strike, and maybe that is how it will affect them. But it can be hard. It's a hard energy to sustain, I think. And I really like Alv. I think he's a really fun player. Apparently, like, when we saw him like at the beginning of I think the last CCT series, we didn't know much about him. So kind of new to the space in that sense. But I think he actually has a lot of really good signs of somebody that is quite a proficient player. Seems to be making a lot of smart moves. With the AWP, not necessarily like the craziest flicks or like no scoping people up close, but just good at AWPing. Just tries to keep the rifle alive. All the rest of it. I appreciate that. So I think it is going to be a shame that they're missing him, but honestly, they did look like they were having fun playing Counter-Strike, and that can carry you a long way. So I still think even with the Chiron, they are going to be dangerous.
Yeah, and I think with ALV, he's got many kind of good mentors on this roster, plenty of experience all alongside. So I think when we see ALV on this roster, I think the future is going to be quite bright for this 9Panda side. But obviously, we can move along to the DNE side. And now I'm actually going to skip you. We're going to go back to Anders here because you got the 9Panda side. So look, Anders, thoughts on this roster? Obviously, you saw them against Fnatic. How well can this team play when they're on the hot form?
Yeah, that's a really good question. The thing is, it's so hard for me to judge whether or not their win against Fnatic was down to, them playing better or Fnatic just kind of not even doing anything. Because I'm going to be honest, like, there were so many times on the Fnatic team where I just saw, even on an individual level, where somebody would run up to a corner, try and take a fight, and you think, why are they doing it? Like, they're not even peeking the angle correctly. Like, it's all kind of misery. So it is a little bit hard to judge. But I will say this, I mean, like, somebody like Mikey is someone who can shoot really hard, and I think in general, like, they can be a really hard team to get rid of. They are just one of those teams in the space, I think, that at any moment could easily upset even stronger teams, and that is one of the scary things about playing the CCT and a lot of the online Counter-Strike is you have to run through these teams, and maybe on a good day you think, oh, that was easy, we're better than them individually, we know what we're doing, we're going to win, but then on a slightly different day, suddenly, they're in a great mood and you can get wrecked. So I really wouldn't underestimate it. It's hard to know what the upper level is, but I do think this team is interesting.
Well, I think as well, DNE, they've got that kind of underdog potential where a lot of teams might overlook them and then maybe, not be so well prepared. But obviously, preparation is so vital, and one of the reasons in this is going to be the vetoes. I'm interested to see where the in-game leaders, the coaches, are going to be taking this series. And now, what's the initial thoughts of the vetoes?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few different ways to go about it. I feel like for, especially Eclot, they've got a little bit of a deeper map pool, right? We know both sides are in a bit of a spot where, not by Train, 9Pandas or Anubis has been a little kind of underplayed, I think, from what we're expecting from them in the past. Nuke is an expected one, though. This has always been a good map for them. On the flip side, you'd look to probably maps like Mirage is what's left, or an Ancient that have been decent maps for Dano Eclot, and especially Ancient. It's such a punish pick on paper, but as we see, they've gone for Train. Both sides have yet to play Train on HLTV, so Eclot, this is a very, very risky pick. 9Pandas have floated it, so in a sense, they're obviously happy to play it, I want to say, in quotation marks, if they would float it rather than permaban it, but that is a bold call to go for this Train here. Both sides know officials, but I guess at some point you've got to get the official, right? So here it is, right? Kickstarting this map into the pool. This also now makes Dano Eclot a 7-map team as well, which is pretty impressive if they can keep it up without letting a few slip.
Yeah, well, it seems like 9Pandas might be floating it, but they also want to steer clear of Inferno because they know how positive Eclot are there. They also don't like Train, and they don't like Anubis. So 9Pandas, it's looking a little bit like an ESEA team where you only have 4 maps. Excuse me, this is meant to be the 6-map map pool. Look, I think for DNE, the fact they picked a map like Train, I think it's a big risk, but the reward could be tenfold. They could embarrass 9Pandas on a map like that. And if they obviously do lose out on Nuke, because we expect 9Pandas to look very good on that map, we know the ability that they have. I have to imagine if DNE can upset and can make 9Pandas look foolish and not banning it, it will give them so much confidence heading to that third and final. And obviously, with these remaining maps, we've still got Mirage in there, we've still got Ancient, we've still got Anubis. Anubis being the decider, I feel like you look at those final 3 bans, Mirage is really positive for Eclot, so is Ancient, and Anubis, in comparison, is much better for 9Pandas. I feel like Eclot have been very much under control of the vetoes. As you touched upon there, it seems like they've got a bit of a 7-map pool. And how vital is that going to be for their success, deeper on through the CCT, Anders?
I mean, I think that, you know, the higher you go, the higher like level of Counter-Strike you play, so the more tricky the teams become. Having that deep map pool is just super important, right? Like it sucks if you end up and you have like 2 maps that you're really good on, but teams start to find out, and suddenly they get vetoed out almost every time, and it's just not a good time. So I feel like doing it is important, and honestly, it's a conversation we've been having for a long time about like why aren't more teams leaning into a map like Train and trying to make it their own. And trying to sort of, you know, have a bit of an advantage there, because it does seem like a lot of teams will ban it out. So I feel like if you can have that somewhere in your back pocket, it could be a bit of a strength if you're not the one forced to ban it, but you can float it in the veto and force another team to sort of use their ban on it. I think it's a big strength like that. So surely going to be important. I'll reiterate my other, you know, worry, which is the fact that Anubis is the 3rd map. I still think Anubis is such a, you know, unsafe ground for even teams that, you know, are good at Anubis. So just going to keep reiterating that until I find something else to say about the map. But yeah, it's a good map pool nonetheless. I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think it definitely does have that kind of interest about it. Look, now, realistically, these teams are looking really good. They're on the hot form, and I'm excited to see them how they play out. My last question to you: no AWP on 9 Pandas on maps like Nuke and Train could be an interesting one, but look, that's something for in the game. Nuke's underway. Take it away, lads. Oh, never mind. Just got word from production. We're not all too ready yet, so you can carry on there.
I will say, as much as, yes, we don't have Alv the AWP on the side, I've actually casted a couple of mix and open qualifier teams that Kyron very regularly ends up on, because, you know, he's in these transition periods where he has picked up the secondary AWP, and he's actually not looked too bad. I think it's just because he's just inherently so mechanically skilled. It kind of makes the AWP work. So I wouldn't actually be surprised if we see Kyron pick it up once or twice. But at the same time, he hits so hard with an AWP, with an AK, may I say, as well, or an M4, that you don't need to have it. I feel like this is one of those few times where you just take with kind of, you use the situation and just say, right, we can play 5 rifles here and sort of make it work for us. And I actually think with the level of firepower they got now, Kyron, Result, Xiaofi, I mean, even Dilladas has his moments too. It generally could be quite an interesting game where they just win on pure firepower alone, and this sort of 5-man rifling setup, which we saw a couple of teams in the CS2 try. Ultimately, most of them failed, but it could actually work out here for them. So I'm pretty interested to see how they play. The only thing I worry about is just where Kyron plays, because a lot of his roles overlap with that of Resol. So then it's just like, is he just then playing where the AWP would play, but then with a rifle, and it makes it a lot harder. So these are tough conversations. I wonder how much notice he's basically being given.
Yeah, that's definitely something to mention. Obviously, you touched upon Dilladas for the 9 Pandas roster, one of the longest-standing members of this side. I feel like Dilladas is kind of Mr. Consistent, right? I feel like in the vast majority of the games, don't get me wrong, he's definitely can have times where he's towards the top of the server, but I feel like in many moments where this 9 Pandas roster have struggled, we've seen Dilladas step up massively, and you see him getting kind of those mad triple kills, you know, at the early start of a game where teams are really struggling and his team aren't really stepping up, and then obviously people come into the game. So I think Dilladas is someone that we haven't really mentioned his kind of importance among this roster. And look, I think for the whole of this 9 Pandas side, they brought in 2 new players. They're playing with this stand, and I think we do have to say that if Dynamo Eclot can upset today, which is obviously a possibility, we've got to say that maybe Synergy is something that's going against them. And obviously, Mikey and Leave are fairly new to this DNE side, but obviously for Forzy Dita and NBQ, they've been long-standing teammates. They've got plenty of maps and Synergy together. So I think maybe that's something that has kind of upset, because think of how many rosters have undergone kind of roster changes within the winter period. And I think when you've got a core that have been playing together for over a year's time, think of how vital that is in the tier 2 scene. Look, we've just got word that there's been a disconnect on the side of the letters. I'm not too sure about how long that is going to take, but I think what we will do is before Nuke unfolds, we will be throwing it to a short break.
Russia.
All right, here we go. Thank you for the patience. We are back once again. It's Dynamo Eclot versus 9 Pandas here at CCT. My name is Anders, with me is Neo, and we're going to get right into the action here. Nuke to begin with Eclot on the CT side, 9 Pandas on the T side, and we're at the quarterfinals here, so it's going to be spicy. They're rushing right in through the squeak door, and it's the Live coming in with a first kill on Shalfie, and look at this aggression.
Wow.
They're actually doing a lobby push past the execute onto the bomb site. I don't even necessarily hate it. It does mean the bomb is going to be planted here, but surely they're going to win this one every single time. Wow, that's a slaughter. What a bizarre way to get started. Let's go.
No one dies, but despite a lobby crunch coming through, 9 Pandas somehow evade the bulk of it to get a bomb down. So, I mean, an incredibly weird round, but really well done from Dynamo Eclot. They just fight fire with fire in terms of the aggression. you know, this initial fight, the Alive, little one tap, but it's buying sort of time for them to pop in towards Hut and rapidly ramp. All in all, it's a very weird round, but I think Pandas will be slightly happy with the bomb plant. That means a buy of some sort, that is. I mean, we're talking here 3 Mach 10s, a Galil, and a Tech 9, so buy being a very loose term. Then down Eclot, of course, round win, and the kills they got, good for them. 2 rifles in play, 3 rifles in play, I say, and the FAMAS, the less than premium one.
Oh, look at the speed here. This is kind of scary. Chiron's taking down 4C already. Detour, he needs to fall back further than this. This isn't, I think, a good play. He's got 4 bullets. Honestly, what an amazing hold from Detour. That should have been way more punishing. He got 3 kills. He saved 4 bullets for the last player. That is super well played. Probably a very risky move, but fair enough. Like, if you trust yourself that much and you're going to hit those shots, like, I'm okay with it. Let's go.
Yeah, he's so lucky at support there as well, so he actually could sort of choose to fight up close. He does so well. 1, 2, falls back as well, and his sort of teammates in the process of kind of rotating over to try and buy a bit of attention there. So he does so well, Detour. Really, really well played. I feel like it's one of those positions that, like, 7 times out of 10, you get one and get traded, and then you just lose the sight. And then you have the moments like that. So fair play. Steps up when it's required, especially with how quickly, as you mentioned, Pandas were going towards ramp. It was looking a little precarious for a moment, but in the end, not to be. 2-0 for Eclot. CT tied on your opponent's map pick. It's what you want to see. Get out the gates nice and early. Start finding this form and start showcasing just how good you can be. With a very slow round here, we like to call these the existence timeouts, don't we? So bit of a conversation having with the no-buy, essentially. Using attack pause without calling attack pause.
Yeah, it's fair. I think, actually, you know, from the other 9 Pandas game they were catching the other day, I feel like this is their style as well, is to try and be quite fast like they've been so far in the rounds. And again, when you don't have your full lineup, it does sort of make sense to say, okay, let's just try and play some fast Counter-Strike. Maybe we can overpower them.
Chiron.
Yeah.
Like, that is him personified. That's always been Chiron. Even, like, when we saw him, you know, his brief stints in VP, when he was playing at the kind of a pretty decent, like, RMR level, he was just relentlessly quick. I always kind of put Chiron in sort of the same grouping of players who, in terms of their relentless pace, their playstyle, is people like Boros, right? Guys who are so happy to just hold W and are so mechanically gifted that they get away with it, whereas most players can't. That's why Chiron does get a lot of opportunities, why he was playing in, you know, Bet Boom for a little bit as well, why his mixed teams that he plays in actually end up doing quite well, Portugal being one of them, just because he's so mechanically talented. And I feel like Pandas just use him, right? That's just what you want to do.
I think so. I'm all for it. Here we go. Not exactly rushing through. MBQ. Actually thought he was going to get burned there, but he's going to be okay with it. They are trying to make their way out. Squeak, and Spray's not as good as it could have been, but at least he got the 1 kill. Result will come right back, and again, once the action begins, it just doesn't really slow down. Chiron picks up a 2nd kill of the round here for his team, and suddenly to 4 versus 3. And there are no CTs down below, so if they can find a way to keep this going, the bomb is still in the lobby. So that's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, what a shame. If they had the bomb down here, then they probably win the round already. I mean, at least Eclot is going to be in a weird position, but this is super strange. Mikey comes into it and somehow has no idea, or at least not ready for that fight. That seems very risky. And they might be fine anyway, I guess, 9 Pandas. Again, the aggression here is hard to deal with.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really know what Etor and Forsdy can do. They might even just play for a save the second this bomb does go down. They would have stepped down towards B now. I think they probably could internally commit that this is not going to happen. Maybe if you're being, you know, really pedantic with that long-term econ for Eclot being, you know, considerably decent, is at least workable for a rebuy until the next round. You could just stick around and play exits and actually try and get at least 1 or 2 more kills. You know, there was a little bit of confirmed damage as well coming forward. So, you know, why not, right? You know that they force bought, or they full bought back in, may I say, and they're going to have nothing left in the reserves. Any kill we get is going to have a bit of pressure on them, but in the end, they've just called for a save themselves. So an MP9 is upgraded to an M4. You'll take that all day. 2 M4 saved. Very simple for Eclot. We might even get an AWP out as well for them. essentially speaking. Forzi got 4k, Etor got 3k, and dropped something over. So maybe the AWP comes out in towards the next round. And, you know, Nuke's obviously one of those maps that I think the AWP is incredibly prevalent on. And we've seen the AWP start to be played in a variety of different positions as well. You know, traditionally it was always the outside player AWPing, but, you know, these days we see some people playing out towards Heaven instead, or even in a few, quite a select cases, where the AWP's the solo hold over towards ramp. With that one, it feels like a little bit riskier for me, but some teams, even all the way up towards the tier 1 level, do utilize that.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it does give. I think people sometimes forget that part of the reason for having the ESP AWP, maybe especially on the CT side, is just to try and create a harsher environment for the rifles on the T side to move around. Like, there's so many things that you have to be more careful about when there's an AWP on the other side. Mikey here could be an insane lineup for him, but he's actually going to get traded. Dilladez on the other side. So they go 1 for 1 outside, and fortunately here, Forcy just kind of a weird angle to be holding if you don't have control of this part of the map. Detour's on the other side, but again, he can very easily be traded here. Result coming in behind him. We'll see if they can find the timing for it or not. Chiron does go down. Ooh, okay, Result still out here, and he's hearing the footsteps. Yeah, that's such an easy peek, so even if they lose a player there, there's going to be a good chance for a refrank coming through. So 2 versus 3 all of a sudden, 50 seconds on the clock, and 9 Pandas. This is the other thing that we saw. Yep. They can kind of slow it down, you know, even if it's fast, which I think is the main sort of danger here. But, you know, they're experienced enough that when they need to, they can sort of take a deep breath and say, okay, now we're going to really pause the game. It is hard to play against.
Yeah, like I said, poor Chiron there in that sense. Like, there's no way you're ever clearing that spot. I swear he spotted the elbow there for Shalfie. I feel like the radar would have picked it up, right? You know, on that mini-map saying, you know, red dot somewhere towards outside, but doesn't seem to be the case as down goes Result. This is maybe scaling up somewhat excitably. Molotov in towards Heaven too, it's just going to be smoked out. Dilladez backside, good for 1. Swing out through Heaven, Shalfie delivers. Oh, for a moment, that felt a little funky, but a good round nonetheless for 9 Pandas. And now it really helped them kickstart this T side. Let's start to get going. Some unorthodox angles, actually, from Dano Eclot. And I actually like some of them that I play. We talk about, you know, the slightly weird one that Karen dies to there in towards Hell, even that positioning towards Secret, and even the one from MBQ that he was playing in and around Single Door. So odd angles that were netting kills, but unfortunately 9 Pandas, they just traded a lot more effectively.
Yeah, what a risk to take smoking off the incendiary up at the high ground. Like, you just never really know if you're going to get shut down coming through your own smoke. But it worked out anyway, so, I mean, yeah, more power to him. Close round. It is going to go the way of 9 Pandas, and that means we're down to pistols on the CT side here. It looks like they've already made their way through. It's really just Result who's playing on the other side here, so he could get punished. Probably will be punished eventually. Yeah, they're going to be pushing him. This is very smart. He knows that he has to fight his way out of this hole, and honestly, really well done. I think to move away, he knew that if he stays in the lobby there, he's definitely going to get shot in the back. So good move. They give over the AK. It's not amazing, but they're going to win the round no matter what here. So all in all, I'll say a bit of a W for 9 Pandas as they're going to start the game 3-3.
And 9 Pandas are, for me, actually looking really good. I kind of respect this relentlessly quick sort of style like Counter-Strike. It's hard to maintain, I will say, because there will get to a point where Eclot are going to realize how to at least contest a little bit, whether we completely sit back or whether we're throwing a hell of a lot of util in the first 30 seconds of a round to try and slow them down. But either way, it's a fun style to watch. 9 Pandas, they backed themselves so heavily. So an AK save for MBQ is basically all we've got to work with. And at least, though, we'll get a rebuy back in for Eclot, but they are really being tested. This Eclot side of in towards 2025 and maybe even the tail end 2024, when they made roster changes coming through, they've actually been scaling up a side that can be actually really scary. You know, if they qualified to the RMR last year right at the tail end, sort of out of nowhere as well for the open quals. They definitely sort of wasn't expected, at least on paper, because there's a lot of scary teams there, but I was really impressed with Eclot. Mikey obviously made a name for himself with Eclot, of Unity, may I say. I think it was a team, and he then had a little stint with OG as well, where he was on trial, but it ended up not working out for whatever reason. But I always thought Mikey was super talented, and I think this pickup by Eclot, for me, feels like a very solid one. And the question is now, can they get the best out of him in towards this one? Because Pandas are playing so quick, it's so hard to stop.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Look at
Flashes
that.
coming through. They're just so lightning fast. Yeah, what do you do? Those A hits are lethal. And Xiaofi's outside, very nearly getting the double. Not that there was going to be much of a chance for a retake anyway, but certainly when they're that low on health, it's not even something that you're going to be dreaming about. Yeah, it's strange because when you look at the architecture of that A-bomb side on Nuke, you think, man, there's no way, right? You're pushing through a hut and a door. It's like tiny choke points. You're never going to get out, but truth is, it's so hard to hold those kind of pushes. It really is. So nicely done. Keep it simple here for 9 Pandas, but it's very efficient. Mikey surely going to be dead here as well. They're literally the entire team coming for him. So one more rifle gone. 4C looks like he's going to be allowed to live. And yeah, wow, I mean they're running the early part of this game here. It's the same 9 Pandas that we saw last time. It
is. 9 Pandas, just relentless, and so much respect for them in this sense as well. It's fun to watch when they play to this level. It's difficult to shut down, no two ways about it, and we're seeing how effective it can be now. Beautiful work. Really, really fun to see. And on the flip side, I'm starting to actually get quite worried about Daniel Eclot. They're not leaving themselves a lot of time to get in towards this game. It's getting to the point of that sort of now or never. And that in itself does worry me quite a lot. You know, with this early part of the game, I always say, if you get 5 rounds in the T side, I think you're already in a very, very good spot.
Yeah.
And 9 Pandas are on the brink of that. It's just, Eclot, you've got to give yourself breathing room heading in towards your own T side. You cannot allow for your CT to be inadequate.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but at this moment, definitely not easy for them. Scout, 2 M4s, one of them saved from the round. They've kind of, you know, gone pretty low on the economy to try and make this work, but then again, the round loss bonus is starting to pick up, so maybe it does make sense. Smoke's outside, but not for any push, just to, you know, keep them guessing. We'll see. I do actually like this, so I think they are pushing through the smoke out there. I think the Alive is basically saying, I'm going to take the chance and see that there's nobody out here, which is super fair. You have to try and do that. Scout up high, and they're just going to be Molotoved and grenaded away from that. And I don't think they can do anything even with this. I actually don't even know if they need to save a lot here, but I mean, the M4s you got to save, but the rest, maybe just try and look for some try and get an AK instead of a Scout or a 5.7 or something. Wow, this is, again, very well done. 9 Pandas without their full lineup, but they're just playing like they just don't really care about that.
And a lot of respect has to be given to them for it. It's just been fun to watch. They obviously just back themselves so much, and well, they're alive. We'll get 1 at the end on towards Crad, but 5 now being found. It's a beautiful display. At least we saved something. Oh my god, that's an interesting call to fight there for Forzi. Feels a little unnecessary.
Yeah.
In the end, yeah, will be a loss of another gun. I mean, we're buying back in, but, you know, it probably wasn't needed. You're not going to financially hurt 9 Pandas at the moment, so was that really required? Anyway, doesn't really matter. 9 Pandas loving life in the server right now, and you got to remember this is obviously for them a map in which I feel like we need, just for the sake of, we just don't know what to expect on train. I think it's probably the main thing, right? I feel like we need this just because what are we actually going to get on that train? It could actually be quite weird, quite wonderful. And, you know, they haven't played it yet, so we ultimately just don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I think that is the big question mark. But also, we're happy to see it, so yeah, like, you know, throw it in there. We need more experience casting it, seeing little tricks, seeing if are they all just copying what other people are doing, or does somebody have the time to sit down and come up with some new stuff. That's It's another big question for the map here.
Yeah.
At least they've got something back here, right? They've got the M4s, they've got the AK on the Alive. Let's see how this one plays out. I think if they can get the rest of the rounds, like a 7-5 scoreline here, it's still pretty winnable. There's something to play with, but I mean, they have to punch through here. They've got to find a way to slow down 9 Pandas, maybe especially Result and Chiron at the moment. We're just playing a dangerous game.
Yeah.
Good angle for Mikey. He knew that, but there is a player sneaking into Mini at the moment, I believe. Chiron, look at it. Look at the position here. Instantly picking off MBQ. Nobody really knew that he was there. Mikey's outside, but Chiron just relentlessly hunting them at the moment. This is so dangerous.
The Alive. Big shot going to be here. And there's 2 around that corner. And, oh, he gets so close to getting both of them. Damage dealt as Dillada's barely alive. A 2 versus 2 here. First time in, honestly, a while, Anders, that we've been able to say there's potentially a moment here for Dan or Eclot to get around. However, bomb will go down. That's not something they can deny. And this retake's not easy because they have no information really to work with.
Yeah, but they have to try and do something right because this is one of their best chances to actually win a round. So they've got the kit as well. Smoke, I believe, on 4C. It is winnable here. Resalt's position, though, is really strong. And actually, Dillades, for being low health, right? Just hang around. He has a Molotov as well. If he knows they open the door, he could try and throw it out there. And that maybe would slow them down. It's going to be guns out instead. Flashbang coming in. Detour is dead. And 4C, he knows. Like, there's just nothing you do coming out from that tiny door at the corner of the bomb site. So instead, it'll be another round for 9 Pandas. Very well done, I must say. Yeah, they're going to lose Dillades. But like you said, they have the money. They don't care about that. This is a fantastic start. I'm really impressed. Normally, like we had the discussion in the pre-game, what happens if you don't have your full lineup and all the rest of it, but 9 Pandas, you know, they're just rolling with it. They're just, you know, adapting very well, playing some pretty aggressive Counter-Strike. Yeah, I think it's a huge benefit to them that they're starting on the T side here. Yeah, it's very nice.
I'm going to say, like, it's probably the best indicator of sort of what level they're going to be at when we think about them on the CT side. I think that's probably where things then might get a little bit funky. You know, having an AWP on that CT side can be considerably valuable. But we'll see. We'll see. Either way, for now, I'm loving what I see. 6 rounds already is beautiful work coming through. And I don't know. I think for Dan or Eclot, they are really struggling. There's a lot of pressure on this nuke, doesn't it, as well? Dillada's going to get 1. Quick Trade going to come through as well.
Once again, bomb planted. So even if it is a 3-on-3, and technically they have even the health advantage, it's so hard to get down here, isn't it? Mikey, very nice work. Taking down Chiron, and he was the one with the health as well, so it's a nice start. They do not have a kit, though, so a lot of utility on the CT side, but all it takes is really one mistake here. Grenade on Crad. Could be interesting if he could survive 4C, then maybe he can shut down any attempt at a defuse. He definitely cannot. Shot in the back. Shalfie's going to go down next. And they're going to be on it. They did pick up a kit as well on Mikey at the same time, so yeah, they're going to swap positions there. It's going to say a little bit scary because I'm not sure about the time that was left. I feel like another 5 seconds. I don't think they had that, but they did pick up a kit off the ground. And Mikey with a really strong round. I mean, that's huge. So well done. They needed it, and it was about time that they got something done on the CT side.
Yeah, I guess finally we get a round out here, and maybe sort of potentially something to work with for Eclot. They need to recover in some way. You know, for them, honestly, I want to say they need 6 rounds. I feel like they need these final 2 as well. And that is inherently a big ask. I think, you know, with how this game's been panning out so far, that does require them to really fix a lot of inherent issues for them. Double stack here in a play. This could be a wild. They're pushing him towards Result. And he will get 1. Looking for a second. He backs himself on the fight, but he loses it to Detour. Over swings, and Crosshair wasn't trained. So 1 for 1. Mikey lurking around that smoke gets Chiron. And Pandas, a couple of fights caught alone. And Shalfie, I don't know why we stay around there.
Well, but even if you do, I don't know why he was sleeping that hard. Like, he definitely had the advantage in that fight. There's no question. Crad's going to be going down. Dillades going to die one way or another here. He is so boxed in the 1 versus 4 that there's no chance. Look at the run and gun. A couple of interesting situations, I must say. I think Shalfie might be the more criticizable one. I will say this for Result as well. Like, once he sees the orb up this close, it's such an easy guess for him to know that there is going to be a rifle with it. It's so unlikely that the AWP is going to be playing there with nobody. to help him out. So I don't even necessarily hate that he goes for the fight, because information is like half the battle. If you know someone's in a corner, it's so much easier to swing and fight them. So I understand why he wanted to do that. It just didn't work out. If it had, it would have been a very different round. So nonetheless, for Eclot, let's go. They're starting to pick up some rounds. I don't want a one-sided game. Let's make this a bit more interesting.
Yeah.
So 5-6, going into round number 12 here. They've got some money. They've got the AWP back out, and they're starting to wake up. Maybe it was just a slow start. That can happen too. So at least they look like they're playing better counters right now.
Finally. Flash goes a little shallow. Uh-oh. Yeah, that flash wasn't thrown properly. The Molotov will be, though. And Forzy forced back. And I kind of respect that. Just get out. You don't need to stick around. You might even have a bit of an angle here, potentially. Is that Molotov is sort of gone. He's waiting. If anyone beats on the left-hand side, they're dead. Oh, hello. Thank you very much, says Crad. He's looking for any support. No one's there. And down goes Mikey, uncleared. Back into a 4 versus 4.
Oh, Crad might have perfect crosshair placement there. Going to be taking out MBQ. That's shocking. Shalfie hard clearing the corner. Smoke on the other side. It was the only real point of danger. So that's super disappointing for Eclot. It feels like that's at least 2 out of 3 players that just died in this round essentially died from just walking into a crosshair. And that just doesn't feel good, But it is also one of the dangers of a nuke. And it might be one of the reasons why 9 Pandas also have these problems themselves is... when you don't have all the information on nuke, you're so tempted on the CT side to walk around to find out what's going on, and that's very often how you end up losing. We'll see how it plays out, but this round is cooked already. Shalfie to get the last one, and 9 Pandas with, I'd say, a terrific start once again. I'm hoping that Eclot were just a little bit slow to wake up. It feels like they were playing better towards the end, but again, the Pandas are just hitting really hard.
Yeah, and I will say as well, this is one of those things where we have to, with how this team composition is, no Warper, obviously with kind of overlapping roles of Chiron stepping in a little bit, I do just wonder what this CT side is going to look like. There's a whole different world trying to set up a CT side with a stand-in.
Yep.
So keep an eye on that. I feel like that in itself could potentially be a point where it could be a little awkward. CT side with a stand-in, you're sort of out of your depth, you don't really know how to be rotating or what the innate timings are and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
it could be a little funky, so just keep an eye on that with Chiron. Of course, I assume standing in here for Alf. I don't know, maybe there is a story behind it, but not one that we know of. So it still could be a little funky. I think 9 Pandas, though, it's a very decent T side from them, and it's a very good star. Shalfie, so damn crisp.
Yeah, essentially pre-aiming the angle before he takes the swing, which is obviously a super powerful way to... You don't have to move your mouse as much to try and and aim. Your cross is already in the right position. Yeah. It always looks suspicious, but it's not. It's just so totally normal in a game of Counter-Strike. But it's a very, very nice way. It's always a good sign that you're watching a player that spent a lot of time moving around the map and kind of getting into it. So yeah, Chiron down here. P2000 as well. Rare sight, but good headshot nonetheless. Takes down MBQ, and this solo on Hellfire. It's not a completely lost round here, but it is close to being one. Nice swing, D-top. Credit to him. I don't think he could have done any better than that. Double kill. It's going to be down to 4C for all of 1 second as Shalfie finds 3 kills in the round, and 9 Pandas continue their terrifying form here.
Yeah, I'm gonna say what we're seeing actually from them right now, super, super impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, they let the bomb go down, which is the only thing you can actually take away if you're down on Eclot from this round. A bomb going down means a buy-in towards the next, but actually this buy is so important. If we're being completely honest, if down on Eclot force buy-in towards this one and lose it, this map, for at least for my money, might actually already be under wraps, right? 9 Pandas will be kind of rocking and rolling once again, finding that form and consistency as they did, and it could get a little weird. So we've got Scout in play. A few Galils and just the 1 pistol for Mikey, but yeah, this is a big one. You lose this, not only does it become 9-5, it probably basically becomes 10-5 because Dan Eclot's economy is broken. It's a brutal spot to be in, and recovering from a 5-round deficit on the T side, no less, is a big ask. But that is a big start. Forzy, what a shot on towards Crad.
Yeah, you really need this. I agree. I feel like winning this round might actually be essential. Shalfie good position, but with the M4A1, you never really know. He's actually very proficient. It's a nice shot for Mikey. Shalfie getting those early kills with just a couple of bullets, it makes a huge difference, right?
Yeah.
The M4A1 is one of those weapons where if you screw it up a little bit, yeah, it's an auto shotgun. We love it.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
go.
sick.
Oh yeah.
Not necessarily myself a huge shotgun user, but I can appreciate if someone tries to pick it up here. MBQ already way deeper than I think anyone is realizing, so there could be some funky timings here. We'll see if Resolt's gonna... Okay, he is checking it, so he has got the call from a teammate saying, yeah, we can't secure like that position. You've got to be aware. So that's good. That's good team, like team communication. It's one of the things that, like you said, it's hard on the CT side sometimes, especially on a map like Nuke. It might be the worst map for figuring out where can I actually be shot from, and that's why it's such a fun map. I love the map, but it can be very hard on the CTs for that reason. 28 seconds left, by the way.
Result. This is real make or break territory. Oh, and he checks as well. He just can't hit the shot. That felt like the easiest part was not the timing or not the checking, was just hitting the shot. But that's the bit he falls flat on. And unfortunately for Nine Pandas, I actually think you just keep hold of what you've got here.
Yeah.
Maybe not the shotgun. Maybe you can upgrade that. But personally, I'd be keeping it. Best gun of the game. But
let's go.
Realistically, actually, I find it quite funny where they were playing Dillardez. They were playing him, roaming around as an A anchor. Put him on top hot with that shotgun, and they go for any sort of A pop, and it's pretty dangerous. And also, I think, if I'm right in saying, he hasn't taken a shot with it, so they don't know he's got this.
Yeah,
so there might be a world in which they, maybe overlook an angle or two, or they're popping in towards A. They don't quite, commit to the clearances, and that shotgun could mow down a few. It's pretty scary in the right hands, but nonetheless, that Eclot, an unbelievably important round for them to be winning. We were talking about losing this and how dire it could be. Mikey actually does really well there. God, he said, looking at it from his POV, if he doesn't hit that shot, that's a triple spray down pretty simply, and probably the round already done at that point.
Yeah, you're right. It was a disappointing fight coming in from Chiron down there, because Mikey's cross average was in such a bad position, so shouldn't have worked out. Anyway, at range, a lot of damage here. We'll see some weapons being switched around, and Chiron, nicely done. They have Dillardez out here as well. They're actually doing really great. Don't be blocking each other. It's not how you want to do it. Yeah, try and get out before the grenades land, but they've done fantastic work at the start of this round with, the limited weapons. Mikey's practically dead. It's an uncomfortable round for Eclot nonetheless here. This is a good start.
Mikey being low. Round a little weird. Dillardez swinging a fine down to Detour. Doesn't clear back sight in the 5-7. We know how damn good they can be. Mikey gets caught. He was already low as we know, but the Alive. Last game for Dano Eclot. That win over Fnatic. The Alive put up some actually pretty phenomenal numbers, especially by his standards. He's not always the guy you look towards on Dano Eclot in terms of the fragging department, but he looked really solid.
Yeah.
And they sort of need him again now, right? I think in particular on this T side, we need the Alive, the guy who can not only call a bit of a masterclass, but play it as well too. Of course, this round is just a save. Keep that AK alive. Only 10 points of HP. Not worth giving this a go, especially against 5-7s and whatever else is left alive.
Yeah, you're right. Like he definitely was good. And again, like he just seems like one of those players that has I would say like a good read, a good feel for the game. So it's actually fun to watch. Maybe like you said, not necessarily a star player or anything, but watching Smart Counter-Strike is also pretty enjoyable. Time running out, and he just needs a bit more here. Gonna be able to get it. I don't think they have the... Oh, Chiron, he's able to find it. That's shocking. And obviously after the clock has run down, so devastating way to go. Maybe again, like that fine line between cooking and cooked, right?
Yeah.
Ends up on the wrong side, unfortunately. So it will be another round for Nine Pandas. And unfortunately, this puts a massive halt on Eclot to begin with. This is really devastating. You could see 2 Galils, 1 AK, Deagle, Tech 9, and they've spent all of their money trying to get into this round here. If Nine Pandas win it, they might not look back. They might just go on to win the map.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is basically now or never territory. And a lot of reliance has to be kind of put on Detour here. We need him. Interesting, don't opt for kind of Mikey to wield it. He's actually looked really crisp, especially on the C side, but we shall see. The Eli spamming the door, just in case. It's Wrestle to open things up, though. A big kill on towards MBQ. It's only a loss of a pistol. Shotgun, open the door. Swing, my friend, swing! Yes! Get that auto shotgun kill. I feel vindicated as a auto shotgun user myself. And a nice trade behind it, too, right? So, you know, win-win.
It's an auto shotgun degenerate. It's fair. Somebody has to be the king of the auto shotgun, you know.
Yeah.
So, some weapons out there that nobody's really, you know, claiming for themselves, I feel like. So gotta be happening some point soon. Mikey gets tagged up a little bit here. 4C is looking to take this fight, but Chiron, again, I feel like his mechanics are, you know, they're good enough to really bring down Eclot quite a bit. We're just looking to fight again. That's 14 on him, 15 on Result, and like I said earlier, winning this particular fight is just kind of devastating for, unfortunately, for the T side. If they don't get the bomb plant, they don't have the money. They're just in a tough position here. Ooh. Could have been even worse.
Yeah, it could have been both, actually, there, in all fairness. But, nonetheless, Detour, not Detour, Daniel Eclot, may I say. Well, I guess technically also Detour, but the whole side in a really bad predicament right now. You're 4 rounds behind. You're basically going to be 5 rounds behind, let's be honest. And that's 9 Pandas being 2 away from taking Nuke and actually taking it with ease. I don't think it's like, it's not the damning fact that they're taking Nuke. They're expected to take Nuke. It's their map pick, right? That's how we would look at this series. It's just the fact that 9 Pandas, for the most part, actually aren't being tested that much. It's been pretty simple rounds of Counter-Strike. And I think that's the real thing that worries me more than anything. It's just, you know, we're going in towards Train. We've already built up this conversation point about how we are just a little bit worried about Train. We don't really know what to expect. Now that's how I've played it in an official on HOTV, it could be a little weird.
Yeah, I agree.
If map number 1 is so dominant, yeah, it really does worry me just a tad.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that any of the teams are going to be feeling, you know, so confident in Train right now that you're just going to say, oh, that is our new home map, and we're always going to, you know, be rock solid on it. So there is a chance that they're going to come into it feeling a bit, you know, experimental about it. Nice spray down here. They don't lose a single player. Chiron up to 17 behind that. What a day to be a stand-in, you know. Again,
yeah,
he was standing in last time as well, so I don't know what the news is about Alv. But
yeah, he's not playing this tournament maybe or something. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? But regardless, if you're gonna have a stand-in, let it be someone like Chiron who's just having a fantastic, you know, time with it. He's really enjoying the game.
Yeah, exactly. Well, 11-6 as expected, but beautiful nonetheless. And 2 rounds away. And honestly, the last chance hurrah here for Daniel Eclot. You buy him back in. Money's broken, of course, once again. It is just now or never. You lose this, and it's a pretty simple 13-6 to 9 Pandas, basically. So we've got to make this one stick. We're trying to get out. D-Top will be leading the charge, and he will get the first. The flashes are good, and they are very good. Wrestle for 2, but Mikey will trade. This is beautiful work. Chiron, a bold call, and one that doesn't pay off.
Super well done. Yeah, Mikey once again up to 17 himself. Detour's at 13, but they do need a little bit more help, perhaps. But yeah, this is just another testament to the power of these kind of A pushers. They do so much. Curious to see how they actually didn't smoke off Mini, but you know, they still managed to get the job done. 11-7, 4-round difference here. There's still enough money on that CT side for 9 Panda to be able to buy, so they do have rifles. If they lose this next round, though, again, it could be a bit interesting. It could be kind of the path back into the half here for Eclot.
See? Not a lot has to be done to convince me, I'll say that. But that was a good round. Quicker A-pop. Had a leaf out of 9 Pandas' book, honestly. Something that they were super happy to do themselves. Swing and a find from Dilladez. Shalfie gonna deliver 2. And they're starting to fight through the flames there in that spot. 2 basically left alive now as well. But there's a so damn low. Pistol pulled out for 4Z. It's not enough. That was carnage on the A site. There was a real world that could have flipped, but it's 9 Pandas who take it and put themselves on map point.
Yeah, madness once again, but they seem to be thriving in it. Having way too much of a good time here, even through the flames. That is kind of an insane move, but fair play. 2v1 could not be converted by 4C there, so you said 12-7 here. A lot of time to win this, and the first one might be even the easiest one. 2 Mac-10s, 2 Galil, 1 AK here. Eclot not having a fun time at all. MBQ going on right at the start. Gets blown up by Shalfie. Oh dear. And outside, he's looking to do more. Mikey's going to be dead every single time. That's a brutal beginning. Even worse, the smokes they've thrown are kind of for nothing, right? They already know, yeah, there's nobody else really pushing past that, so this is going to be very tough. Say, yeah, try and go for it here. You might as well. You're not going to get a better opportunity. Actually could work out. Crad will get one. It will be a quick double, and Shalfie takes the last. It's just way too much. 9 Pandas looking like a flying force at this best of 3.
Gotta respect them. Honestly, really, really well done. Super effective work. And you do love to see it. This is a side of 9 Pandas who have so much to offer up. And it was so refreshing to see in the same side. And now all hopes is basically, can we continue this heading in towards train? We don't know what to expect in towards your train. So it's all going to be on what the individuals are like. But that was fun. That was good Counter-Strike being played. And I enjoyed what I saw from them. And now I think a big hope is just, can we get some level of a consistency out for them heading in towards map number 2? Dan or Eclot, on the flip side, not impressive. I think it's probably the way to put it. Both halves just look completely lackluster, and it all started with a bad start in towards that first. So we're going to see if they can recover in towards map 2, but before we get there, we'll throw it towards Zola to break it all down for you.
Yeah, look, I think it was quite an exciting game at times. Obviously, we saw from literally the outlet from the start, DNE were playing quite creatively. We saw that kind of lobby crunch on the pistol, which was quite exciting. And I think from that moment onwards, I think we had good moments from individuals. There was that round from Dieter towards Ramp where he was just instantly forced off the angle, and you're questioning, why isn't he backing away? Why isn't he looking to try and keep himself alive? But backed himself, and it clear that DNE had a lot of confidence coming into this game, and actually I was thinking, okay, well, we've got quite a decent game on our hands. We've got that excitement. Obviously 9 Pandas bounced back initially. It goes to this 3-3 scoreline, but it just seems to fall apart so heavily for DNE, and I think a real point of that is because Chiron kind of eventually gets his freedom. The amount of rounds that he's pushing Underhill, the amount of rounds he's kind of taking, such early fights, whether it's down towards Vent, whether it's towards Ramp, it seemed like Chiron was eventually just given that call at, that 3-0 spot. Okay, guys, this isn't working well. Chiron, just do what you do best. Have some fun with it. Obviously, it got to that 6-3 scoreline. The half ended 7-5, and I actually think DNE do quite well to get 2 of those final 3 rounds. It was something that Neo pointed out. They kind of need all 3 if they want to keep things competitive. But obviously, when we saw the switch to the CT side for Pandas, they looked very much in control. The fact that Deledes was confident in buying an XM is always a moment where you see, okay, these guys are having fun, and I think sometimes that can be really scary. Not to say that the XM doesn't have its value, but look, in comparison to a rifle, is it really on par? Let's be honest, chaps, it's not. But even still, I think there was a force buy that went pretty nicely for DNE. It was a great scout shot to start things off, and Mikey's Deagle worked well, but in the retakes, in kind of all avenues, it was really nice from 9 Pandas. I actually really enjoyed watching their CT side. There was a moment, I think it was the last round of this game, where you see the rotate, or the second last round of the game, sorry. Deledes was on the back of the bomb site, and I think his main goal was, look, I've just got to stay alive for as long as possible. We see Crad rotating in, he pushes up in a molly, he goes 1 for 1. We see Chiron rotating in to find that final kill, and it's clear that Deledes, in that moment, he knew, okay, well, I'm going to do what an anchor does best. I'm going to keep myself alive, keep all attention away from me, and look, it was brilliant. I'm very impressed with how 9 Pandas played Nuke. The fact that they've taken it now gives them that buffer, obviously, as Train is such an unknown, but look, the way in which they played, the speed and confidence and kind of threat that they had throughout the whole of not only their T side of Nuke, but the CT as well, leaves such confidence for 9 Pandas. And I think realistically, on a map like Train, I think they are going to be looking really good. You talk about kind of early plays. We can see Chiron looking to take space towards Pop Dog, towards Olaf, the new kind of angles that players might not be perfectly ready for. I think it's going to be an exciting match on Train. I think it's going to be an absolute banger. For DNE, look, at least there was some positives on Nuke. I still don't think it was enough to be confident that they can take Train, but I hope they can prove me wrong. Obviously, Train coming up in about 5-10 minutes time. But beforehand, we will be jumping to a break. A very good performance from Nine Pandas. I think we have to say, clearly, they are a strong side on Nuke, and DNE have got parts to work upon. But look, now I'm going to come to you first here. Train, it's such an interesting pick here for DNE. Punish pick or not, I think they've got a lot of work to do. But where do you think this game is going to go?
It's one of those weird things because like it is a punish pick, but it also it could not be. Like we have no idea what to expect from DNE. They've got our ideas, but at the same time, if Nine Pandas are happy to float it, they've also got to have some confidence in this map too. And I feel like with the way they're playing, this could actually become really, really interesting. I really wonder what Nine Pandas bring to it. You know, it could be one of those cases where, especially their T side, is so relentlessly quick that it could be more of the same. And playing Train relentlessly quick on that T side can be so difficult to deal with. You're just constantly facing off against these rushes. So I do wonder, you know, we can really not make that many predictions because there's no real data to go off. But if we're just looking back on that previous map heading in towards this one, DNE were a no-show. There was so little to offer up, and it was such a rough showing. And I think just mechanically they lost out on most head-to-heads that part of me actually believes that Nine Pandas actually can 2-0 this. I feel like they are just the better side, right? I think, like, ultimately, regardless of what map we're actually on, I just feel like they will prove one of the better side here as well. And so I'm a little worried for DNE, that's for sure. You know, there's a time and a place for a risk of a Train pick, and picking it in now when you're a map down like this in a, you know, single alien playoff it's a bold call.
Yeah, and look, obviously, Anders, I've got to ask, do you think the Train pick comes from a place of weakness? Because they could have picked Mirage, better win rate, better sample size. Same goes for Ancient and Anubis as well. So do you think this is where Eclot are feeling worried and need to take a bit of a risk?
Yeah, that's really, really hard to say, isn't it? I mean, you gotta hope that that's not the case. That it is more about, you know, you've been practicing in secret. You feel like you're pretty strong on it, and it can be, you know, a map that you've been, you know, maybe floating for a bit. I gotta assume that's the case, that they have something cool. But the trouble is, you know, when you lose that first map and in a pretty comprehensive fashion, it's, you know, it might still be hard to get up and running. You know, taking down Results and Chiron at the moment, just seem they are really struggling. Like Mikey seems to be the only one who can kind of take that fight to them right now. So even if they do have some good stuff on Train, you know, are you going to live long enough for the rounds to be able to even, you know, execute some of those things? Is part of the question, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. And look, I touched upon the fact that Nine Pandas were without an AWPer throughout, obviously, Nuke and Train, and them being quite AWP-centric maps. Right now, Forsey had the AWP so many rounds, only 2 kills with the big green. How much do you think that's going to affect his confidence?
Quite a lot. And I think, you know, Train's one of those maps that you don't need an AWP, but having a top AWP can actually be really, really helpful. There's a lot of long, you know, angles and lines of sight and stuff. But at the same time, the way Nine Pandas are playing, it feels like they're not missing it. That was the big worry for me with Nine Pandas. No AWPer, you know, no primary AWPer. That's, you know, people who can pick it up in a secondary nature, but you know, as we saw on Nuke, you don't need it. And Nuke is really an AWP's paradise. So if they didn't need it on there, they probably don't need it on Train. And that makes life all the more harder for Forsey in a sense, because he's not got... It's not like he's losing out the AWP head-to-head. He is just losing, right? And I think that's one of those things where it can take a big knock to the confidence. So, yeah, it goes back to the same thing. I really do worry about DNE. They just look so off their game right now. They've really got to come out the gates absolutely flying here. Pistol, force buy, first gun round at like a bare minimum, just to reinstill confidence that we actually can compete here.
Yeah, and obviously we're going to be heading into Train now, and hopes are high for DNE. Let's make it a 3-mapper. Let's push and, you know, keep Nine Pandas at their limit. So, look, guys, enjoy. Train underway.
Yeah, thank you so much, Solo. We appreciate it. We are going to get into this one. So it's already happening. Wow, we're live right into it. The Molotovs are deep on the A-bomb side already. Mikey with a good kill to begin with. The crowd casually clicking away detail there, and the battle will continue. 3 versus 3. Nice catch from Mikey as Result was trying to get in to help his teammates that are actually just pushed into the corner. In theory, they could walk away from this, but they have them trapped, so they might as well. Diladez, the last one left, and there's no chance he's winning this. They actually are going back to the B-bomb side. It's a smart move.
Yeah, and, you know, Forsey going to stick around here to try and catch him on the rotate. Oh, hang on. Maybe the bomb isn't fully committed just yet. They're sending the feelers out to both A, both B. Bomb now rotating over, but could be caught in transition. Is going to get caught. 1v2. Could be a little weird here. We're waiting for this flank from Forsey. That is everything. Bomb now collected once again. But there is still a real world to isolate fights here.
Yeah, surely they just got to be close enough together that they can pretty much always trade the kill here. 40 seconds. It would be unforgivable if they somehow lost this round to Diladez. It just, the chances should be, you know, is 1 in a million here, but he's done a little bit of damage. Bomb is being planted, and again, if anything touches him here, he's going to be dead. So I think now the bomb is down. Should be a done deal. He has to walk into this angle, and it's just not going to be a fun time. There we go. Forsey will take him down. It's a nice round, I must say, for Eclot. And this their map pick. Just get off to a good start. Start to get warmed up. You know, get Mikey in there early on. Get Forsey in there, and start to have a little bit more fun playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah, exactly. Just start to prove to yourselves that you can actually compete, and you can be that side who put up those numbers. So, yeah, a pretty impossible task for Diladez nonetheless. How low, even if it was full HP, it still would have been the same. That post plant was really good. Both stacked on top of each other, playing for the trade. Wonderful work. No buy from Pandas. Expectations are pretty minimal here. I'm pretty sure Resol has been spotted too. Big flank coming through. Mac 10. Good farm, some cash here. The alive gets the first. He is stuck in this angle, and Karen going to punish him for that, but Resol cleared. Bomb will go down momentarily to the tap just in case anybody was close, but yeah, and expect a second round to go the way of Eclot. Pandas waiting for their first gun round, and I respect that. Gun rounds really did all of their best work as well, so I think that is the way to go about it. Either way, for Eclot, I said, you know, pissed around, force by behind it, and then the first gun round. If they can find that, they reinstill so much confidence in themselves that this is the right call, and this is the right pick. But at the same time, it is being made expensive with a minimal investment. They're not doing too shabby here. A little momentarily recovered, but then dropped once again. A couple of kills in this sort of round, I don't actually think Pandas are too annoyed about.
If there is another Mac 10 kill here for Crad, though, again, that's going to be kind of annoying. Yeah, they are trying to run out there. He's going to find Detour. That's 2 Mac 10 kills. He's got so much money at the start of this next round. That kind of is a big deal. And he's going to even upgrade into the Galil, so he can keep that. He can buy an AWP for a teammate, and that's going to be kind of interesting. If they want one, I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but
True.
Yeah, still, I mean, you're right. Like, for Eclot, it's fine. They win the round, but those 2 Mac 10 kills are interesting.
Yeah, it's very true. Really does help. And, you know, it's made it expensive. It means that Eclot, rather than this being sort of a force buy-in towards the next, or a bonus buy, may I say, it's rebuy back in. And they have to, you know, dip pretty heftily in towards the bank here. So they're going to come over, trying to get out. 1-for-1 trades early around this smoke, but a shout for you delivers on towards Detour. Important work. Early util by Pandas, really good there to facilitate those early fights for them.
Yeah, and that, obviously with the spawns move back on the T side, you can't necessarily rush main in the same way. Also because every team in the world now knows how to throw the smoke that's from TT spawn to that main position. So you're always going to be essentially fighting into the smoke. Now, sure, you can blow it open, but I would say it's very risky these days to try and make the run out the way that you could right when the map was out. So potentially running into a bit of a wall here. And again, because they lost so much in some of the previous rounds, this is potentially a pretty hard stop early on where, you know, they're going to be tied up after this almost immediately. Tough position to be in. MBQ already low on health. Forsey, who had health, is now dead. And this, I mean, what can you even do here? You almost have to say the real bad thing is still ahead of them if they start to steal all these AKs away. I think there's at least 1 or 2 still lying on the ground somewhere. If you can get some AKs picked up instead of the FAMAS and the maybe even an M4, that'd be sick. Forsey certainly has, or ABQ certainly has one, but see how long he can stay alive here. 30 seconds. Surely they're going to be finding him. Yeah, they are. AK's down. Okay, Crad picks up 1. And yeah, they'll get the... Actually, yeah, there we go. Result. So yeah, they get two AKs. Throw away the FAMAS. Huge round for Pandas, no question.
It is. It is. It's really going to help. No complaints. No complaints at all. I think for this Pandas side, we saw them win, you know, so many of these gun rounds where they really can just showcase just how good they actually are. And, you know, a similar thing here where very, very solid work. Early tack pause here. And I think that in itself is obviously always inherently a little bit of a worry. You know, it shows that Eclot weren't too impressed with what they've just seen. in towards that. And with their money being shattered because of actually looking back to not only the previous round, but the round before that, with how well they did in, you know, what we talk about the kind of the Mac-10 getting a couple of kills and just being awkward like that. Very big to see. Putting that pressure on. Should be a tied game, and it puts a lot more pressure on that first gun round. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, you can definitely tell. 2-1. But that one AK on 4C maybe can make a big difference. Let's see if they are going to be able to find some sort of a breakthrough here. Is that a missed smoke on the T side? Surely it is.
Yeah, I think so.
Bit interesting to see. It might not matter at all, but it doesn't feel like that's where they wanted that to land. I think it lands like somewhere on the roof outside of the A bomb site. So kind of interesting. Shalfie goes for the widest swing that we've ever seen. I don't know why. His teammate down in the bomb site can't help him either. So that's a bit strange. Chiron's pushing up, and it's not a bad idea, but there's a lot of people on the other side. They run right into the headshot. He keeps on going and just murders every single one. Pistol out. He couldn't get detail for the ace, but he gets away with a lot. Let's say there's definitely a world in which he gets one and is traded, and then that round can fall apart very quickly. But amazing gun work again for Chiron.
So crisp, isn't he? Eclot. Detour with one rifle, and maybe even sort of inherently wants to keep hold of it. It's just whether he can. Crad is going to try and deny, but not to be for Detour. Down he goes. It's one of these as well where that or Eclot, the worst part, you know, you get a pistol, you get the round behind it that are expected, but if you come, as we've just seen, you know, in towards these first couple of gun rounds and there's just nothing on offer, I think the worry is that we're just going to regress right back into how Nuke was. And similar vein, right? Rebuy back in, doesn't go well. Down or Eclot left in, of course, to a lesser investment heading in towards this one, which should gift the lead over towards 9 Pandas. No issues. And it's these sort of situations which do worry us inherently, saying, is this just going to be a complete repeat of how Nuke was? It looks like it's going to be a pop to B.
That's that particular round is just highlighting the real danger that exists right now for the T side and trying to get out of that hole in the wall, because again, if the CTs are pushed up, that's one of the reasons why teams will throw Molotovs to try and stop the CTs from running into Pop Dog to begin with. Because if they're allowed to run there, then, you know, how are you going to fight it? Like, every time you try and peek a new angle, there's another guy swinging from somewhere else. It's actually a real big issue. All right, smoke in the yard there for Eclot. So, all right, result. He doesn't actually go all the way through with it. He's just going to be running up there to toss in an incendiary so that they can't go Pop Dog too quickly. But doesn't seem like Eclot at the moment are trying to do anything too fast, except maybe for Ivy. That they're actually progressing at very nicely. If they keep going, they might find a sick timing here.
Brad. Oh, that hits directly.
Ouch.
That's so unfortunate. It gives the exact position of where MBQ is. Suppose he's going to swing in front of this. He does get a shot before he falls, but betrayed by Shalfie. Good spacing nonetheless. And Shalfie could go for a second as the bomb he's going to be fighting and dropping Dado Eclot back into the investment. But 2 versus 3. The only issue is how do we recover this bomb?
Yeah, I will say this for 9 Pandas. This is a classic round where if you think you have to sit on top of the bomb, you're probably making a mistake. I'd probably rather try and go somewhere else. Like, go back to CT spawn or something. It's kind of a weird position to be fighting in here. They might be fine anyway, but sometimes you see this where the CTs get a hold of the bomb and they feel like they have to sit on top of it almost, and that just doesn't make a lot of sense. Nice shot from Dilla there's on Mike, and he just barely makes it around the corner. He's going to die here no matter what, but 1 versus 1 all of a sudden. Bomb picked up, and Detour's making a run for it. He's already got 3. Does come back, again, hoping that Chiron's going to be chasing his footsteps. Chiron, though, sticking around, and they are right next to each other. 17 seconds left. The problem here with Detour is he's going to have to plant that bomb, and how do you do that with safety? You don't exactly know where Chiron is. 8 seconds left, and now you've given it away. That he knows that you're there, so Chiron sneaking on back. Bomb will be planted here, and a little bit of a jump up. Actually, not bad for Detour. At least he knows that Chiron is coming around the corner. That's some advantage, if nothing else here. Health, I don't think it makes a big difference right now. It's going to be Detour to come up with it. A quad kill for him and a huge clutch. That's absolutely critical for Eclot to get back into this game.
Yeah, he's gone absolutely nuclear there. They needed a hero, and my god, did they get it. 4 kills to him. And a big clutch at the end. He was required to go absolutely, massive in that situation. And every isolation of fight felt like it should be a lost one. He has bailed down Eclot out of a really, really bad spot. While it looks like a kind of a 1v2, it feels more like a 1v4, honestly, the way he's played that. Isolated fights absolutely expertly and super, super well done. Very crisp. Very impressive too. We can buy back in. It's Shalfie who's going to wield the AWP. Des. He's played this angle before and done quite well. Detour, oh my god, it's... If he push forward, he goes down, but those swing to come through. Nade will break open that smoke. The spam behind it is close, and it's good. I cried in the end.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. He just saw enough to continue. Forcey here is aware there could be some threat. Shalfie on the other side with the AWP. You see a bit of a weird angle. Oh, he almost peeks into it. Yeah, he's in a bit of danger, but that M4 still on the other side, slowing them down. Chiron. Oh, and they're actually pushing into it as well. Yeah, this is completely falling apart now. Eclot, unfortunately, again, they win a round, but it's down to a 1 versus 1, so they don't have a lot of money coming out of the previous one, which means they're going to be, again, back to a weird buy going forward. There's just no chance they can win this one. Forcey alone.
Again.
Again, yeah. Try to see if he can bring it back. It's a kill. Maybe he gets Shalfie as well. Oh,
no
the
way.
chaos. I mean, if we're talking about a 1 versus 5 clutch here, it should never be happening. He does have the bomb, and he's got 30 seconds.
Me too now as well. It's just... Does he expect this player to us right? I just feel like you don't. You probably completely overlook this, and that'll be the case. Not a bad effort. I mean, I think for 9Pandas, the fact that these rounds are getting close in these spots are maybe inherently a little weird and a little worrying, but I think all that really matters is round being won. 9Pandas take back the lead, break the economy once again, put the pressure back on, all the things you want to see. But, you know, credit where they're due. In these 1vx situations, it feels like Dan Record got a couple of players who are sort of happy to step up, and Forzi didn't do a bad effort there. It's just an angle you're never going to look at.
Yeah. I mean, I think definitely 9Pandas could either be the map, or it could just be the fact that, again, they feel like they're winning that round so hard that they kind of forget to play more reasonable Counter-Strike. Because obviously, in reality, there's no reason for Shalfie to be at that corner with the AWP in that round. Like, there's nothing being accomplished there. He could just fall back and play the steps towards CT spawn, and he's going to be essentially holding the same angle, just way safer. So I think that's just probably maybe a bit too much for bravado, winning too much, and you're like, oh, this is it. It's all good. There's a Molotov down at the bottom here, not an incendiary grenade. And actually, Result just saying, I actually don't even feel the threat yet. So good work, just saving the Molotov and throwing down the smoke instead. Nice idea with the grenade, but I think it got caught on the ledge up there. Going to be slowing them down once again. This time, it will be the Molotov going down. And they've actually already thrown in the one smoke that they had towards that C connector, so strong indication that something is happening. Incendiary down, and at this range, the rifles are going to be coming out on top in a big way. They really wanted the bomb plant here. They're not going to be able to get it. So 9Pandas just, again, this time is a very good read. They kind of understand everything about what's happening on this map. Yeah.
I mean, if we could have got a bomb plant out of that, it would have been a nice little silver lining to have, but very, very crisply done. 5-3. CT side is going pretty smoothly, and the worrying thing about that is that I actually think 9Pandas do their best work on the T side, especially with this current team composition. So it continues to get, you know, a little funky, a little weird. And of course, they're going to have second out of 3 attack pauses for Dan or Eclot. So if things go a little south in towards, you know, any part of the latter part of this game, only one pause to slow it down. That in itself is worrying, but I think this is probably Dan or Eclot realizing we have to put up a good T-side half here. We have to give us something to work with. We can't allow it to be like Nuke, where once again, 9Pandas out the gates really early, nice little buffer zone to work with, and that basically kept guaranteeing that the lead and the map was going to go in their favor. I think directly, I understand the pauses being called here. They need to clean up this T side, but it's easier said than done. One of the rounds they've got shouldn't have even gone their way, we're being completely honest, and it's not replicable, which is all the more worse. Nade and a molly combo and a swing behind it. 1 for Dilladez. Would have liked a little bit more as well. And don't like that from Shelfie. I'll say that. He felt like he did not need to fight there.
Oh, Chiron walking up behind it. Should still be some trouble. Picking up the AK. That's maybe a little bit too aggressive. I feel like even in the 2-on-3 here at the end for Chiron and Krant, there probably would have been a way to, to try and be chill with it. But nicely done, all things considered. And maybe some of the protocols there for Nine Pandas with taking that main control kind of not working out the way that you would expect. So that's a bit of a shame, but nicely done. They do take away a lot of the economy. Still able to buy on the CT side, but we'll see if they can find some more luck here. If they win this next round, Dynamo Eclot, at least there's something to fight with. Now the protocols are back though. Okay, yeah, so I think last round they just didn't throw the grenades that you would want for that main position, because you see the massive difference here. Don't really need to keep fighting in main now. You've essentially already won the round, so just remember what happened earlier where you almost lost. It's not worth it.
True. 2 versus 4. Don't let it slip. Chiron looks like he's going to get Molotov momentarily, but he'll get out, so I won't affect him too much. Smoke is being blown open, but it does replenish in time to allow the bomb on Mikey's back to escape. He might have been spotted on the retreat there, potentially. Might be a little bit of information to work with, but where do we go here with that or Eclot? 2 versus 4, and this time it does feel like every angle is sort of covered for, and there's a contingency plan for if they fall south. A 3-1 split though, only 1 towards B, but Result playing that awkward angle that is always just a little bit funky to clear unless you have the Anders Molotov, which, well, they do, but it doesn't look like they're going to throw it.
Yeah, they could do it if they knew how. I've actually talked to a bunch of teams recently, and a lot of teams already know about it. I just think people aren't using it so much right now because they want to save it for a better time. I talked to some different teams yesterday about the Anubis one too, and there are some world-class teams that actually have taken notice, because I was getting a little bit annoyed. I was like, guys, like, am I just making this for nothing? Like, does anyone even care about this stuff, you know? So I messaged a couple of different, IGLs, and I'm up to like a good list of like 5 or 6 different people who are in like top 10 teams who basically said like, yeah, trust me, it is going to be used. And I was like, okay, cool. So we'll see. I think just people want to keep it a secret as much as they can, so we'll see how this works out. Unfortunately for Eclot, it's another round loss here, and again they're back down. Not the best weaponry. Backs to the wall, really. Nice flashbang to set it up, and the Alive is going to be taking down Shelfie, so suddenly it's looking a bit better. Crad is still alive in the yard somewhere here, but they have some good control, and only for a second. Detour's going to win the fight against him. Very nicely done. Just, simple flashbang through, and they open it up.
Result. Basically looking for exits here, and he will get one. It's probably just not worth sticking around. As much as we can talk about making it expensive at the end here, and while there is still, plenty of money to work with for Nine Pandas, it's not worth our risk. Keep hold of an AK, use that in towards the next round. So, Eclot making something of this T side at the very least, and they know they don't need to fight, and they know they can't afford to fight either. The guns, a little upgrade in quotation marks to Mikey in towards the M4, and Russell keep hold of that AK-47. So that alone is alright. A 5th for Eclot. At least this one, it still feels competitive, but I don't know about you, Anders, I'm still not convinced as to why Eclot picked into this. That's my main, point though. And there's something that we spoke about a lot in the pre-show in between maps. We said, if you're the one picking into this, you've got to have a good idea, because first and foremost, if Nine Pandas are happy to float it, they've also got an idea. So you've got to have something really up your sleeve, and obviously this might have been going well for them in the pracs and the scrims and whatnot, but I'm yet to see the real ideas as to why we're picking into this so far.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think especially their handling of some of those main attacks here, as far as I can tell, not what the current meta is. I feel like there are a lot more teams right now that they just sort of surrender that early main part. Mikey, though, I've curious to see how on earth did he get out here. 2 big kills. Now, he should be dead on the follow-up, so Crad will take him down, but there's nobody at the B bomb site at all, so they're going to find an empty site for the bomb to go down in, and Eclot well on their way to at least tying up the game. And honestly, that's pretty good. Like, we can live with that. Like, it's not bad at all here. Yeah, nicely done.
Well, the detail drops Crad. That, you assume, should be it. There's a little bit of a late flank coming through, which should then a freebie, and will could even get an upgrade as well from that FAMAS to the AK, but time is ticking. We gotta go. Movement's got to be made. Forzy waiting for the swing, and the find, which he gets laboured, but he gets there nonetheless. And Shalfie, there's just not enough time, even if he was to get the fights. Down to Eclot, they respond well enough, right? Game tied up. There's something here to work with, and actually, the tack pauses end up working out for the better. So, not the end of the world. But again, this still comes down to, you know, you lose a pistol here for Eclot and a force buy behind it, and you already had a bit of a deficit. You've only got 1 pause left to work with for the rest of this half. It could still get a little weird. So, not convinced just yet. Still need to see a little bit more.
Yeah, it's better, but if it's good enough is kind of a different question here. We're going to find out. Second half is coming up. We do have the smoke, the Molotov as well on Diladez. Very curious to see what they're going to end up throwing here. So smoke is going to be for the yard, or maybe for C-Connector. Okay, it's actually going to be landing on that C-Connector inside. So, okay, early grenade. It's a big indication, but they just keep going. They just don't care. Yeah, we're already here. Molotov on the other side of it to try and burn anyone coming through, but it doesn't matter. This isn't really about the utility. It's about the headshots at the moment. And so far, it's Eclot landing more, which is exactly what they need here. Long range, got to be careful. A couple of them are dropping a bit low on health, but then again, it's down to Chiron and Crad just trying to stay alive. The bomb is planted, so sort of half of the mission accomplished right now. NBQ's got to be careful. If he dies, they don't have a lot of people left with any health here. Chiron can win it, but not with a bullet in his head. So Mikey saving the day. Look at him, 26 health in total. Still, the bomb plant here does make a big difference, so
It does.
nicely done, I guess. It's a very straightforward kind of idea, right? There's nothing tricky about this round for Nine Pandas. They just go for it.
Well, let's see. It's in a spot where I think for Nine Pandas, you force right back in, you get a few Galils to work with. Normally, the pistol round's a very good indicator about the early part of this half, but in this situation with that bomb plant that we speak of, it's actually down to this round. This is the one that swings the momentum quite massively. If it's able to be converted by Nine Pandas, I know Eclot, they're going to have to take a step back in a bit of a way. Crad swinging a find, and a beautiful find at that as well. Takes a dink, but winning out that engagement is massive. You might even want to give the Galil over towards Diladez. This is so bold for Mikey. So unnecessary. And funnily enough, Mikey pushing like that, as he gets spammed, also opens up the smoke to spot out Detour. So it's a 2-for-1. And another. We're completely not checking Chiron.
Oh, it's so brutal, isn't it? What do you even do at this point in time? Supposed to be one of the easier rounds. You won the pistol. You've got all the advantages, and instead, you end up like this. Risalt getting the last one. Chiron, obviously, the man of the round here. That, you're right. That is kind of disappointing. Eclot swiftly giving it away. Oh, yeah, that is... You're, he does reveal there's a second player. He's like, oh, cool. I'll keep doing this then.
I'll just keep holding mouse on. Like, it's a brutal way for it to slip in that sort of fashion. 7-all for Nine Pandas with a expected force fight to come through from down to Eclot. For them, of course, being a double eco. Can't bring a lot to the table, whatever they can, being primarily just pistols and the one scout of Forzy. But this is a really, really big round. Nine Pandas, you win this one. Not only do you get an 8th, you basically get gifted the 9th as well. It can be massive. Shalfie, this is a big timing play for him. It could really work in his favor or be super, super awkward. He's heard Detour steps. He might just want to capitalize upon that. He's wrapping in. He catches him quick switching too. And he jumps around the corner for a second.
Yeah, they're having a fantastic time. Might as well make the money with the MP9, right? Send him out. Find some more people to fight. The rest of them could just wait. There's a minute left. You might as well try and make all the money you can here. The Alive revealing himself. Chiron feeling like that should have been easy, but it was Xiaofi to pick up the kill. So again, not bad at all. One fight here, no question about it. 9 Pandas just keep on going. They're back to that same momentum. I don't know what it is. I mean, again, maybe it is just somebody like Chiron. 18 kills. Maybe he just is hitting too hard in some of these fights, and it's kind of making life miserable for Dynamo Eclot.
Really, really good to see, isn't it? It's fun Counter-Strike, and aside that, you know, massively back themselves. It's awesome. 8-7, and of course the 9th is very expected here. Yeah, it's been really worrying, hasn't it? We're pushing Ivy, and it's a bit of a massacre. Karen and Crad, nice and simple.
Yeah, this is unfortunately way more one-sided than we expected. I mean, in terms of the scoreline, sure, could it be a 9-7 here? So it's not a giant gap between the two teams, but it's just so hard to construct a vision of Eclot coming back into this one. They do have the manpower for it. Like, we've seen what Mikey can do, even I think in this best of 3. So, you know, but you need him consistently, and you probably do need him to fight Chiron really early on and just come out on top of that battle. If he can do that, then there kind of is a way. But how do you consistently do that when you're on the CT side? You don't really get to dictate where those fights happen.
It's true. It is. Yeah, it's an awkward spot, that's for sure. Definitely am having my worries now. We've still got, of course, that one pause, but yeah, I'm not loving life so far. Very, very tough predicament to try and get back into this. And I think all credit has to be given to 9 Pandas for how good their team set has been across both maps. And it feels like it'd be more of the same here. This gun round's so important for Eclot. If you lose this, 9 Pandas are 2 rounds away, more or less, from the game. They don't bank around, and Dylan Dare's going to get out in front of it. That's such confidence in his own ability. You just got to respect it.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? It's really, really fine work, and puts even more pressure. They've lost MBQ to start with. There is a player waiting for them. Dilladez, are they aware? This was checked in the first half. We'll see if they're going to be... Oh, the timing is absolutely crazy. Dieter goes straight down. No head armor on anybody, and there wasn't on Dieter either. So even the Galil there is going to be doing quite a bit of damage. They are back to the A yard, and it is actually back into a 3 versus 3. I feel like for Eclot here, this has to be around. They've got to find a way to turn this. Otherwise, they're gonna lose their grasp on Train, I believe. Bomb being planted. And the Alive realizing there might be some danger here. He's gonna go straight down. Mikey and 4C, they are sneaking out the back here. They don't have a kit currently. There is a way, maybe, with the element of surprise, to get an early kill, make it a quick 2v2. There is something to be worked for here, but unfortunately, it's going to work out the other way. And this is one of the classic problems on Train. If you are sneaking in, there's a million angles that you can get shot down from. So, very, very hard to find a way through. They don't have the money, and they are starting to really slip behind here.
Oh man, I mean, it's a really dire spot for them. Everything's just going flat, unfortunately, for Eclot. I mean, I gotta say, Kyron continues to look so crisp, by the way. I feel like they're giving Kyron the ability to free roam, and he's just doing such a solid job of getting his kills, getting out, not overfacing that much, but even when he does, he's not being punished for it. He's 23 and 11, for God's sake. I mean, yeah, he's loving life. We got 557. Double MP9, oh my god, around this smoke, this is a little funky. That's the bomb that goes down though, but there's a good trade and a good double for Dilla Dez. Result also still here somewhere, and Cairo catches MBQ just as he maneuvers into that smoke.
Nice kill. Result not as powerful as he was on the first map, but again, who cares when you've got Chiron leading the charge? It doesn't really matter. He was anchoring
as well, right, over towards the other CT. They never went there, so he's constantly playing rotates. That's a really, really nice round from 9 Pandas. Obviously, it's not against a buy that's all too scary, but you still make it look so easy. That shows us such positive signs, and hence what we were saying earlier, that gun round, you lose that. It's 9 Pandas 2 rounds away from the map in the series, and unbelievably deservedly so as well. That's just been a great display from them. Unfortunately, this port has now turned technical, though, so you hate to see it. But
Uh-oh. Yeah, but still, what a lead for Nine Pandas. I must say, they are... they were a fun team to watch yesterday, and again, today, this is the kind of Counter-Strike I can always appreciate this, because I guess we don't know what the ceiling is or whatever, but it's far away from the kind of Counter-Strike that I just hate, where you see, you know, indecisiveness. You could see that nobody really knows, nobody's committing to anything. It's always just like, oh, we're like halfway in, halfway out of the round. I much prefer this, where, you know, you at least try, you at least give it a real good shot, and I think for Nine Pandas, like, obviously I can't say for sure, but, you know, I'm guessing the mood is going to be really good from the start. It feels like they're coming in here just enjoying the game, and that'll bring you a long way through. And the pressure probably is pretty slim, right? Like, I you know, for Chiron, it's like, you know, I'm just here doing what I can. What does it matter, you know? It's not even necessarily my team. As far as we know, he's not, you know, going to be joining the lineup right now. Maybe that changes, I don't know, in the future, but there's so little pressure for him to just show up, do the best that he can, and enjoy the time in the sunshine here. It's really sick. 11-7. So we do move into round number 19, and already pushing their way out. That is super dangerous. The Alive is still going to get traded, and as is very, very common, he's going to be the only person actually at the site. Deep nades on NBQ, and he's out in the open. So dangerous. I'm shocked that he doesn't get traded there, but they have the man advantage at the very least, so we'll see if they can build something behind it here.
BQ, big kill from him. Vitor sneaking around, catches Dilla there. That's nice work. Oh my god, Eclot, we needed that massively. And not only did we need the round to go in your favor, the fact that it's a round taken and cleanly too, only the one casualty, it's a big sigh of relief. Keeps them in this game just a little bit. But even still, 4-9 Pandas. Still plenty of rounds to work with to just get this map over the line. And we're still yet to be convinced as to why we've picked into train. I think is the big kind of point for us. Why have we gone for this map for Eclot? What is the thought process behind this? Because even some of these plays, they don't look like a side who are completely well drilled on it. And I think obviously, you know, part of it comes down to also, I feel like some of the individuals just aren't aligned. MBQ and the Alive in particular have obviously been quite quiet. But yeah, they're really not on their game. That's a big kill though. Very big kill on towards Karen to start things off.
I mean, it's now or never. Run boost on over. 4C. Is he double scope?
Yeah, he must have been.
Oh, that's so wild. It is a classic train maneuver. It goes back as far as I can remember, really, so it's not the first time. Nice little flick there as well from Crad. Very accurate. And MBQ gonna get smoked off once again, it looks like, so bit of an uncomfortable position. The Alive sneaking in. I don't know how he got here, but he's found a position. 3 versus 3 now. And a very chaotic round. It's so easy to lose control up here. Does have the right position. Ooh. Super smart play. Takes down Chalfie. The bomb is back towards T main, and I don't know, Dynamite Eclot. Maybe there's some life still left in them. If they win this round, I mean, there's quite a lot of money on some of the 9 Pandas players here, so they're not going to get the instant relief of being up against Glocks in the next round, but they can claw their way back slowly, and that's good enough. 40 seconds here. Truth is, if they find MBQ out here, then there is still a way to get the bomb planted. It could be kind of a nasty round all the same.
Really difficult angle because they've already fought somebody there earlier. They just might not expect that position to be kind of reclaimed. 19 seconds though. We've got to go, fellas. They might just get caught in the crosshair. In all fairness, there's the first and the second MBQ. Great work. Good round across the board for Dynamite Eclot. That's a really clean one taken. I think The Alive does super well over towards B. Both kills found are excellently timed, and then MBQ stepping up. It started well. It was a nice little boost across, but in the end, that double that starts things off with Crad picking up the AWP this time ends up amounting to nothing. So Eclot back in this game, 2-round game between them tying it up, but also still with 9 Pandas 2 rounds away from taking the map in the series. So it's really on a bit of an edge here, and there's still so much money to work with for 9 Pandas, which makes things all the more awkward.
Yeah, I think fighting through that money is definitely it's one of the big challenges right now. We'll see if they can. They do kind of have everybody in the game. Like, it's good to see that there isn't a person here who's dropping 3 kills or something like that.
Yeah.
MBQ maybe a little bit lower, but it's not disappearing from the game levels. So that is, I think, is a positive sign all the same. Very, very normal defense right here with a bit of a stack in the yard. Maybe a little bit more uncommon to even see them having 2 people at the B-bomb site, but I don't hate it. And so far, it's just a waiting game for Nine Pandas, trying to force out some of the utility here. Chiron not quite ready for this position. It's used so much, and it still so often is overlooked. Nice little spray. Oh, they're going to know it as well in the flashbang. Wow. I think that stopped him from actually getting into the fight. He wanted to help his teammate out. More deep grenades. 4C just gets blown open, and it's a 2 versus 3. Oh, nice shot. Maybe a chance here for the Alive. He's going to have to try and clutch this for his team. Bomb not planted yet, but it will be soon.
This is a little weird. How low Shalfie is. Maybe still a world here. Bomb. Going to be planted open. Maneuvering around, crowd, right idea, right find as well. We were left with bated breaths for a real moment there, just because of how low Shalfie was. And Craig gets tagged up too, but nonetheless, it is Nine Pandas who recover that round well, and of course now find themselves map and series point here. Elimination on the brink for Dano Eclot, and we are still in that spot, and I'll continue to say it, questioning why did we pick into train? The inherent risk. If Nine Pandas have floated this, they've obviously got their ideas, and so far they do. It also helps having Chiron go 24 and 14. Loving life in the server, but still, beautiful work. Made that 25. Looking for 26. Can't quite get it. Full flash. Mikey delivers. It's Crad elsewhere, alongside Resold, who start to pull this Eclot side apart.
Yeah, they're having way too much of a good time. 3 versus 2. Mikey, oh, he pulls out the USP and somehow is just able to get it, but Result, he knows that he's back there somewhere, so eventually should be able to find the timing against him. It's a wide swing, and it will be Mikey. There's no escape. He can't get out of that corner. Gonna go back and pick up the bomb now, and 4C with the AWP. One advantage maybe here is there's a lot of time before the bomb goes down, so there is a chance that... Oh, he gets spotted. Never mind. Straight headshot to bring him down, and just like that, Pandas with a massive victory, I must say. Very well done. A 2-0, and again, they just look like they really enjoy the game, and you can kind of tell they're just having a fantastic time at the server.
Yeah, honestly, just really impressive. I really liked what I saw there from Nine Pandas, and for Dano Eclot, it just wasn't the series for them. The individuals couldn't get online. We didn't see that level that we saw against Fnatic, and I think it probably brings that conversation a bit back of, you know, maybe this was more so Fnatic massively underperforming in that previous series rather than Eclot sort of being this real giant killer of a side, because it never got going there against Nine Pandas. Across the whole series, there was flashes of brilliance and moments here and there, but I think, especially when we found moments for Eclot, it was actually just more so that Nine Pandas at the foot off the gas. They were coasting. They could afford to coast as well, and sometimes they caught them off guard. There was just no consistency. So credit where it's due. I think Nine Pandas have really shown what they've got, and trained them at that. I think they actually can incorporate it towards their pool. There were some nice moments. Yeah,
I've actually got to say I was really impressed with their train. The amount of rounds where there was kind of, whether it was the letters deep towards kind of Ivy, CT spawn, or there was a round where Shalfie was out in hell within 20 seconds. It seemed like there was so much freedom allowed for kind of an individual in each round. It was as though, you know, the calling was just, okay, well, Chiron, you know what, see what you can find here in Pop Dog, or you know, let's push out towards B. It seemed like the amount of kind of deep lurks within the first 10-15 seconds of each round, it really caught out DNE. Look, I think DNE, they looked a little bit better on train than I think many would have expected, but look, you're against Nine Pandas, you're against a side that have been quite established for quite some time to be, you know, with the individuals they've got. I was very impressed with Chiron. I think for Eclot, it's a tough one, because I think it's clear they've got stuff on train, but it's not enough to really be picking it. And I think there would have been many other maps that they could have done a little bit better on. But obviously for Pandas, great for them. They've got themselves to the semi-finals now. They're just going to have to patiently wait for this next game to kind of determine who they are going to be against. But look, any final thoughts, Anders? What, you know, MVP being Chiron? That's a fair assumption, right?
Yeah, you'd be crazy to argue against that. Look at the rating there. That's wild. I mean, I think my final thoughts just are keep playing like this. If you can keep this kind of atmosphere alive on the 9 Pandas side, I think that's how you can go really, really far. Like at the end of the day, even if we're talking about players who are, the professional players and trying to make big careers and all the rest of it, at some point it has to be some fun in the game too, and playing this kind of style, I think is just it's going to carry them a long way. So super enjoyable. We'll see if they run into a lot of opposition and they get shut down. Maybe that'll take some of the wind out of their sails. But for now, I'm just thinking it's really enjoyable. So I'm surprised they made it this deep. I wasn't gonna pick 9 Pandas to end up in the semifinals, but it's cool to see them.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I've got to say for D&E, right? You look at that nuke game; it was 13-7, and there weren't that many positives to take away. But you look at the opening kills; there was 20 rounds; it was 10 apiece. It seemed like Eclot should have been a little bit closer in that one. They should have had a bit more competition, and I think for Eclot as well, there was moments on train where they were the ones to find the opening kills. It just seems as though there's kind of a player could have a big moment. Obviously, we saw all that kind of Chiron quad kill in Pop, which was just absolutely ridiculous. And it seems like D&E, the first 10-15 seconds of round, pretty nice, but they just seem to fumble whether they've got an advantage or not. And I think that's something they definitely need to work on. Obviously, though, with this first series coming to a close, we can kind of, well, we've just seen the bracket. And look, now, what are your kind of initial expectations for this next game?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few different ways. I feel like part of me wants to really, lead into kind of how we've had upsets across the board. But I was actually incredibly impressed with Partizan in the previous CCT, right, in Series 17. And I think for me, they're a side who actually have a lot to offer up. And, yesterday, they were obviously kind of a bit of a roster move. I think it's going to be in effect here as well, where Madden's now playing in replace for Emmy. I love that move. I think Madden, this is a player who has so much to offer up. I think it can be really, really cool as well. Emmy obviously taking a step back, I think, for somewhat of kind of personal reasons. But BC Game, they've got a tough task on their hands here. But on the flip side, BC Game's form recently has also been pretty incredible. This is a side who, beat Astralis 2-0 to qualify for IEM Dallas. They've locked in a tier 1, LAN round the corner. This is a side that are also been really ramping up in towards tier 2 at kind of the top end as well. And we all know that these guys, at one point in their career, have all been kind of at that top level, basically bar prime taps, right? And I think, all of them have played at, tier 1 competitions in the past. So BC Game, I think, would come in as the on-paper favorites. But I think, what we've learned from Series 17 is you just cannot sleep on Partizan. And if Madden has been fully integrated at the moment, where he's actually had time to practice with this team and play to the level that he can play at, it's setting up for me to be probably the best series of the day.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting. Obviously, it is kicking off at 12 UK time, obviously 1 CET. We've got a little bit of a break. We've got about an hour or so, and then we'll be into the action for that second series. So look, set your timers, get yourself a drink, and have a little bit of a break before we head into that second series of today. Welcome back, everyone. Second quarterfinal of the day, and I'm excited for this one for many reasons. I think there's so many different ways this game can go. Both BC Game and Partizan have looked electric so far, and I think the remaining of this game is going to be brilliant. But look, now, as we head into this one, what are your initial interpretations of how this game's going to go?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, BC Game coming as the favourites just because of recent performances from them, right? This is a side, I have to go back to that IM Dallas qualification in the close qual where they took down Astralis, a really good run there from them, and they just looked fantastic. This is a side that have really been ramping up. I think Nexus massively come into his own as well, so he's been looking awesome. But on the flip side, Partizan, previous into us Series 17, were incredible themselves, going all the way to the final. Some incredibly dominant games for them too, so who knows, man? It's a wild time, I think, and especially Partizan having a stand-in, I guess you could technically say, or Madden coming in for Emmy. There's also a change up there, so how long is that going to take to be unified and all the rest? So it's up in the air, but I think BC Game should come in as the favourites.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting one. And look, why don't we just get straight into it? Why don't we get into the kind of meat and gravy of the pre-show, I guess, and bring up the rosters. We can start with BC Game. And Anders, I'll come to you here because it seems like this BC Game roster are looking really good. They've got great individuals.
Oh, yeah.
Synergy might be lacking. How do you think that's going to play a part with their endeavours to take victory in this quarterfinals today?
I think right now they're at the stage of the project where, they seem to be having a good time. They've got a lot of great ideas, and I mean some of their individuals are just really lethal. Nork, I think, is still proven to be a really proficient AWP player, and it's really fun to see. I will say this though, they did actually struggle to close that game against Nexus, the Romanian team. So even if their results are good, and I totally agree, I've also seen a side of them where they have some weaknesses. Like every once in a while, like the things just aren't quite working out, and it's a little bit chaotic. So I think it's just more time together will probably solve these things. But I think they're a really formidable roster, and again, Nex, both from a leadership position, but also as an individual, I think he's got so much to win back in terms of his reputation. That I'm sure he's going to be like top motivated to make this work. So I love this team. I think it's really cool. It's a really fun story with these guys that have been thrown together. Obviously Jake been playing since forever. It's a really fun project.
Yeah, I think it looks good. Obviously, they've played together on previous rosters and iterations, and it seemingly seems like they found their home here on BC Game, and I hope they can continue. Because, look, they are really kind of outshining maybe their initial expectation. On the flip side, though, for Partizan, obviously now I'll come to you here. This is a roster that we've seen quite a lot of synergy from throughout the years. Obviously, a majority of this team have been playing together for years and years, back on iNation in 2021. So, look, they're going to have a lot of protocols in place. How far do you think they can go here, though, in the CCT?
Yeah, I mean, I generally think that this is sort of the game which, you win this, I think they go all the way to the final, right? I feel like this matchup in itself feels a bit like a final, right? These are two very, very solid sides at the moment, but I like this side a lot. I think the Vladen pick up in towards the previous sort of iNation core, really solid. He's got a lot of experience playing in a variety of different teams now, but he's just a really solid player himself. And obviously, you want the full lineup, but Emmy is sort of taking a step back. Madden's not a bad player to pick up by any means. A guy just coming out of Tier 1, fresh out of Tier 1 as well. So around this side, I think there's a lot to like. Collins will now be picking up the calling, which will be interesting. They've got, of course, Choi, the coach, who's coming only about a month and a half, 2 months ago, and he can also offer a lot of insight too. And then you've got these two-star players, Dragon and Kindo. Kindo on the AWP, unbelievably crisp, so damn clean with that. And Dragon, he is the hero rifler. He is the guy that takes over the server. So this Partizan team are super scary to play against. A lot of teams have kind of come in, taking their foot off the gas, and have really, really struggled to kind of put up a result against them. So I'm excited. I really just wonder just how much time Madden's really had to play with this team. Is he sort of prepared by any means, or is it just we'll just see how it goes, play for now while we need a stand-in, and maybe things work out?
It's crazy to me because you look at this old iNation roster. Dragon was the AWPer. On CSGO, Dragon was always AWPing there. He looked absolutely insane. In the change to CS2, he's maneuvered to a rifle, which I feel like a lot of people have kind of looked at that and gone, okay, well, it's a bit odd. Sometimes you'll see him on that second AWP, but I think the fact that he has looked so good on a rifle now, it just goes to show that he has got so much in the locker. Not only is it kind of his AWPing prowess back in the day, but now moving to a rifle, 1.2 rating or near about. Obviously, I think both these teams have looked really good. I think they are stacked with individuals. I think synergy for Partizan might be a little bit more impressive, but I think the funny thing here is we've got all 5 of those ex-Bleed players in this server. Obviously, 4 of them on the BC Game side. Vlad in here for Partizan. Do you think that's going to play a part? Because obviously Vladimir would have played under Nexer. He understands the calling style. He understands kind of how this BC game roster are going to want to play. And Anders, do you think there's going to be kind of any indication that Vladimir can maybe kind of, I guess, counter-strat here?
Yeah, I mean, there's the, even if it's not, countering one specific strategy in a round, I think a lot of it is going to come down to like having a sense of how does this guy like to play. Like you have some kind of a feel for how a person likes to deal with certain situations, and often that can be enough to kind of get you a couple of seconds of advantage if you know, I know whenever they're in a 3v5 and this is going on, like they typically try and do this, or I have a good sense of it. So I imagine there's going to be a lot of stuff like that. Like that is going to be really, really important. I'll say this as well, just to I think out of that previous Falcons disaster, I actually think Madden came out looking like, for me, the best player in that team in some sense. Like, not that he necessarily universally has to be better than Sunpais and all the rest of them, but I think Madden proved, like, all the way to the end. Like, I saw him play with, like, incredible motivation. Like, he seemed to give 100% in every single game that I could see. Now, sure, maybe he was fighting for his own future and a contract and all the rest of it, but, like, a lot of the other guys, to me, at the end, just seemed like they'd already given up. So, I have a lot of respect for Madden in that sense. I think he's a really fun player, and I think he is, as far as I can tell, like, he's the kind of player you would want on a team just for the level of dedication that he's going to put into every single round. Like, it's hard to find that. So, yeah, just glazing Madden a little bit here, but I'll happily do it.
Yeah, like I think quite rightly he's looked pretty decent. Obviously, to touch upon Madden, we know that he's going to be brought into this roster for Emmy, or at least on a standing basis. It means that the in-game leader's going to be a bit of an awkward one. We're not too sure, but Neo, you've got something to say about this, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, this, for me, I think is the big thing when we talk about in-game leading. I think, first of all, for BC Game, everything seems to be slotting into place quite effectively, but I think that'll happen, of course, when you have 4 to 5 players who've played together for a while. It's just prime tap sort of slotting in there. On the flip side, when you look at Partizan, Collins, he's not done all the calling really at all, but he's played with Emmy for years. Those two have always been a dynamic duo. So as much as he's not naturally an in-game leader and he's not naturally somebody who usually goes in towards that role, I don't think it's going to be as hard as sort of other situations where a team will lose their IGL, just because this is a guy who knows the exact type of calls he'll play. The only issue for me, though, is that in terms of where Collins likes to play, in terms of his positions, it's not naturally where an IGL would play, right? IGLs normally want to play in the middle of the pack and kind of be in the thick of it, because then they can kind of make calls on the fly. I do wonder now whether that changes up a little bit. Then is Collins then taking Emmy's positions and then Madden taking Collins' positions? But if we're doing that, that's actually quite a lot of changes to be making sort of on the fly. So you kind of naturally want to be saying, right, Madden, you just take Emmy's spots and we'll just try and continue things as they go. But even then, it could be a little weird. So I think for Partizan, this could be some real teething issues here. So they just try and figure out new IGL in a way, but not a new style of calling, and slotting in a new player as well. It could be tough, but they've got the individuals to still be super scary.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think an important factor will be the vetoes, and you look at both these teams' stats regarding all the maps, they look like they've got very strong map pools, but obviously I think that's coming off the back of hot form from either side. But Anders, anything we can expect here?
Well, again, I'm just automatically assuming that Train is going to be out early on, but the fact that it's not been banned yet, gives me hope. I'd love to see some more of it. I feel like Ancient is CCT seems to be like a permanent fixture of it, so hopefully we can get that in there. We all kind of love it. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I mean, again, when you don't have your IGL on the Partizan side, I wonder if that will affect the veto in some sense. That could definitely be happening at some stage here, just because, like, maybe this is also a chance to try something different, maybe see if you can slip something interesting through. Nuke, obviously, and a map that Partizan like to play. Maybe there's something there, but yeah, it's interesting to see the BC game didn't ban it out initially. Yeah, there we go. All right, they do pick it up.
Yeah,
Nice.
I think this is an interesting one. I'm not 100% sure. I think these vetoes might be a little bit incorrect.
That's what I'm thinking.
I feel like it's got to be in reverse, right?
I think these. No, I think these are the vetoes that we had in the 9 Pandas game. I'm pretty sure. I'm not too sure whether
It
there's.
is.
Yeah, so I think the vetoes that we've got, we can see it on HLTV. I believe already they've kind of gone through there. So actually, it's removal of Nuke and Train, kind of as you expected, Anders, and kind of as you said. We should have seen those maps come through. And then obviously Ancient Train. Ancient Inferno, sorry. I think these are quite interesting ones because they probably lean a little bit more towards BC game. They look really good on Inferno. They look really good on Ancient. And maybe coming into the favourites, the fact they've got 2 of the stronger maps here, things could be quite dangerous for Partizan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this actually with this veto. I think in particular, Inferno is probably the one that I'm looking at as just sort of, if you're a new side and you're sorting in a new player, there's a real world in which a lot of gaps can open up in a team. And we know that on a puggy map like Inferno, they'd be happy to fight BC Game. They've got the individuals to also do the same exact things. Dust2 going to be on the side there. All in all, it's quite a puggy veto, right? Ancient Inferno, Dust2, all maps in which have very, very strong T sides. So I'm actually looking forward to this. I think this could be a really, really good game coming forward.
Yeah, and look, I think the one problem maybe with Inferno is the gamble calls and the fact that maybe there's not a traditional in-game leader on the side of Partizan. It could come back to bite them. But Ancient just got word that it's going to be underway in a matter of moments, and I'm excited for this one because Partizan, it's a chance for them to kind of show what they can do. Obviously, bringing in this kind of newest player. The question is, right, when it comes to this Partizan roster, obviously they made such a deep run in in Series 17 and arguably could have taken the crown. I think that's got to be what they're pushing for here. But look, I'm excited for this series. As you said, now it's kind of a quote-unquote grand final in itself with the caliber of teams. So look, lads, take it away. I'm enjoying what Ancient has to offer.
Oh yeah, let's go. Getting into it now. Inferno is the second map too, so I'm kind of been looking at that map quite a bit recently. See if we can have some fun with that one, even if it is one of the more stale maps sometimes. But Ancient to begin with, I'm excited for it. Let's get the show on the road. And do think the hut is a bit wrong, so hopefully we'll update the team names. It is going to be Partizan on the CT side, and it will be our opponent's a BC Game playing that T side to begin with. See how this one works out. Vladin is here. They do have almost the entire team, in fact, towards that B bomb side. This is looking like a very, very tough defense to break through. There's no kit either, so even with the bomb plant here, because they're so close, I don't think the kit is going to make the major difference. It might just be down to the USPs. Vladin getting a couple of kills there, but actually Cypher's just answering back in quick fashion. It's Madden finally to try and calm them down a bit, and we've ended up in a 2 versus 2 all of a sudden.
All right, we get spicy. Bit of damage, Mad another kill as well. What an introduction to this team. He's now thrust into a 1 versus 1 and he's spamming away and he misses. I can't believe it. HP was low for Jacob, but he makes it stick. That is so fortunate. Madden does so well for every fight, bar the 4th one, which he just falls a little flat.
That's, yeah, that's interesting. It felt like the last one was going to be the easier one. Don't think he was necessarily under that much pressure, but it does go the way of BC Game, so not at all bad. You see the swing here for Jacob, 25 health. Yeah, I think he knew as well, man, and he's thinking, oh, man, that could have been it. But it goes the other way instead, so an early start here. So a couple of Mac 10s picked up. There is actually a Hero M4 on Dragon, so that's kind of exciting. Again, we're seeing it creep in every once in a while. It's not the first time. But just trying to see if they can really put some pressure on. And actually the rest, I mean, they did kind of force up behind it a little bit more. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, maybe this could work out. It could actually be a big surprise for BC Game that they run into this M4.
True. We'll see. Slow for now, though. 1 minute 10 on the clock. No decision being made. I've been really impressed, I gotta say, with Nexa. I think, in his leadership roles, obviously an experienced member of the side, but I actually think numbers-wise, he's looked absolutely fantastic for BC Game. There's the rifle. There's one. There's 2. Dragon is so damn clean. What a start for him, but Vladin then gonna get caught.
I mean, it's still pretty good, right? Done some damage. See if the Deagles could find anything more. Kindo on the other side there. Trying to see Collins all the way back towards CT spawn. Going to be a very deep flashbang. Actually, a couple of shots that go right over their head. That could have been very scary. Prime taps. Just getting the kill, I think, is fine. That should be able to calm things down. There's no kit, so not a big reason why BC Game really have to fight anything. They are sort of squaring up against them, but they could have just fallen back as well and been very, very safe. So at the end of it, it's going to be another round in their favor. Unfortunately, the M4 there is going to be lost somewhere in the middle. So, a bit of a shame for the force up here that they don't get more done, especially when they get those 2 early kills. You're dreaming of having more of an impact, but they just don't succeed in that, so. PC Game, they march on. It's a decent start right now.
I wonder whether Collins got that kill right at the end there. It was Jacob. He was moving through cave, and Collins was holding for it. He spotted him jumping in. But Dragon does well with first 2. If he had a bit of support, who knows what that round could have amounted to, but it was just the one man. I'm going to assume Jacob actually did die there, hence by the fact that he's low, but at the same time, there's no time to recover the gun. Either way, 2-0 start for BC game. Good work. And Partizan, unfortunately, with the force buy in the previous, nothing really too much to do in this one. Got a Deagle. 5-7. And I'm hoping Madden can do a bit of the heavy lifting here. Same for Collins, playing in around cave. It should be a BC game third, though, and a really good start. T-side of Ancient. Just get out the gates. Honestly, nice and comfortably. Make it smooth. Make it feel quite seamless, and give yourself a really decent chance at scaling in towards this game. So, beautiful work is what I'm seeing so far from this BC game side. They just back themselves. They know how good of a side they can be.
Yeah, they should have that kind of confidence. Like I said, there was a bit of a collapse at one point during Nexus where it sort of seemed like some of the focus kind of went away and we saw a couple of interesting mistakes, but apart from that, the results do kind of speak for themselves a little bit here. Cypher gonna get caught, weird position, picks up an AK, and Dragon, if he wins that fight, is absolutely on. It could have been very, very bad spiral to go down for BC game, but you know what? They pick it up once again, and the rest of the round here should be fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
They know that the Deagle's back here on Madden, so smoke it off again. Just use the utility. There's no reason you go on any crazy fights or do anything wild. Just make sure you win the rounds, even if you have the better weapons. It's not worth the risk.
I gotta agree. Don't want to lose any guns over is the main thing. Just keep them in your control. Eagle gets close there. You're gonna get it in the end. Madden shooting on where the smoke was breaking open in those gaps. You're sticking around to see what you can get, but a B-ball for Madden. He's really come out firing on all cylinders in towards this game. You know, the round's going to be lost regardless, but you're making it expensive, so you take the silver linings. Down he goes eventually, but honestly for him, there, job done, Anders. And actually, the pistol will get one more at the end, so not bad at all. That's a very expensive round for BC game.
Yeah, you absolutely will take that. Couple losing way more than you were expecting for sure. Early on, even here, it's there is a chance for this to go horribly wrong. Imagine it now if you look back and you say, "What if Dragon does win that fight?" It could have definitely happened, but regardless, it is going to be another round here. So they are accumulating a couple of wins here. I guess that's good news. The USP at the end, just doing some work.
It's alleviating a lot of pressure, and I think ultimately that for me feels like a pretty big thing, just generally speaking. All in all, this first gun round is of the utmost importance, and I like this angle for Vlad that it might get overlooked, and it does. He gets both. Beautiful. Cypher and Prime Taps. Cypher, you can give him maybe the benefit of the doubt, but Prime Tap's got to do better on the trade here, and a shoulder spotted, which Madden punishes. Oh, it gets plucked by Nork, though, on the jump peak.
Just hanging around at the back, very low health, so the more forward he moves, the more dangerous it becomes. Oh, hold on. Speaking of danger, Jacob. Oh, he could line up an easy double. No one's checking it. Oh, they should both be dead. Collins.
Quick switch.
Yeah, he's just found the worst time for that. Oh, no. BC game. They might be right back in this round here. Partizan. They had the 2-on-4. It's such a setup for them. Bomb's going to be planted now. And they are covering this really, really well. Another smoke goes in towards CT spawn, so they can't be sure that no one's coming through that direction, but eventually, surely, they're going to be realizing that someone is up here. Bomb is planted for Nork's angle as well, so even if Jacob dies here, it's not necessarily that bad. Grenade around the corner. Jacob, easy with the spray down, and Vladen, just walk away. There's nothing you can do at this point. No help for it at all, so that is one hell of a steal of a round here. BC game converting a 2-on-4 just by position alone there for Jacob. That's sick.
Yeah, massive heavy lifting gets done by him. Super impressive. Super impressive. I think, you know, again, if we can get BC game really rolling through the rounds like this and having the individuals take over like that as well, It's good to see. He's 8-1 out the gate. And it started so well for Partizan. I think that's the thing that really will kill their momentum a little bit. They got the opening 3 kills, and things slipped away. It's a quick shot from Nork. We highlighted that, but it's this one here. The panic quick switch from Collins. It's brutal, man. It really, really is. Jacob's done such a superb job in this one. They needed a hero, and, well, they got him.
Okay, well, not the best start that we've seen. Partizan, that last round should have been it. That should have been their ticket back into the game really early on. And they did win some great fights at the start of it. They do have the M4 and the AK still picked up, so there is something to fight for here. Smoke on Madden, Molotov on Madden, but apart from that, it's not the most exciting weaponry. And BC Game are playing this round very slowly, and I can't understand why. They know that the economy is going to be really busted on the Partizan side. They don't want to get trapped by anything weird that might be happening at the start of the round. See, Collins is thinking about something here. Going to be a boost on over for Madden. Might not expect that if you're peeking this corner. That might be kind of hard to read. No, is he seeing it? He is.
Oh, wow.
That is sickening. I don't know how he realized, but very, very nice peek there. Thought for sure he was going to be dead or at a minimum get taken quite low.
Oh my god, what's up there? Yeah, Nork single-handedly doing everything. And it just for the briefest moment there, Collins, in the panic of his teammate falling, looks to the left-hand side, thinking that there might be a push on towards the site, and that allows for the cave player to then pounce. And Cypher gets his. It's such an unfortunate way for that round to fall apart for Partizan. The first kill, how does he just innately know to clear that, first of all? Brilliant work from Nork. Then the second he spots the gun barrels and he punishes with that. And the third, Cypher gets gifted over. Wonderful, wonderful work. This is a pretty scary game developing right now for Partizan in particular. Yes, it's your opponent's map pick, but they're just playing so well. They're not making too many costly mistakes.
Yeah, they're really not. And, I mean, in the beginning, I guess, PC Game, they were losing some rifles, right? But you can forget about that pretty quickly when you go into a couple of rounds like these, where suddenly it's on, you know, you're just making it work. A second peak as well for Nork. I mean, they're gonna be remembering that for a while.
Yeah. Ah, brutal stuff.
Okay,
so,
well,
attack pause, and understandably, I think for Partizan, they need to shut this down. You know, we're gonna come back in with a buy, but no one's really popped off so far. Collins yet to frag in his new IGL role. Kindo slow to start on a pretty favorable map, and you know, dragging 2 of those kills away, he was on a rifle against, you know, no support in a lost round. So even still, it's, you know, it's a worrying thing. We're not getting really the individuals online.
do need something more here. That one round that they already had where they did have the openings, they didn't convert that 2-on-4. I mean, again, how many more chances like that are you going to get? That might not be that easy. Nice grenades. Very, very deep onto North. Surprised that he was in position to actually get hit by anything there. Some slow mid control coming out from BC Game. Oh, not slow at all for Collins. He was sick of waiting around. He pushes through, takes down Nork. That is wildly aggressive. Now, they know that he's down here, so I don't know what that means. I mean, if they really wanted to, I guess they could spend, you know, 25 seconds to go and find him. They almost have to. Oh, Madden, the timing is weird, but even more so for Nexa, perhaps, who was, again, worried about the fact that there's someone back there. He knows that Collins is hanging around, so that's why Nexa is awkwardly spinning around, even while being on the bomb site. What a bizarre round so far. 3 versus 4 here, and Madden walks straight into the shot from Cypher, so the round is still on. Collins has made his way back into the site here, so at least they know that, and they're clearing it out. So he spent a lot of time, like, he's really cost them a lot already. But the question is, can he stop Cypher from shooting him in the back? There's a pillar between him and Cypher right now, and they know Cypher's in there. Oh, it's so close, but Cypher's the one getting caught here, and he almost manages to... he could have died for nothing there. He could have died without doing any damage. At least he did a little bit here. Kindo walks in, and we know he's good. He's going to be taking out Jacob. Bomb planted, and if anything touches Prime Tabs, he's dead. It'll be the FAMAS with a headshot, bit overkill perhaps, but Who cares? Partizan, they're finally in the round. This was an absolutely... This is sort of a circus round in many ways.
Yeah, it was chaotic and not for the right reasons. It was actually pretty badly played from BC Game in terms of they had positions which felt like advantages and they just don't capitalize upon them. Super weird. And a couple of those fights, they're just getting caught completely in no man's land. Like Cypher, even there, he should expect that there's going to be some sort of progression on towards his position, but he falls a little asleep. I don't even mind Prime Tap's going down at the end. He actually had to fight here. It's a 1v2 and he's low HP. He has to try and isolate. So Partizan finally get around, which is great for them, but we're going to need some consistency. We need consecutive rounds of the board to convince us that wasn't just a fluke. For BC Game, they need to wind their neck in a little bit. They went very loose in that one, and it was a little rough. I'm going to start again. Dragon in towards elbow. Does well.
They've got to basically try and win almost the rest of the rounds here for Partizan. I won't rule out the fact that they can, but obviously right now the money is a little bit questionable. Cypher, interesting that he's not... He is sort of ready, right? Like, it's a great movement, right? He grenades his way through, gets the kill, spins around. He knows that's where the next fight's going to be happening, but it just seems like he's not quite ready regardless. Good shot from Madden pushing on through to avenge the kill, but I think there's definitely a world in which Madden just dies outright there. Pushing down the bottom of the ramp is Madden, by the way, over at the B bomb site. So he's getting an enormous amount of information, and it's one of the things I think Madden does really well is take these kind of initiatives for his team. Which is one of the reasons I was glazing him earlier on. It's Nexa and Prime Tabs. See what they can do here. They've already won 1, 2 versus 4. They should not be able to win another one. If they do that, I'm going to say Partizan probably don't stand a chance on this map. You give away 2 of those rounds, like you can't expect to win the game, or at least the map.
No, exactly. Next to throwing that Molotov does indicate a guarantee where they're going, and the bomb going down will
actually sick.
It. This is a very doable round now in this 2 versus 3.
Yeah.
Both of them are pretty healthy, and next only take 3 points of damage. This is absolutely on. Time ticking, and surely Prime Test gets completely overlooked here, and it does. Madden gets caught 2 versus 2, round back on as well. This is getting dicey. There's a big flank happening from Nexa. We've got to go, but the bomb's not planted for Nexa either, so this still feels a little awkward. Tap on towards the bomb and a body block here, but they don't stick it, and Nexa's flank ends up being very, very good. Prime Taps swing and they find a 2 versus 4. That is masterfully played by BC Game.
Yeah, super, super sick. The problem that they had really as well in that, right towards the end, is that the kit was on Kindo. So he's out in the open, right? So they tapped the bomb, but it's a 10-second defuse. So I think they just wanted to tap it and lure somebody into the fight, and that makes a lot of sense, but they just had no idea about the positioning. BC Game moving around so much, like all of these kills towards the end basically are off the back of BC Game just winning the positional game throughout. And remember earlier in the 2v4, it was Jacob with positioning able to get it. Okay, that's the start. Those lineups are just becoming really scary. Cypher goes down, but BC Game with 2 2v4 victories already in this half. It's just absolutely outrageous. Partizan, they've got to find a way to stop that from happening.
Yeah, it's true. Because they're actually not starting badly into rounds. That's the issue. It's just the fact that they're in the late round getting isolated. They're not playing together. Opening kill. Again, it's great. Cypher gone down and, world to work with here. But so it could be a little funky. You want to hit towards this B site. 2 players there to meet them. A third not too far away in rotations as there is still shelf presence.
Collins just, going a bit crazy in the corner. Looked fairly erratic, but again, it's a hard position to clear right here. Can Molotov it, but that doesn't always necessarily work. And even if it does, you're really signaling, hey, we are going to be showing up here. We're coming for this position, so you're giving away some of the game too. Flash does pretty much nothing. Prime Tap's going to be going down right away. Nex has been spotted as well, and there's another MP9 coming in from behind. Even if Collins dies here, pretty sure Nex is going to get traded out, and they just completely obliterate them. Great defense. It's about time. Where have they been, Partizan? We know they can play better than this, and I don't think it's a question of whether or not Emmy's here or not. This is just a slow start, I think.
It is.
Hopefully they can turn this around, because they're definitely better than what they're showing right now.
Yeah, honestly, this is looking a lot better. I like, as that progression's happening from BC Gaming towards the B site, we're seeing that flank start to progress from Partizan, wrapping in towards Shelf, mid-control taken, showcasing there's no elbow presence as well, so not something that Partizan would have to worry about if there was the point of a post plant. Good round. And of course, the knock-on effect is also pretty huge. We have just the pistol out for both Cypher and Prime Taps. 2 AKs, 1 Galil. Once again, going quick here. First fine, but Madden is good with a good trade by Nexa. He still wants to push forward, but he gets caught, and they're getting shut down. The massacre on B site is simple, and Collins delivers well. Leading by example here.
They need this so badly. I think if they can turn this around and again make it a 6-6 game right now, we could probably look back and say, okay, it's a slow start. We don't like that. We don't appreciate that. But then, you know, and honestly, if it's 6-6 and you've lost in that 6-6 scoreline, you've lost 2-2v4s, I might even say whatever. Like, you know,
yeah,
that's actually pretty respect. Like, you might actually have made up for it quite a bit. So I don't necessarily hate it.
I also, the way I always think about it, if you're 6-1 down and you actually, you know, end up tied up 6-all, you've done better. You're the ones who are actually in a good spot. We can kind of just chalk it up to a slow start and say, who was the better side where it matters most heading into that second half? Well, it's a side who recovered 5 rounds in a row. So that's where I look at it for Partizan. If they're able to get towards a 6-6, without a doubt, they're the ones leading the momentum in my eyes.
Yeah, they really should be. But we'll see. We'll see. They're not there yet. This one should be much, much easier. Kindo gets the first shot here and just a line up for the AK. Dragon does go down. It's up to Nork. Okay, he's going to do a bit more damage. Probably not ideal here. Picks up the AWP. Can he throw it away somewhere? Is the big question. And get at least one more kill. They're just waiting. That bomb, unfortunately, is way out in the open. And, of course, getting the bomb plant here is going to be probably impossible. Partizan trying to play it very carefully, and I can respect that. All right, they do get rid of him. Yeah, apart from Madden. He's like, I'm sick of this. Let's go.
He's like, I'm better than you. What are we going to do? So he makes sure that one has no doubts. These rounds are looking good, though, from Partizan, aren't they? We're actually starting to feel quite hopeful about what we're getting out from them. They're nice rounds. They're being formulated well, and I think there was probably, in the early part, you know, a little bit of teething issues, I think, for Partizan in terms of the calling, right? Just trying to get it to, you know, a level where Collins feels comfortable. But I think, you know, now the game started to progress. He started to be able to essentially play this as quite, you know, just adapt on the fly, essentially. I think he's doing a really solid job. And, yeah, lot to like. 6-4. BC game back into the bye. Lose this one, though, and we should actually get a 6-all game, as money will be a little worse for wear.
It could definitely happen. And again, that, you know, it sucks to have these slow starts, especially, you know, just to reiterate again, we are playing online Counter-Strike, but because of the VRS, you know, setup, it really is important to get as many points as you can home here. It does make a big difference at the end of it. So for both teams right now, find a way to make this work. Deep grenades going in, trying to make the jump on over. They have all the mid control they could possibly want here. The question is, do BC Game have the A execute that they're looking for? It's always interesting to me when people set it up like this and they just wait. I feel like just go for it already. You know they're taking middle, or you can hear the grenades raining down, so surely you want to be quick with it. Now most of that mid defense is actually running back here, and I feel like BC Game might have missed an opportunity already. Madden lining up for what could have been an absolutely insane headshot spray down, but still, there's just so many people here. It's not locked necessarily, but it is very fortunate the BC Game get out and actually have the man lead in this afterplant, because honestly, Partizan should have been able to defend this bomb site.
It's true. And now Kindo, for him, just keep hold of it. There's just no point. He is slightly sticking around, but there's no commitment going to be made there. He knows it's not worthwhile. Get that up and get out. It's a much needed round for BC Game, though, in all fairness, with them losing control of this game quite rapidly as well. It's really going to help, but still a long road to get into this.
I've got to be honest, there's a couple of things, right? I feel like most teams that run the kind of setup that BC Game did here what they'll do is not necessarily have all 5 players towards the A bomb side, but they'll have one player that's sort of just, you know, playing in the middle to stop the defense from rotating back the way that they did. The fact that the defense was allowed to rotate back through Donut, so you essentially had 3 people at the A bomb side, that should be like an not necessarily an automatic win, but that should be a very, very strong setup for Partizan. So it kind of sucks to see that they weren't able to defend it. And again, it's a bit curious that BC Game don't have somebody who's still keeping the attention towards middle. And also, if they don't want that mid player, then why not just go straight away to the bomb side? Like, they waited a long time to allow the defense to rotate back. So a lot of questions in my mind about that, but they did win the round, so I can't really be too critical about it, can I? Round number 12 is coming up here. We do have the AWP on Kindo. He's in the middle. Position that can very much be flashed and Molotov and 10 million other things, but instead it's going to be just a quick little jump past for Jacob. He will stay alive, though. And started to try and push them back middle here. There is actually Dragon, I think, playing in front of all of this. So he's going to get flashed in for a peek. Doesn't really see anybody. And alone at the B bomb side, just one player here for Partizan.
Waiting game, but a tough one nonetheless. A lot to do. Collins often this angle gets cleared, and it's no different here. Cypher sent out and delivers. Spamming in towards long. He gets pretty close to that one tap. Away though. Could be a little weird. I feel like they might have lost their opportunity. I say that though, Kinder is a nice shot. Picked up an AK. Obviously we're going to give this a go, but a 4v4 has a chance here.
Yeah, you've got to try, right? Nexa goes down next. Okay. They're starting to get it back a little bit. They have plenty of kits. Dragon gets one more. Then it's just down to Jacob. 1 versus 2. Somebody peek him. Yeah, there we go. It seemed like for a minute they were going to allow him to you know, step further back. Crazy round. And, yeah, it's weird that this is one of the rounds that Partizan win. Think about the rounds they lost in this first half. There are so many of them. I would say that the 3-man A defense should have been theirs, and obviously both the 2 versus 4s should have been theirs as well. So, is it a good first half of Partizan? Not really, but if you view it for the scope of the kind of rounds that they lost, like, it's kind of still something, right? If they win those other rounds, they have a massive lead going into the second half. So, yeah, again, a very, very weird beginning of this game, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, it feels like neither side really capitalizing on control properly. For now, where we're at the very least, 7-5, it still is anybody's game in that sense, right? I think that's maybe something for them, but unfortunately, we have a tech pause here, so that's an unfortunate time. We kind of wanted this to really get rocking and rolling, but
true.
This pistol is very important, though, right? We get a pistol here, we can potentially start to talk about, but, you know, Partizan getting a run here. Their T sides have been really good at times. And I feel like they've obviously offered up a lot too, where they've been warming up in towards this game. And it's been the story of BC Game trying to react themselves. So, I'll have to see. But, yeah, unfortunately, tech pause there before we get there.
Yeah, they happen. What can we do? Curious if we're going to see some fun pistol action on this one. We have the smoke kit picked up on Cypher, so that's always encouraging. And it's a little bit of typing going on at the same time.
It's normally a good sign. Yeah, there we go.
Let's
Everyone
go.
typing ready. There we go. Simple, simple. All right, this pistol super important. Partizan find it and they can kickstart this T side really well.
Yeah, honestly, like it's so bizarre that it ends up the 7-5 scoreline. In a way, they should have lost all momentum from losing some of those big rounds, but they kind of haven't. So let's see what they can bring. Maybe they can get into this game in a different way. Jacob is in the middle, and he's got 10 kills so far. So he's actually the top performer right now in BC Game. Can he find just one USP kill here? He is jumping around just for information. He's not looking to die because there's nobody at the A-bomb site, right? It's a B stack for the defense. Kind of putting it all on that. Deep smoke going down towards CT spawn. So I even love the Molotov here. It actually does happen a lot that you overlook a set of dualies in that position and suddenly, you know, you just lose 2 or 3 people for no reason. So yeah, it just makes it easier. It keeps up the speed behind the attack. Unfortunately, they are pushing forward. They did get the bomb plan, but It's already a 2 versus 3 in the afterplant. Try to push out. Oh, speed is everything right now. They want to be quick with it here, BC Game. They're not going to try and slow it down. Collins and Kindo under a lot of pressure, and one of them completely separate here. Kindo, he can't really escape. It's a team kill in the middle of all the chaos, but they do have that kit somewhere on the ground. I don't know who's picked it up, but so far it feels like nobody has. So, gotta go back and find that defuse kit while they're fighting here. Okay. Going straight for the 10-second defuse is not without a risk. But they get the job done. BC Game, I do like the fast nature of that. Like, once they get the 2 kills from the aggressive side of Partizan, they say, okay, you're going to give us a 5-on-3. We're going to just use numbers to bring you down. Like, we'll win just by pushing out enough people here.
Yeah. Just by merit of that alone. Credit to it. And I think, as well, we can start discussing, you know, that flip side of where maybe, just maybe, for BC Game, as much as they... I would say like a slow ending, I guess, is probably the way to go to the half, where they lost a little bit of that control. They've still got enough of a buffer zone now, a built-up buffer zone, to keep a lot of confidence and keep that pressure really onto Partizan. This being their map pick, they sort of need to win it in a sense, right? We need to see them really showcase how strong they can be individually. And for now, all good. I am a little concerned, though, you know, for Partizan, with this back and forth and a bit of a scrappy affair that is occasionally happened throughout this game. It feels like they really can't afford to have that with now this being in this deficit that they've got. That's going to make life very difficult. Madden wants to creep up close to the smoke. Cypher's here with an MP9, but a Tech 9 as well can be pretty scary too.
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit worried as well. I feel like this has been a weird beginning for them, a weird start to the day. Prime taps for 2, does get converted. Bit of a boost up for Kindo, but he is so close to death. If anything touches him here, he's going to be gone instantly. The Molotov, surprised that it doesn't put more pressure on Jacob, but I guess at the edge of that smoke, he's found a little bit of safety, and they're gonna walk away from it. And I guess because Madden is on the other side, basically saying, hey, I've actually cleared out this part of the map. Like, I've got this part of the bomb site. Unfortunately, if he keeps going, he's probably going to die to Nork here. No, Nork a little bit slow on it. Cypher next in line, and Madden coming back in with a huge victory. That's absolutely absurd. Yeah, I feel like he should have lost at least one of those fights, but they're right back into it here. BC Game could be giving up, you know, not quite a 2-on-4, but something similar, you know, a round that they definitely should be winning.
Kindo close to this Tech 9. I don't even really know if BC Game want to give this a go. I just say sit back and sort of resetting towards the next. Jacobs could have a look. Obviously, so far, the game for him being pretty good. Best player over towards BC Game. Spots one out. That gives away his position. That makes life difficult. Flash going to come over. Only blinds up the T side. And time too far gone here as well. We have a kit on Nexus, sure, but we're not giving this a go. We can see them all retracting. Actually, Jacob's going to be tested, and down he goes. So, a 1-for-1 trade there. Partizan aren't too annoyed with that, especially it makes this round all the more nicer for them. Kindo won't get an upgrade, but it does not matter. He just about survives at 2 points of HP as well. But, beautiful stuff. Partizan had no real right winning that round, and the fact that they walk away with it is going to help out the narrative about them scaling in towards this game.
Yeah, I mean, they can build a lot behind this. It's a beginning. Madden with 16, Dragon with 11. I still think Madden on this T side. You know, we'll see how much he can come up with, but he is a very, very aggressive player. Hard to be up against it, even at the best of times. Right, 10 on Collins. There is head armor on 2 out of 3 players there on that CT side, but does mean the rest of them are way more vulnerable, not just to the MAC-10, but to the M4 or the Galil as well. Something to think about when you go into this one. But, of course, the real threat is going to be Nexa on that M4A1. So, see where he can find any kind of an impact so far. He's hanging around in the A hallways, trying to move up and see if he can join his teammates. I like this forward posturing over at A sometimes. It's can't do it too much in a half because eventually it's going to be red and it's going to get cleared in a much harder way. But the advantage should be that you kind of know more about what's happening at the B side. Although they, for some reason, they're still sticking around. A lot of them over at the A-bomb side. Jacob is only now really trying to sort of walk back, but it's going to be too late. They've lost Cypher here, and it's down to Nork. He's alone against the entire Partizan squad here. Nice headshot. Needs one more of those at a minimum. And he's not quite going to be able to. But again, I don't really expect it. I feel like for the forward position they had on A, I'm surprised that they weren't a little bit closer to the B-bomb side.
Yeah, agreed. I wonder whether the pistols maybe have a look in to see if they can get anything. In a way, because you force bought in, is it worth the risk? Probably not. You'd like to get an upgrade in towards one of those rifles, especially the premium ones of the AK or the M4, but ultimately I think just having anything to work with for BC Gaming towards the next is going to be sort of better than nothing. You know where two of them are, and like that's just one now. Swing and a miss from Collins on the second though. Nice shot from Jacob. He still remains pretty crisp, but BC Game as a whole look a little asleep, and hence where I come back as saying Partizan, the side who have been very scary to dispatch, are once again proving how scary they are. This is probably a next round which we don't expect a lot out of. So, I mean, ultimately, we should be expecting a tied game here. 8-all. There's a real world Partizan can take their opponent's map pick now. And for a while, that never felt the case. We were at 6-1 to BC Game not even that long ago.
Yeah, and I you know, I think I said in the pregame as well, I feel like against Nexus, they were, I don't want to say exposed, but they definitely, you definitely saw that there were moments where that focus and that kind of killer instinct kind of went away a bit. And that is a bit of an issue, you know. You've got to be able, especially with the, again, think of the rounds that they've been winning here. That should motivate the team. Everybody should be fired up, but it has the same kind of quality that I saw against Nexus, where I just thought, man, there is something here that looks a little bit too weak. And I think Partizan are gonna be right back into this one. I wouldn't be surprised if they make it back and win this map now. It is BC Game that ended up picking it, and honestly, that's a very nice little boost on over the smoke. Colin's gonna be going down. Madden, he's hearing the footsteps. He knows they're rotating back, so that one's for free. Not afraid to take the next fight either against Nexa. Gonna be careful here. Prime Taps is ready to fight, but Madden is still alive back here, and he's carved out a bit of a space for the bomb side right now. Unfortunately, Dragon coming in with not a lot of awareness, and he ends up going down to Nork. So, another super weird round. I feel like we've had so many bizarre rounds in this game. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, just when we start talking about Partizan should be tying the game up, you know, life looking good for them. Oh, can they even take the map pick? Immediately around at a nothing for BC Game goes their favorite. I mean, that sort of felt like the story here on Ancients. Every time there's an advantage, neither side can capitalize upon it. And another rough display. I mean, Kindo, he's going to keep out of this AK for the remainder of the 20 seconds, if he can, that is. Because a swing and a fire from Nexa will deny. BC Game extend the lead once fourth, and that's a prime opportunity for Partizan. Squandered there, and they don't have many opportunities, so they can't really afford to be squandering a lot. That's a brutal one to let slip.
Yeah, I feel like every time I make half a prediction in this game about the rounds, it's you know, something wild happens and it goes the other way. Super strange game, not at all what I was expecting, but we'll see if anyone's going to be able to, you know, to focus up and actually just follow through. Like both teams are creating great opportunities for themselves to go on some good runs and really work with it, and then it kind of, you know, they kind of falls flat again pretty quickly afterwards. So surely there's got to be some consistency at some point here.
You'd hope, because that would make our life as commentators 10 times easier, wouldn't it? But all in all, it's still such a weird and wild game.
I mean, you know, it does keep it interesting, right? It keeps us guessing. I guess that's good news.
Every round we're coming in like, okay, you know, lowish buy here, should have no chance, and they're making it stick, and you're thinking, how? You know, how many more times can I get what percentage-wise should be good, get it wrong?
So, you see the grenades that Nexa was just throwing, where he's tossing out, you know, a Molotov, then an HE, and then they basically throw the incendiary to that B ramp.
Yeah.
So there's something that NaVi do very well. A lot of teams are doing the similar kind of protocols. I was sure that if you incendiary that ramp and that's your only real protection there, surely people are going to start to smoke their way through. So I actually went back and looked at the last 6 months of NaVi games, and 6 times people have tried it, and for whatever reason, Alexi just never gets run down in in those games. So there are other teams that I think have noticed the same pattern where they say, man, one incendiary on the B ramp, like, we're just going to smoke it and run through the smoke. Who cares, you know? And what do they have on the other side? Like, because one of those two players on the B bomb side early on, in this case it was Nexa. They're busy throwing grenades. They're not even defending the ramp. They're throwing grenades. When you're coming through the smoke there's only one player who has a rifle out. But for some reason it's not as easy as it seems. So it's kind of interesting how that bomb site can very often be. You can find, even if there's two people there, one of them is just going to be permanently throwing grenades. So, but still. I guess not a lot of teams have tried it in 6 months. It was like 6 rounds against NaVi. So maybe there is an opportunity for other teams to try and exploit that a little bit more, because that just becomes such a standard set of nades to be thrown out from the CT side. Anyway, low on health here. Kindo, it's shocking he gets that one, and he was such low health that if he had won the 1 versus 3, in a way it would be, you know, in keeping with the game, that the way that's been going, it would make sense actually in the context of this game. But obviously, in the grander scheme, he should always be losing that kind of 1 versus 3. So, good job on the defense. BC game now up to 10 as they do shut this round down.
Yeah, this game still feels like it has life left in it on both sides. A BC game, that advantage they now hold is ultimately incredibly important. And the fact that it should, and I've been on here and already messed up a few times, but it should get extended to 11 is a big position. It basically means that Partizan have one true gun round left to try and shut down BC game taking their map pick. But I think regardless of how this result goes, win or lose for Partizan, they will look back and say, how was that even a contest at times? We were the better side for a lot of these rounds, and we let weird and wonderful ones slip away when they absolutely shouldn't have. And if we just start a little bit quicker, who knows? It's going to be the game of what ifs, which I think also is something that a lot of teams you never want to get into. You don't want to go into that what if conversation, because it can actually be quite mentally draining. You don't want it with a whole series left ahead of you. And it gets one, it should be shut down, and Prime Taps lines them up. Pistol round put to bed. Simple stuff. BC game 2 away.
Yeah, here we go. Finally something that's at least a little bit predictable here. Gonna be, again, not an impossible comeback, but definitely the odds stacked against them at the moment. So we go to round number 19. Also, a couple of Galils in play here. So, not necessarily a huge detriment, but sometimes you do end up on the losing side. Nice attempt at a run boost. Actually does work out. Okay, Jacob flies across. It's so powerful because you can get flashed in as well. And actually, Dragon just not even looking for it there. Nexa just standing real still at the edge. I think he was really flashed for the beginning of it. Collins, it's a kill, but unfortunately he probably had to get a double to get it back in this round. A 2 versus 4. We've seen quite a few of those already being won in this game, but again, it's highly unusual. BC game. Again, this is where you want the leadership. Somebody like Nexa to say, okay, guys, quick reminder. All we have to do is to really fall back and trade our way through this round. Defend the bomb sites. Don't do anything crazy. It's not worth it. You stick in the middle. If you're all there, then I guess it's even fine. They don't really know that the bomb is over at the B side, so nobody's found that yet. Nexa moving forward a little bit here. Decent enough setup. Gonna be the kill, and Cypher will trade it out. So yeah, they stuck together in the middle. I don't even hate it. And BC game win the round. One step closer.
I'd probably win the map at this point as well. There's just no bomb plant behind that for Partizan, which would have alleviated some of these financial pressures here. So, at 12-30, they've got 5 rounds to close this out to. It's been scrappy. It's been, as we said, Partizan squandered a few chances, and well, where we're at now, they've got just so many opportunities to close this out. It would take an absolute miracle for Partizan to be able to respond. And considering they have 2 pistols brought in around the last chance buy for them, it doesn't instill a lot of hope in you. 12-7. 1 AK, 2 Galils, a Tech 9. Vladimir with that, the Eagle, to try and stay afloat in this. It's a big ask and an incredibly unlikely one at that.
Yeah, I'm not convinced of this either, but let's see. They need 5 in a row. It's got to start somewhere, right? Maybe a B execute could be it. Cypher in a position that does get wallbanged quite a bit, so never know if that's going to be an early exit from the round, but I think he's... Did he move forward even just a tiny bit? It's so curious how people still play that corner so much when, again, it does get kind of wallbanged all the time. Nork spotted down the middle. Ooh, careful now. Collins is in there, and there's not a lot to be... I feel like re-peeking this a lot is probably quite scary. Sees the knees, and Vladin goes down, so... Very important early kill. That's the bomb, by the way. That's down there. Yeah. Smoked off again. Madden realizing, I've got to find a way to pick up this bomb, although he hasn't really yet. It's got to be back there somewhere, but we're down to 30 seconds. I mean, this has wasted so much time. Very uncomfortable. Deep grenade. It doesn't actually blow open the smoke either, and Cypher still stays alive. We're down to 25 seconds. This is a nightmare. He sees it. If he saw the bomb as well, they should know everything. 19 seconds. They are trying to run back, but through the donut position, Prime Tabs is right here. Incendiary down in front. It's a pretty... They can't stop. They have to keep going. Yeah, run right through. At least it's not a Molotov. Otherwise, they would have been dead right then and there. Nork goes down. 5 seconds left, and somehow the bomb is being planted here. That is unbelievable, but they're so preoccupied. They're not ready for it. The chaos is everywhere. Jakim's going to get a couple of kills here, and it will be BC Game to pick up the first map. It is their map pick as well on Ancient, but I must say, one of the most chaotic and confusing games I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, none of it made sense. The back and forth in terms of momentum and control was absolutely drastic, and it was so difficult to kind of narrate over, right? It was such a weird game of Counter-Strike, and thankfully, Anders, we don't have to break it down. We'll throw it over towards Zolo as to deal with that absolute catastrophic affair.
Yeah, look, something you guys said, a real game of what-ifs. Look, you kept saying it was the 2v4s. There was 2 of them. It was actually 2 versus 5. Madden goes down by the trade in Red Room. There was just so many rounds there for Partizan. As you guys touched upon, they were actually pretty decent. They were getting these opening kills. They were getting kind of early advantages. Yet they just kept throwing these advantages away. Yet on the flip side, on the CT for BC Game, when they were the team that had those advantages, they played far more together. You saw it kind of towards the tail end there, where the final 2 players come towards elbow. They're always tradable. They're always in positions where they can get these rounds over the board. Yet for Partizan, whenever they had an advantage, it just seemed like they wanted to take these fights one by one, wanted those coin flip kills, and obviously with the kind of the brilliance throughout on the side of BC Game, they've got such talented individuals, and I think that's where you can't really be risking these kind of coin flip fights. Obviously, Partizan, they did quite well to come back, but look, I think the way in which BC Game played, whether they were disadvantage or advantage, the protocols that they had in place were absolutely perfect. We saw that round in the kind of the triple mid setup where I believe it was Nexter that was run boosted across, and they just don't account. I believe it was Dragon. He pushes out of the mid smoke, not ready for 2 players in middle, plus the 1 on shelf. So I think throughout BC Game were very impressive there. It's just the fact that when they were given those chances in the 2v5 and the 2v4, they took them. And I think a lot of the time for Partizan, when they were in kind of those clutch moments, when they needed someone to step up, very few times someone came through. But look, I think for BC Game, the fact that they've won their map pick, obviously the scoreline, a little bit kind of maybe over the top. I think we all know the game was a little bit closer than the scoreline shows. But I think for Partizan now, moving to a map like Inferno, this is a map that is kind of played and known by everyone in the Counter-Strike scene. I think it's going to be difficult to have a slight edge on a side like BC Game, especially with a map like Inferno. Obviously, I touched upon it in the pre-show. Inferno is one where the calling, the retakes, and kind of the gambles are going to have to be so perfect on that CT side. And the fact that the in-game leadership has kind of changed and we're a little bit unknown to who's going to be taking the reins on the calling, this could get very tough for Partizan. And the fact that they're a side that have kind of gone from grand finalists in Series 17 to potentially not even making it through the semi-finals could be really tough for them. But look, I was impressed by BC Game. I think they do have the outlet and the possibility to take this in 2, but I hope for Partizan they can kind of rekindle and reevaluate the errors and issues throughout the whole of Ancient and put up a performance here on Inferno. But obviously Inferno going to be that second map of the series. It's going to be an exciting one, but beforehand we jump to a break. Look, lads, we're under the impression that Partizan, the game should have been a little bit closer there, and I think for them now here on Inferno, it's certainly a map they're going to feel confident on. I think they obviously could have maybe taken it on Atrium, not their best performance, but look, now, do you think they can do it? Do you think they can take it to that third and final?
I think they can. I just think at the moment it obviously feels like there is still those teething issues in the calling department, and it's not something that can be kind of, I guess, fixed on the fly and quickly. It takes a bit of time just to get the understanding. Obviously, Collins is not a role that he's used to. Obviously, they've always been kind of under that tenureship and leadership of Emmy, right? I feel like as much as Madden's a good player to slot in individually, they are having to do a lot of just, you know, calls on the move and adapting to mid rounds. It's always a little bit harder than having your dedicated IGL who is able to kind of really give you that kind of solid understanding of how we break down the side and what our plan is going forward. So I think they can do it in terms of individuals. The only issue is at times I also felt like the individuals were quite quiet. So BC game, close out towards your own map pick, especially in such an ugly map pick as well. I think that could actually help them onto Inferno, which is a map that sort of everybody knows.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think Inferno will be quite tough for Partizan on the basis that BC game are on really hot form on this map, especially. And look, Anders, obviously, Neo's touched upon the fact that calling on, you know, it's slightly changed. We know Inferno can be really kind of gambly in its CT nature. How much do you think that's going to play a part?
Yeah, that is a good question. I feel like I'm almost done making predictions about the series because I feel like everything I thought was going to happen in some of these rounds of the first map just turned out completely differently. But I mean, yeah, I still think there is a really big weakness in this BC game right now. Like I can't exactly put my finger on it. They obviously, in a way, I feel like they got away with it on that first map, but in a slightly different scenarios, I think they're going to get crushed really hard from just kind of running out of energy in some of those rounds. So a bit weird. I really don't know what to expect here. I could see this being like a 2-0 victory for them where they say, oh, that's it, like, you know, we won and now we're back to our old form. Oh, and I could totally see this being all 3 maps with, you know, with a lot of game played. So yeah, I truly feel like I don't know anything at this point. So
yeah, it's very tough because we've seen, what, a 2v5 from BC game, a 2v4. We had that round where Nexa had the save rifle and was able to get a triple. There was many moments. I remember that round where BC game pushed 5 out of A main. There was 3 defenders. There was so many instances where you look at a round from start to finish and Partizan are 99% of the way there, yet they still fumble at the final moment. Neo, how much do you think that's going to affect the mental side of these players?
Yeah, a lot, right? I think, you know, that's the big thing for me is that, you know, losing 2v4s and 2v5s and these sort of awkward and weird rounds do make life kind of hard for yourself, right? Because you think, like, can we actually win these rounds if they're even? So I think for Partizan, it comes back to these issues about where the synergy isn't quite there for them, which is so different to what we saw in Series 17, where they were just unbelievably crisp. They knew how to play off each other. The cohesion was fantastic. At the moment, for me, it feels like it's a little bit weird. I mean, like Anna said, I don't want to predict anything, honestly, because I feel like every prediction I've made, even the ones that percentage-wise make a lot of sense, don't for some reason. So it's hard. I think just my gut feeling is saying just lean 2-0 for BC game. I agree with Anders that it still feels like there's something there's something missing there. I don't know what that is in terms of maybe a change up in roles more so than players, right? And kind of a bit of a flux around like that. But something's not quite clicking where they should be as good as they are. But I've also seen them play unbelievably good. I go back to that Astralis game that they won to qualify for IEM Dallas. That was a fantastic performance from them. So on the flip side, I think it's just unlocking that good performance, which maybe is in an indicator that BC game play up, or in this case, I guess, down to their opponent. They match their level, which is not what you want to see. If you're a top team, you play your level, this high level, consistently. But it feels like for BC game, it is quite one of those things. You know, you've got Astralis, who were playing good in that series. They play up to them and are able to beat them. But at the moment, they're kind of going down into the mud and just slogging out in this game against Partizan, where you want them to be clean.
And look, Madden, most kills, most damage, most opening kills, and best rating. As an individual, Madden did so much there for Partizan. It's clear, though, that regardless of how strong this individual is, there's seemingly been an upset. Look, you don't lose that many rounds. You don't kind of have a dominant performance and fumble so frequently without a leader within the pack. So I think we've got to say already, if this does go against Partizan, I think maybe the kind of the shufflings of kind of bringing Madden in for Emmy might have been a bit of a tough one for them. Obviously, you know, there's many questions to be asked. We don't know whether Emmy's just not been able to play today. Maybe a scheduling mishap, maybe an internet issue. We're not too sure. And I think it's always difficult to read into stuff like that. But it's clear that there has been a lack of leadership because the firepower that Madden brought in has been brilliant, yet it's not really done all much for them. Look, Anders, you said that you're trying to steer clear of a prediction, but look, I'm going to push it to you. I'm going to force a prediction out of you. Where's this going? Where's this game going? Are we seeing Partizan come back?
I actually think they will. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think they're a stronger team than what they showed on that first map. I think they're going to come back. I think it's going to be a third map, yes.
I love the idea of it. I think 3 mappers are always kind of what we want in these quarterfinals, semi-finals, grand finals. I think sometimes when you see the round of 16, if you've got the invited team against the one that progressed through the Swiss stage, you can see a bit of an imbalance. But obviously, we've got a little bit more time to talk here before this second map commences. We can have maybe a little bit of insight and a look at the other quarterfinal matches here. So look, now I'll come to you. We've got Cybershoke and Bait, NaVi Jr. against Guns. Any impressions on those ones?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, in a way, both NaVi Jr. and Guns actually making it to the quarterfinals was an upset in a sense, right? Because Passion UA were definitely expected to win that game because of just how good their last year was, right? And Ents, without it, I mean, Ents were basically expected to win the tournament, right? Because they are the better side on paper, but all in all, I think the way is that is how these playoffs work. Because it's single healing, there's no second chances. You can't afford to have a slip up, as Ents most definitely did. They were completely inadequate in their game against NaVi Jr. and they got punished. So it's hard to predict. I really, really have been enjoying what Cybershoke have been bringing to the table. That's a side who, for me, have actually been ramping up massively in this year. And I think these CTTs have been proof that they actually can play at this sort of top tier 2 level. But Bait, on paper, and my feelings that they should win that one. Bait are a really difficult side to put away. Obviously, MPL, Headtrick have been incredible in their own regards, you know, for well over like 12 months now. And I think, you know, for Cybershoke, as much as they've been doing, you know, a good job beating teams, that seems like too tall in order. So a Bait 9 Pandas semi-final would be pretty sick. On the other side, this one, you know, it's hard to see for, you know, these 2 matchups in this side of the bracket where it goes. It could literally go either of the 4 ways. Yeah,
obviously there's so many outcomes, so many hypotheticals, but enough about that kind of talk. We're going to be heading into the action on Inferno. Partizan need victory here or elimination will be seen, but look, lads, take it away. I'm excited to hear what you have to say.
Yes, thank you, Solar. Let's get into this one. It's going to be Inferno coming up as our second map here, the best of 3. BC game versus Partizan, and yeah, it's a really funky game to begin with, but I'm ready to, you know, put all that behind me, say we're not going to worry about that, we're just going to get into this one. I see a bit of utility on that T side, so, you know, some potential for a straight execute here. Why not? See if they land some good Molotovs, they could put some pressure on. For BC game, I mean, having a stack already at the site, all you really need is probably 1 good early kill on that CT side, and you're going to slow it down, and you're probably in a pretty decent position, but if you don't get that kill, it could be very different. Molotov goes down on the one side here. Next, he was so flashed, it doesn't even matter. Nice shot to begin with. Cypher comes through, and he does actually do a bit of work here. It's going to be Jacob to help him out. Kindle and Vladin in a 2 versus 4, and I'd say for Jacob... Say maybe don't peek, but actually, if you're gonna hit the headshot, I guess it's fine. Yeah, go for it. Again, it is a bit risky. He's gonna hit one more. Nice work for the Norwegian here.
Yeah, such a good start in towards map number 1. He was 8-1 in the opening like 4 rounds, I think it was. So really, really looked good, and another good indicator just how clean Jacob is. Beautiful display, beautiful. Cannot complain about that at all. And you know what we want to see is ultimately BC game just, you know, clean up the errors that plagued the map number 1 and play to the level that we did see out from them, where they were really clean, they were crisp, and they were able to dispatch Partizan quite well. Not just something we spoke about. Actually, I'll come back to that. This could be a little scrappy. MP9 for 2. Nexa for 1 as well. But there's B-Pop getting shut down. Cypher will eventually get caught, but Nexa on cleanup duty for his 3rd kill in the round. And a nice way to put that, you know, pistol round sort of, well, forced by, I guess, put it to bed pretty simply. All in all, it's such as something, you know, so for Emmy's thing, Partizan tweeted last night saying that due to health reasons, he's going to be out for the foreseeable future. He's going to be absent for a while. So this Madden stint is not so much a stand-in. He's actually, you know, he's going to be in this team for a while, it seems. So they've actually got to learn to find a way for him to find his comfort, but not only, you know, we saw how crisp he was until not the one. He was still doing great, as we just saw there, for example, but the whole team to thrive around him in this side, and, you know, a lot of it, of course, comes down to the calling. Using your agile is always super difficult, so he's going to be here for a while. We've got to try and make these performances stick, as they were doing in the early part of this year.
Yeah, absolutely. That's interesting to think about, you know? Means that our look for, you know, how the team looks could certainly be really important for Partizan. Again, like I said, I think having Madden on the team is obviously huge. Now, it's tricky because he's replacing Emmy. That is the part that obviously makes it very, very weird. But I think in terms of raw firepower, obviously he's going to be a big deal in that sense. PC game, looking to pick this one without any issue. Really, they've lost Nork. Not going to be allowing any bomb plants here or anything else like that. So, Collins trying to see if he can find a mistake. Hope to get some way to get one more kill for a bit of extra damage. Not going to happen. He'll go down, and, you know, it's a pretty straightforward round here. Again, Jacob having a good time early on.
Yeah, he is looking crisp. Isn't that a shot from Madden? I'll give him his credit. The Deagle was trying to be recovered there by Kindo, and unfortunately, that'll cost him his life. But all the same, PC game. Should have started 3-0. They do. Guns come back into play for Partizan. T-Side has to start well. We're looking actually for a pretty even game. You know, Inferno is statistically one of the most even maps in the pool. Last I checked, something in the region about 52% CT-Side. That might have changed post-major. It was about November time, 24 hours checking that. So that could have updated since then, but for the most part, it's always still been revered as one of the more even maps in the pool. Hence why it's of the utmost importance that we get Partizan out the gate as early as. Now, it's not been a good start with the pistol and post-start, but first gun round is a good way to dispel any of those sort of worries. But out of control seems to be a priority. Nork, this is such a fine angle he's holding, and he makes it look easy.
3 versus 4 already. That's not bad. Nork definitely haven't seen many rounds out of him so far in this lineup where he does seem to be very, very proficient. So seems to be kind of opening in a I would say like in a bigger role than I remember him in the past. I always felt like he was a good AWPer, but I felt like sometimes, you know, maybe not having the impact that you'd want in some of these games. But I feel like for the few PC games that I've watched, I've definitely seen him take up a bigger position, and that's kind of cool to see. Smoke going up towards the A apartments, so I guess they can keep this 2A, 2B defense if they want. There could be a lot of pressure, though. If one of those Molotov lands perfectly, who knows what's going to happen here. They do land a little bit further back, so they can still hold this defense for the minute, but there's the other Molotov raining down, and Cypher almost burns alive. That's so much damage from one grenade. That pretty much destroyed the defense. Okay.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, Jacob just...
doable.
Power. He's not even waiting for Nork. He's saying, oh, I'm ready. If he would have had the second spray down, who knows what could have happened. Still, it is a 2 versus 2 here. Flashbang to set it up. Dragon. Surprised to not see him going for the peek there. Gonna go for it a little bit later. Nork, very lucky to be alive, and maybe only for a second. It's gonna be a 1 versus 1. Jacob gets one more. He's doing very well at the moment. He's gonna try and go for the full-on defuse here. Oh, he sits inside it. What just happened? Oh,
the molly
no.
missed.
Yeah,
the molly was meant to bank, and it caught on the window ledge or the window frame. That's so unfortunate. I'm pretty sure we can see that on the replay. It catches the window frame rather than banking off of it, which it normally does. I've actually never seen that miss, so I didn't even know you could bank off that pixel. That's so unfortunate.
Okay, well, the madness from map number 1 continues. It might be a slightly different form here, but you're absolutely right. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened. So, for Jacob, like, what a luxury. Yeah, it does hit, like, just the top frame of the window there. Yeah, you can actually... In theory, you can land a smoke on there, which would be the ultimate smoke, and I've been trying for many, many hours to do it, and I just can't do it from out on Banana. It's unfortunately the top of the roof on top is like so wide that you can't really get the angle right. But it would be sick if you could land a smoke there. I've tried.
Oh. 4-0. First gun round doesn't go successfully for Partizan. That's going to hurt. But one thing to work with at the very least is that bomb plan. Of course, it allows you to come back in with the investment. Cypher going to eat a grenade there. So smart decision just to rain it back in. Tad. Minute to work with though, Partizan. Slowly scaling up towards A. Nork holding for short and balcony on that crack angle. It's not an easy one to hit, but normally you just try and use it as an information gather.
Scary position here for Nork. In theory, can get swung upon, can get flashed out, but happy to stay there for the minute. Now some backup is being called for. And Nork is deciding now is the time to slide into the angle. He's going to win that fight. Sees the second player, but I was going to say, it's definitely not worth going for here. Vladden, just before that incendiary goes down, he probably, I think maybe could have just stayed in front of it, but fair play. He does fall back. It's down to 20 seconds. They're going to try and see if they can make a run for it. Nork repositioning. He's not a great position to be in with the AWP either, but he gets one more shot. Prime taps to help out. And it should be enough here. 2 versus 1. Madden goes straight for the bomb plant. I feel like they could have maybe tried to push him there, but Prime Taps didn't want to risk it. So there is a chance here. Madden, new to the team and now in the clutch. 1 versus 2. He's got the health for it, no question. They do have the diffuse kit and the incendiary here. You can see it being set up. It's a really nice idea, but he didn't quite land it deep enough. You can actually land it from out there all the way in the back here, but Madden, just look at him. So crisp. Takes down Nexa in the 1 versus 1, and that is a massive clutch coming up for Madden, and it's going to get Partizan surely fired up.
Madden still got it. No two ways about it. I thought it was done, honestly. Especially when Norks get that second kill. This one here on site. I was thinking we're fine, but he just lacks the support, unfortunately. And I don't think it's even really Prime Taps' fault. He is fighting 2 different battles on kind of one front there, and he actually wins both of his head-to-heads, but then it's just he couldn't support Nork on the site. Partizan though, they win that round, but it's about the skin of their teeth. The fact that it requires that clutch is, again, not reassuring in a sense. So attack pause will be called by them as they want to try and reevaluate how do we make these T-side rounds cleaner. We need them to be cleaner as well, because even if we are winning them, but then we're taking 4 casualties and requiring a clutch and all this, it's going to put us in a weird spot where our money is going to continuously be in a really kind of dire position. So I don't mind them calling a pause here. I feel like it's on a bad spot. We want to keep the pressure on. Easy game. Not too worried. However, MP9s do come through, but generally I don't get too worried about the MP9s.
No.
If used correctly, they can be as good as a rifle.
Yeah, I think that's even more true when talking about a map like Inferno.
Yeah.
Just so hard to avoid the close-up fights against them. Pretty normal kind of opening here. They are walking right through the smoke in the middle. That's kind of bold. See if they're going to get any advantage. Again, if you get deep enough here, I mean, just flash and go. I feel like that, yeah, that's all they need right now. Don't even worry too much about it. Oh, they actually do get slowed down. That's a bit disappointing, perhaps. A lot of grenades used in that little skirmish, and they have to run all the way back now. Sure, Cypher is kind of alone for the second here, but he's got at least 1 smoke, so there is a chance that he could land it right and just slow them down. There we go, he smoked it off, and now they're in the middle checking. Vladden, good spot. Going to be taken down next, or at the very least. 50 seconds, though, and Partizan, I still feel like if they would have gone for it at that A bomb site, they probably can overcome the defense.
I think you're right. You can see how indecisive they are, though. Bomb looks like it's going back towards A, but at the same time, it's not committed just yet. Prime Taps is here waiting. 30 seconds, though. We've got to make a decision. Be it a Utah being sold towards B, and the MP9 of Cypher wins. That should push them in towards. But the bomb gets dropped. Prime Taps in apartments. Drops that bomb. 20 seconds. Time is ticking. This is a little weird. Vladden's on balcony. We've got a long player as well, but Prime Taps is still somewhere. There's a player backside as well with an MP9. He can't deny just yet. He Oh, he doesn't get the denial, but Norxel hits the shot. What is happening in this round? Is Vladen left all alone, and now he is dead. Carnage, chaos in the server. I cannot believe it.
Yeah, I truly don't know what's going on either. It's it's just one of those days. We just have to accept it. Fair play.
Yeah.
What an absolutely wacky round here. Once again. Forward position is huge, though. I mean, that's so nice for the CT side to be able to have that a couple of times. And Nork, good position. Make sure that there's no chance in the outer plant. 5-1. And Partizan, again, not really making the most of it here. Maybe the lack of ME is just having a way bigger impact than we're expecting.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, though, ME has actually been really good this year. Obviously, the calls have looked great, but individually, his talent has obviously been massive. And I think, you know, it's one of those where it's a big piece to lose, and it's, yeah, I think you're spot on. It's obviously having quite a big knock-on effect. Like, you can replace the firepower with Madden, which is arguably an upgrade, but it just shows you can't just have 5 puggers, which is why all these mixed teams never really work out. You need somebody to be the director, and at the moment, it's just not good enough, unfortunately.
Dragon here. Potentially strong position. If there is a mistake on the other side, which currently not really the case. I feel like surely this is one of the rounds you want to hit that B-bomb site. Setting up a little bit of pressure towards the middle. That's totally fine. They are running back with the bomb as well. How much do they want to commit to this? 40 seconds. Colin's going to be setting up at least one grenade, guessing towards that library position. If they want to wrap around the short side, you want to make sure that there's nobody in the library that can kind of come out and shoot you. Yeah, so library smoke is down, even as we speak, and Prime taps here. A little bit of a crossfire. Oh, they run right into it. It's devastating. Nearly could have had a third headshot there. Jacob's going to get traded out, and you know what? In spite of all of that, at least they're in there. 2v2 with the bomb. That's why I said earlier, if they just put some speed behind it, they're going to be fine. If they can get that close to the site, you can win most of the rounds from this. So I don't like it, or I don't hate it for Partizan. Just keep doing this.
I agree. Just this pure pack mentality. That nade. Do a lot. Goodbye to Collins. Got a call from the grave as Kindo left alone in a 1 versus 2. Full HP. Trying to clear. Oh, what a shot on the first by Nork, but thankfully Cypher bails them out just enough time for that defuse in his BC game, who, as they did in towards map number 1, leads 6-1 to start the map.
Yeah, but still, I'll still say at least they got it into the 2v2 with the afterplan, right? So it's still kind of a winnable round. It's not great with the health that's left there, but I think if I'm Partizan and I know I can get out that short side in at least a couple of rounds now, I'm going to keep doing that. I think, okay, fine. Let's rush it down. Even in the rounds when Nork is there, who cares? Just trade him out. You should be able to run him down as soon as he fires off the first shot. So I think there's a real opportunity because they're kind of having a hard time everywhere else at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, well. 6-1. For Partizan. We're getting bomb plants. We're getting close, but close doesn't really crack it. It's still a 5-round buffer zone that you find yourself in. And a bit of a tough predicament, ultimately. And I'm worried. I think is the thing I'm trying to kind of build up here. I really am a little worried for Partizan. Changes like they've had of losing your IGL, which we've touched on a lot, obviously do take a lot of time to get to a point of being comfortable, but they wanted a good run in this tournament. They wanted to be able to showcase, you know, their level, and it obviously does have a bit of a knock-on effect. So 6-1 for now. A few Galils in play as well. Expectations that BC games should be in the favored position here.
Yeah, I would say so. Jacob looking for some knees. Going to be taking out Vladen. It's actually a headshot at the end, so got a lot more than he wanted. Kindo trying to break through that smoke, but the grenade is going to land right on top of him. That looked kind of interesting. Still, they get the kill on prime taps. I guess it's actually not that bad. See if they can find a way to get back to this B-bomb site. They set up the smoke just like in the previous round, right? So they're sort of signaling the same thing here. They're saying, ooh, maybe we're going to wrap around short once again. and go for it. It does leave Cypher alone over on the side. And he has no more grenades left. So honestly, this can absolutely work. Smoke goes up, flash on through. They do flash themselves a little bit too, which is not ideal. Cypher with another headshot here, and he nearly gets all of them. That spray actually nearly caught 4 people. That's crazy. Nexa's going to get the last 2 regardless. No bomb plant, and I don't know. That's a bit of a shame. I don't even hate the idea, but that flashbang seemed to hurt them a lot more than it did Cypher.
Yeah, he does really well there. I think for Cypher. The first, I mean, he never should have got away with the second, is the main thing. The first, fair enough, but he gets the ability to drop down 5 points of HP, and then there's damage onto the remaining 2 as well, despite being 5 points of HP. Great work. Cypher's done a fantastic job anchoring towards B, and it's not an easy task to do by any means, but it's working wonders for him. Grenade combo, flashbang going to go over, so Cypher can fight up through here, but this is looking like a quick play towards apartments, and they want to hit A. 1 minute 35, and they've already taken mid control.
Okay, Tech9's doing a lot of work right now. Laden wants to keep on running through. 4 versus 5. Nexa showing up at a perfect time, and he's so quick. That's crisp work with that AK-47. You could see him just snapping onto that next player. Prime Tap's going to catch one of them, and if he would have committed to the peak there towards the library position, I'm pretty sure he has to kill. It might not make a difference because Madden is alone with not enough health and, yeah, not enough time either. Nice. He's going to go down to Prime Taps. Good work. What a chaotic round once again. But BC Game, they are really shoring up this first half, right? They're taking big strides towards making this a tour victory for themselves.
Wild one, that's for sure. BC Game are running away with this. This is I mean, credit to them, an absolutely beautiful display, right? And I think for BC Game, a deserved position that they find themselves in. 8-1 up. 8-4, that alone might already be enough for BC Game, to be honest. Their T-side had some nice moments as well. They weren't just the CT-side inside. So, Partizan, it's just gone from bad to worse. Map number 1 fell a little flat, but your own map pick being as dominant as this is just brutal to see.
Another slow start to the round here. Partizan, I think the question was asked earlier from Solo, right? You know, are we going to see this having an impact with Partizan not having Emmy and all the rest of it? It's kind of hard to say, but I'd say right now it really feels like that. Like, it's hard for me to point to what else it be, because we are talking about a team again. The last couple of times that we've seen them, they look so sharp. They look so ready. Like, they're very focused. They seem to know exactly what they're doing. So it's a big departure from what we're used to seeing, and that is surprising. 50 seconds here. Again, trying to get some of this top control. Similar smoke here, just to you know, leave it open. Could do a number of things with it. Certainly they're going to be clearing out Arch to begin with. See how far they keep going. They can still run back to the B bomb side. They still got a player over there in Madden who's just kind of, you know, waiting for something. But a nice flashbang over. Down to the pit. Snork with the AWP, but he's already burning alive, trying to escape. He's going to get taken down. And that's the A bomb side. Pretty much in their control here. Dragon crouches around, almost actually crouches into the spray there, but yeah, this is their round. Finally, something's working, and they need all the rest of the rounds at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it is one of those where it's, I mean, we're probably looking at where, for Partizan, if you don't get the rest of the rounds, the game's probably done, but even still, getting towards an 8-4, all it takes is one pistol from BC Game, and that is it. It's a great round for Partizan find. I think they've been relentlessly trying to pressure this A site, and finally this one ends up working out for the better. But you come back to it, is it replicable? Maybe, but in the same sort of vibe, BC Game are going to be able to react to this going in towards the next, and they've got at least some funds left in reserves that they should be okay. Cypher next, so they can both drop one over to, well, I mean, only really Prime Tabs needs to drop, but Nor can get one as well, so we can get the full bell to util. And you come back in towards the next, and you're chilling, really, but that's better. You know, the round that they've been finally looking for as well. No orb to work with for BC Gaming towards the next, and I'm right in saying we'll also help our Partizan a little bit. I think Nork's been doing a lot of heavy lifting. He's been very, very solid, hitting shots that you need of him. Only 7 and 5, but the impact of those 7 are massive. On the flip side, you've got Jacob, 12 to him. Started strong, continued his run. Prime taps, his A anchoring's been excellent. And since they're continuously testing A, he's getting a lot of opportunities to shine.
Yeah, no question about it. They have to keep this line right now. 8-4, I still think it's not really a great scoreline, but it's obviously workable to some extent, so they just have to keep that focus here. Madden set up on the half wall. Going to be a smoke up, which will, again, slow them down quite a bit. 2 people on the other side ready and waiting. Looks like they might just try and see if they can burst their way through. Smoke goes up, but there's so much utility on the other side. Incendiary goes down, flashes on through. They're so blind, but I think that's actually... I don't know, that might have also been a team flash against Cypher. It didn't really seem like he could see anything for a good, like, 10 seconds. Madden, good kill onto Nexa, and in spite of, again, a very chaotic breach of that bomb site, they actually do get through, and with the bomb planted.
Yeah, and top retake here as well. I'm pretty sure for Cypher, he gets a flash thrown over, but at the same time, Vladen throws one from top car. And they pop literally at the same time. And hence why he gets caught. He swings out first and he's fine, but it's just Vladen throws one at the perfect time. I think for BC game, just fall back safe for the last. I don't think there's any sort of problems in that. Damage being dealt as well on towards Kindo. Every single round, it feels like Kindo's fighting for his life at 30 points of HP, and this one no different, but everyone will get out. So a save for BC game. Buy around this to a degree. It's still not going to be that clean, but even like a worst case scenario, 5/7's full armor and a bit of util, you can make that work. Partizan, a good opportunity to get the 4th that we were looking for, to give them a chance in this map, and I guess in total in the series, but even with 4, I still don't know if it's enough. All it takes is 1 pistol from BC game, and it's right back to square one. And even still, BC game can make a 9th out of this. You got 2 MP9s, around 3 M4s with full belts of util. It's still a pretty scary buy. MP9s and Inferno really can find a lot of favor.
Let's see what they got for us here. Nork without the AWP, obviously. Not enough money to really buy that. They've got some utility, at least on the CT side, so it's not completely dreadful. Obviously, some MP9s to try and back it up here. Nice timing once again on the smoke. And remember last time Partizan said, oh, okay, cool, if you're going to throw that smoke, we are just going to burst our way through. But now BC game actually might be a step ahead. They're ready for the same kind of execute, except this time they've got a boost up on the other side, so... Let's see if there's a normal smoke being thrown. Yeah, it's not the elevated smoke, so he can look right over that one. That should actually be completely devastating here. Pushing forward, Nexa. Not sure about that. I feel like when Nexa pushed in that fight, he's sort of stopping Jacob from being involved in the way that he otherwise could be.
Yeah.
Not a big fan of that, but otherwise, still, it's a pretty good hold for now. 2 versus 3. They're on the site, but how do you plant the bomb here? Incendiary is going to land just to slow them down a little bit. Jacob has the right idea, and he will take down Vladen, leaving Kindo alone. What could he do? 1 versus 2. 30 seconds, and trying to tap the bomb is surely going to get him killed right away. It's prime taps to take him down. It's a fantastic half here for BC game.
It is. They're just absolutely great, and you know, you have to look at it and just praise how well BC game have recovered from the woes that we saw in a way in map number 1. Sure, they won it, but we were, you know, we discussed this on the desk. It was scrappy, it was a little ugly. BC Gamer decided can play clean Counter-Strike, and finally we actually are seeing it as well. 9-3 feels like too tall an order, unfortunately, for Partizan. It's such a big deficit to try and claw back when you still aren't playing together properly, and you're still looking a little shaky, and all it takes is BC game a pistol on the T side, and that's it. But even if Partizan are to get the pistol, the force, maybe even the first gun round, it's still at a pretty large deficit where BC game can find their form. So I'm worried, that's for sure, but I guess we've got plenty more time to converse as it is a tech pause.
Yeah, well, sometimes we need one of those. Maybe Partizan need a real deep breath and somebody punch their monitor as a broke keyboard or something, because this has been a really, really weird day for them. I'm leaning more and more towards the side that this, what we're seeing really is the the last second sort of, departure of Emmy, and maybe just, they didn't have enough time to really think about anything.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, who can we get? Throw Madden in here, let's see what happens. And again, happy to see Madden play, but it does seem to have really blown apart the way that this team plays, and that's unfortunate. Again, I think you could tell at the start of the game, if you're joining us, that we're all pretty hyped about how this Partizan team was looking, and that's not for nothing. They really were exciting, but unfortunately, it does seem like it's a bit of a rough position that they're in right now. Really far behind. They lost the first map as well. That was on Ancient, and this Inferno, I mean, it's their pick, but it just hasn't gone the way that we're expecting.
Oh, well. Time is running out for it to be recovered. Not literally, as we are in a tech pause, so time has stopped still, but time is running out in a sense. Rough predicament. And I think for me, I don't know if we really have anything left in the locker. I'm hearing a little bit of typing, which is generally a good sign. And there we go. Nice. So we are coming back in. Finally, tech pause concluded, and we can get things back underway. But this pistol round is everything. BC game win it, and that's game.
It's got to be, right? We've been making a lot of predictions throughout this one, but I would agree. This has got to go the way of Partizan. A couple of flashes on Madden. There's a smoke on Collins. There is not a defuse kit, but they have 3 sets of dualies, so an enormous amount of pistols. See if they can actually defeat them on firepower alone. Nexa here set up to counter flash if anything happens. Interesting to see what teams are good at throwing those counter flashes or not. There are some who throw them and they don't really seem to do a lot, because the timing is just off or whatever, and there are some where you feel like it's just on point. I noticed that whenever Tabson is throwing them for big, it's really devastating. I don't know, Tabson's got some insight that the rest of us don't. Here we go. No need to slow this one down. The flashes are in. They're ready to go. The dualies are on the other side here. Kindo, he'll pick up the one, and there's so many people here. This should be an easy pickoff. Madden with a couple of crisp headshots, even for the smoke and everything else. And Nork, he doesn't even have the bomb. So if he had the bomb, it would be fun to see him escape. He could get 1 kill, then run to the A-bomb site and get the bomb planted. But because it's not with him, even getting the kill shouldn't make a big difference.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Nork. I've seen a Nork moment. I've seen a Nork clutch here and there. I'm not going to completely discount it, but it does feel highly unlikely, is how I'll put it. Would require something a little special, but I've seen a few of them, especially from him, no less.
I mean, we're happy to be wrong about these kind of things. Again, we've seen some wacky things in this particular game, but this one going more according to plan.
Yeah, how it should be. How it should be. So important for Partizan. They had to get that pistol. They had to start well in this game. So that's going to really alleviate some of the pressure, right? But at the same time, we've still got a lot more to do to prove to us that they can get into us and that they can be this side to pull off what is actually would be a miraculous recovery.
Yeah, I don't know what the road back is like here. We'll see. At least the start of the second half here is going to be somebody they can work with. Madden on 11 kills. Kindo on 9. I am lacking some of the rest of the others, but I'm not even sure it's about the kills here. It really just seemed to be the dynamic of the team. And then again, I kind of wish, if nothing else, for Partizan, right?
Yeah.
Try and adopt like the way the 9 Pandas did and say, okay, hey, listen, this is not going to be a normal game because we don't have a normal team. So instead, we're just going to enjoy the game, have a good time, send some people out there, try and see if you can run with it. I feel like that would have been almost a better way to approach it, because it does kind of feel like they're trying to play, in the ME system, or trying to sort of remember how would this work out. And I guess I understand that, but at the same time, it doesn't really seem to be working. It's looking like they're all a little bit uncomfortable at the moment.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it is one of those where they are still trying to play with the system that they know, but you can't really do that when you... Yeah, obviously, as we've touched on a lot, that was a nothing round. We weren't expecting a lot of that one, and that is the case, but still, first gun round, this one should be pretty interesting, to say the least. I really look at this and say, can we get BC game just... It is going to be straight back to winning ways, right? No issues, or is Partizan going to be able to develop a little bit, right? Bonus buy for them. You win out a bonus buy against the full buy. And there's a chance, and there's a world.
Well, maybe there is 9 to 5. Again, the problem is, it's hard when you watch the rest of the game. It's hard to believe that this is going to be without any hiccups, right? It's been nothing but weird rounds from Partizan. So even if they have a bit of a lead here in terms of the momentum of the second half, and maybe they could do something, how much do we trust them to not screw it up? Wild spray coming through, but Cypher, he had the right idea, and he'll connect the bullets at the end. So Madden goes down. It's just the MP9 that's lost. That's not really the problem, but obviously it's more about the rest of the defense here. I almost wish they would stack up the 3 people at the A-bomb side and push down the middle.
Yeah.
Or, I guess what they're doing now, which is saying, oh, we're just all going to go to the A-bomb side and hope. Because there's no way Collins can hold that bomb side on his own. So, I understand what this is. It just doesn't quite seem like it's going to be in the right position for the defense.
Yeah, I like this grouping, though, by BC Game. Just sort of saying to themselves that we can play this like a bit of a pug in a way and pack up together. And because it's a bonus buy, we're going to have better firepower. If you just save it, you know, if you're Partizan, keep hold of what you've got, keep economy going. Economy's going to be so important to them on the CT side to really give them a chance in this one. And that's that. Maybe a little bit of a hunt, potentially. It's not, you know, a priority, but something that you could work with. Go and see if you can pick up any more guns at the end. But you know that Partizan are going to have some level of a buy in towards the next. I don't think it's worthwhile. It's not worth the risk for BC Game, who've actually got the better guns. So either way, double digits. Pretty big, huh? Pretty big where we're at. Up to a 10. 3 rounds away from the map in the series. And it was, as we spoke about, right back to winning ways. They just look great. Yeah,
and kind of not a lot of stress going into the game at the moment here for BC Game. Like, obviously winning the first map and then the lead that they have at the moment here. Unfortunate start. I do like the idea of taking that bottom of banana control. I still feel like,
yeah,
you know, you look at all the top teams, it's not the most used thing, but there are a couple of times where people will slip in, and obviously you can reinforce that A-bomb site so much quicker by flanking the middle. So if you can get away with it, you plant the MP9 down there, it can be pretty cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, another tech problem, though. So we hold and wait for now. We've lost Cypher. Hopefully that's only a brief one. I will say that's a pretty common occurrence with this side. Cypher does get internet issues, you know, regularly, I want to say. I think, you know, from what I understand, he has good internet, but it can be, you know, a bit of packet loss here and there. But he's back in. Match Medic's done its job.
Okay,
I think
so
we're just waiting for the ready ups to come through.
In other words, it's good internet, but it's still British internet, so...
Yes, precisely. That's the way to put it. Good internet, but British internet. You can't really blame him. It's just where he lives. But 10 to 5. As we're getting back underway in a bye. Back fourth, of course, for Partizan. We've got an MP9 for Dragon, Double FAMAS, M4, and Kindo on the AWP. Against the AKs on the flip side, right? I mean, for Partizan, thankfully, there's still some money left in reserves, but it's no longer about economy. We just need to start winning these rounds. They're just not really putting that much pressure on BC Game.
No, they're really not. Well, Kindo trying to get into a bit of a fight early on. Unfortunately, all he got was grenades in return, so he's down to 45. They still have this really big setup towards the B-bomb side, which it could be okay, but obviously it's at some point you're going to have to give this up and leave one of the people here. Nicely done. Incendiary around the corner, and Cypher decides to take them up on it. Nice grenade onto Nexa, but they lost Madden at the very same time. And I wonder if they have a good read, if they know that there's 2 people inside of the bomb side. If they might just do that, and if they, I mean, they should be able to guess it from where that grenade was even bounced off. If they understand that, then it's good information for BC Game. You know, even in a 4-on-4, you kind of have a bit of a sense of what's going on.
It's true. Moving forward now towards A, and it's a 4v2 on this site directly. Long rotate. These fights go south. It might just call for that Save once fourth. I mean, obviously damage dealt to Kindo on the corner. An awkward fight. And Dragon swings into his demise. Vaden should be dead in a moment as well. He's playing around mini pit, but he gets spammed down through the smoke. And the second Vaden falls, you can already see on that mini map. Remaining two, Collins and Kindo with an AK and an AWP respectively. Just called to say they know it is not worth going for this. They cannot make this one stick. BC Game up to 11.
They're really cruising forward again. This, I think, is more like the version of BC Game that we kind of want to see and that maybe we even expect to see.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that was going on there on Ancient, I've got to be honest, even if they win it, it was a bit wacky. It was a bit too many mistakes happening. Not that Partizan didn't make a fair share of their own, but you want to see BC Game really sharpen up their level because they are catching a lot of headlines right now. A lot of people are starting to take them a lot more seriously. So now, early on, is where you want to be ironing out all this stuff and just play a much more solid game. And I feel like they're displaying a little bit more of that on Inferno right now. So, yeah, still, Partizan looking nothing like themselves, unfortunately.
No. Yeah, unfortunately, this, as you kind of said it, nothing like the side that we saw in that previous series. And we really harped on about kind of the reasons behind it, but it is a really, really tough old spot. 11-5, 2 more rounds for BC Game as they are 6 ahead of Partizan. And I've really not had to break too much of a sweat for this one. 180 towards top cop. A double boost, maybe? No, just the one. But a triple stacking towards short. It's an interesting call. One smoke in their position, and that will completely nullify their defense.
Oh, what a lineup. Next, so you could see he was hoping that would be the end of it, that he could find a way to push on through. They do stick around for that top banana fight, and unfortunately for Collins, he's going to get himself killed. And Madden, honestly, he could be following straight afterwards. Going to get the one here if he's traded out, though. Very good work. He actually has to get that double kill, because otherwise they probably lose the round immediately. Now, at least, it's a 2-on-3, and BC Game a little bit worried about this. They are checking out every possible position before they go for this bomb plant. Afraid that there's going to be another guy on the bomb side, but obviously we can tell from the minimap that's not going to be the case. And, you know, as a result of that, you know, lack of information, they use all their utility, which if they hadn't, they would have had some interesting Molotovs here to try and slow it down. Oh, they have no idea. The timing is crazy. Dragon takes them both down, and Partizan, right before disaster hits, they actually pick up a round.
And it's a nice one as well, right? It's a round that we can look back and say, I, you know, enjoyed what I saw there. And that it's a, for the most part, clean one. And there may still be life left in there. I think you're spot on, though, you know. In where we were here for Madden, we had to get to the last remaining bastion towards B. If he goes 1-for-1, they've got a somewhat favourable position in that post plant. But in that spot, because they've got the numbers disadvantage, BC Game have to get active and they have to look for fights. And it's those fights that end up costing them. 11-6. Slowly but surely, Partizan creeping into this game again. But quite the deficit they have to deal with. Oh, now in play for Nork on that seaside.
Collins trying for the same angle. Wow. So well done. Cypher going down early on here. That smoke is kind of blocking a lot here for BC Game. And they are still trying to sort of play around it, which is interesting. I feel like for them to wait on the other side of that smoke doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, either just stay all the way back at the T-ramp and wait for it to disappear, or if you really want to fight it, you've got to find a way to just burst your way through. But waiting around and sort of hoping that nothing happens might not be the ideal way to do it. Wide P coming in here with the AWP. But smoke is going to go up, so that will slow them down once again. And on the other side, maybe there is a way to find an entry. They've got one player up in the A apartment, so a misstep here for Partizan could kind of wreck the defense. Yeah, I think they're going to use that apartment's position, hoping that they just won't be expecting it. 35 seconds. Nice timing on the incendiary. Running back, but yeah. Oh, that's... You get what they want to do. Prime Tap's really, really hoping that they just wouldn't be ready, but they absolutely were. And that's probably the round. 24 seconds here in a 3 versus 5. I can't imagine they're going to be able to win this.
Yeah, very little we can do. how low Nexa is, and Jacob's not exactly that much better as either. It should be done. Jacob goes down, and, well, last man is that AWP, and Nork is just trying to get out alive, which it looks like he'll be okay. I was just wondering whether there's that flank from Madden, but I think he'll just about evade, so we're okay. Orb kept the float. A good round again from Partizan, still clawing on, but what about you, Anders? Partly for me, this sort of feels like we're delaying the inevitable. I don't know. Do you believe that Partizan can get back into this? Because in my mind so far, it really doesn't feel like it's there.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm really sold either yet, I've got to be honest. I feel like I guess, you know, to be honest, if BC game showing up on Banana and getting shot through the smoke, then fair play. Like, that's obviously, that's going to be super winnable at that point in time. But I'm just going to go ahead and assume that they won't continue to try and do that. And if they don't, then question is, do Partizan have another way to win some of these early rounds? You can already see here in this round, they are really far back from that Banana position. Obviously, that is a bit of a disadvantage too. It does mean that the CTs have a bit more control early on, but I think you can get away with surrendering that. It's fine. Tech-9s are out. AWP on Nork, obviously, and Nex are on the AK. See if they can find some early kills here. And they could do basically what Partizan did themselves on the T side, and just try and get close to short, and use the fact that if you're that close to the bomb side and you get even one kill, you might just be able to overpower the rest of the defense. It's absolutely doable, especially there's 3 people. 4th is coming in, and that is a problem with that kind of a philosophy here, unless they go right through into Collins. Oh, he might be in a little bit of trouble. He's got Kinder with him, but a missed shot on the AWP right now could be disastrous. Not going to miss, though. Still, you can see how dangerous it is. Collins very nearly off going down, and he will. Dragon is going to fall 3 versus 3. Kindo, he's back here. If they had the rifle out, Jacob there, then he would have had the kill. I'm almost positive. But it was just switching back and forth. And now Kindo, even low on health. Yeah, you're going to be able to get the job done here. They will be able to pick off Nork as well. Very, very scary round. They win it, and that's good. Good job on Partizan. But there's absolutely a world in which they lose that one.
Yeah, there was a moment. There was definitely a moment. A bit of indecisiveness, I think, probably kills BC game. If they just really, again, move as a group, especially when they're in this 3 versus 3. After Nork gets his kill, move as the 3 of you, play for the trades, and just really rely that, you know, somebody's going to be able to go for a favorable 2 versus 1 and just hope that's the play. But in that spot, it's 3 separate fights at 3 separate times against 3 separate people. And, you know, you're banking a lot on those 50-50s. And I never sort of loved those plays. So, 11-8. Attack pause called by Partizan, their 3rd and final. And, well for them, they're inching closer into this. 3 rounds. It's now starting to look doable, right? And this is where BC game are faltering. Looking a little flat on this T side. Can't afford to let Partizan get in that reaching distance. We're going to go for a bit of a half by here. Bar, of course, Jacob's got 950, so he's wielding the AK, the hero AK. Understandably, that it's him as well. He's had a great game, 16-10. But honestly, the big thing is that Partizan, this one, you're expected to win it. Let's just say it's 9. Gun run in towards the next. That next gun round is the difference between BC game being in a lead and us being all tied square.
Yeah, what a world. This felt like BC game should have been able to run away with it quite some time ago, but that hasn't really happened. Maybe we end up on Dust 2 after all. I mean, you know, if that's what it takes, I still feel like this has been one of the weirdest best of 3s that we've seen so far in this series, CCT. I just, nothing is playing out the way that you would expect. Nicely done, though. Flash into the middle. Jacob gets that one. Aladdin, though, and Dragon on the other side. It's very good work. What a spray from Jacob. Just understanding that's obviously a very thin box on the one side, so able to take the kill. Bomb is going to be planted here, and Jacob and Nex are actually with a legitimate chance to win this one. They don't have any utility really left, so that's a bit of an issue, but still, comes down to the rifle play here. We'll see if they're going to be able to come out on top. Jacob certainly trying to land some of those 1-taps towards the library. He sees it, no problem. Next, obviously not going to be the primary over for the team, but he's certainly doing the job well. Legs, Madden, down towards the library. Dragon, putting a little bit of pressure on here, but that incendiary is not spreading as much as he would have wanted, so he's up on the bomb side, and Jacob just absolutely playing it perfectly. Madden gets a kill, but also gets shot in the back end. BC Game picking up the round in spite of being a man down in that in the initial stages there. Very good job.
Nexo not looking too bad on the old AWP as well. Some nice shots from him. He gets a leg on that long player, but you know, for him, that's nice to see. You got some ideas as what he can do, but ultimately very good post on. Like you mentioned, numbers is advantage. You make it stick. You're two of your most experienced players in this side stepping up and showing why. As Jacob and Nexo have both been doing so much of the heavy lifting. You know, Nexo, of course, in terms of some of the calling, but Jacob is just his raw rifling has been fantastic. And map and series point for BC Game on the brink of that semi-final. What a shot from Kindo. Full blind through a smoke. Cypher goes down.
Kind of the life of if you're playing the entry on Banana, isn't it? Sometimes you just, you know, you just have to accept it. It's going to happen. It's worth it for whenever you do get the kills, of course, the other way, so. Jacob, again, dangerously close. This is one of those positions where you're just one headshot away from disaster on the CT side. Jacob moving forward. He's certainly got the right idea. Madden, gun barrel showing, and Jacob trying to spray him down. It's not going to work out. It'll be Madden instead. And Madden comes out. Little Cubby just... Nice double kill. That's enough to win the round here. Next, 7-1 versus 5. Obviously, not going to be happening. But I don't even blame them for trying it. When you're that close to the bomb side, if he gets Madden instead, it is on. They are absolutely going to be exploding out of that side.
They've been liking these contact plays, haven't they? You know, it's something that they've been able to find a lot of space with. And, for the most part, some successes too. 12-9, though. Next up. She's going to try and save this AK, and it looks like he'll be alright. He's sort of just evaded one, that of Dragon, who was maneuvering around. So it looks like he'll be okay here. Remainder of these 10 seconds, and he's tucked far enough away that it'll be fine. A 9th for Partizan. 3 rounds, still within that arm's reach, but a difficult one to say the least. I mean, for Partizan, yes, these rounds are good, but they just have no room for error at all. At the same time, though, for BC Game, you kind of at times want to just see them go for something just a little bit, you know, quick. You take 9s on this AK, just flying towards B, see what you can find, and hope that you can kind of win it on chance like that.
Yeah, it's...
One AK and, yeah, a few good pistols, that's it.
They haven't had a lot of luck, I guess, trying to actually get through on Banana. So that might be one of the things that's kind of slowing them down here. They are sort of continuously trying, and they are throwing that. You see the early smoke that lands there for the T side. It's up against the wall, and it creates this space on the right hand side for the Ts that they can run through. But Partizan, they have a very, very good understanding of how to shut that down. You can see that, like, Collins is doing a fantastic job here.
Yep.
Because that really is the current sort of meta smoke that, and it allows a bit of pathing for the Ts to run through. And with the right flashes and everything else, you can get pretty close, but not this time.
Yeah, they do sort of continuously feed him. AK has been recovered by Nork. Only one remaining with armor as well, so first we can really wield it. Flash, great work, and they've cracked open B. Smoke down towards CT. Hang on a moment, guns recoverable. Anders round on.
Yeah, all of a sudden, out of nowhere. Should never be happening, but somehow it is. Incendiary. It's a little bit too late, unfortunately. I feel like it happens a lot when people throw that grenade, is that it touches somebody, it does like 5 damage, and that's about it. Yeah. I understand why people throw it, but I'm not convinced it's the best way to do it. They have more utility, though, coming in from the Partizan side. Going to use a deep incendiary there. They blow open the smoke, and actually, that somehow works. Nice flashbang going over as well. Nork and Jacob. Smoke. Oh, it's right in front of him here, so not going to make any difference. Turning around is Nork, and it should be enough, and it will be. What a ace at the end, actually. He picked up all 5 kills. Just nobody noticed because the first couple were right at the beginning of the round. That's wild. And it will be BC Game to carry on through the series here. They win it in a 2-0 fashion, and that means they're going to go a little bit deeper here at CCT. Again, I've got to be honest, it's a real shame to see Partizan this way because they definitely were a much stronger team. Now, I guess it's, it's all up in the air.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the unfortunate circumstances that they're in. But credit where it's due, BC Game capitalizing upon what is in front of them. And that's all they can do. All they can do is play the opponent that's there. And I think, especially in that map number 2, much better. There was moments that it's close, sure. And, Partizan have the individuals to be able to just single-handedly take over rounds. But finally, sort of, BC Game do what I want from them. A B hit, they go a little quicker, and they just pop with the Tech 9s, and it ends up working out for them. Granted, requires the H clutch, but we take them all the same. So, beautiful work. 2-0 into the semis. They are one of the favorites in this tournament, and they're showing why.
Look, I want to say there was still a lot of positives to take away from that Inferno from Partizan. One, I think it's a great comeback. I think after we saw that first half performance from BC Game, I think everyone would have kind of just written this game off. And obviously it does go the way of BC Game. But I wanted to say, you guys both touched upon it. I was really impressed with Collins actually towards Banana, because I think a lot of the time we saw it from Cypher on the B-bomb site, the amount of rounds where he got double kills where she'd only found one and he was able to delay when it came to B hits. But Collins did a step further. Not only did he kind of deny any chance, if we saw the majority of the T-side rounds, they went towards A because Collins just shut down any idea towards B so early on that it conditioned BC Game throughout the whole of that Inferno to go, look, if we go towards B, Collins is going to look for an early frag. We're going to have to slow it down. And I was actually very, very impressed with Collins. I think obviously not the best of performances from Partizan overall, but little things like that, little moments, you have to say there were positives for Partizan, but I think BC Game were just a better team, and a lot of it can be done because of this man. Jacob, what a game he had throughout Ancient and obviously here on Inferno. A brilliant performance, and quite rightly deserved of that MVP.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Jacob's great, right? He's just Mr. Ever Consistent, isn't he? There's a few players like that who have just been around the scene for just so damn long, but they just continue to just do their job, do it well, and have these occasional series where they are lights out. And this was one of them. 93 ADR across the series with him is fantastic. There's a few of those players that we talk about, maybe not as much these days of how the team is struggling, but I always kind of put that down to Crims. Crims always felt like Mr. Consistent for me. He's been doing his job for ages, but I think Jacobs is one of those. I think there was obviously a world, even like a couple of years ago when they made this run with Apex, Jacob was the most underappreciated rifler in the world. He was a tier 1 rifler that was not playing in tier 1 and had to slog through with Apex into the major and kind of prove to him that he is probably the most overlooked rifler in the world, right? And I think now, he's been given his flowers after these major runs that he's had. And I think with BC Game, this is a side that if they can continue scaling upon the early successes they had, IM Dallas, get a few good tier 2 tournaments under your belt, they could actually sneak their way in towards a major contention spot.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people do forget Jacob's time, obviously, on G2, on FaZe, on Dignitas. Obviously, that's over, 10 years or about 8 years ago now. Jacob's got loads of experience. There was a reason he was in that tier 1 scene. He is such an excellent player. And I'd love to see BC Game kind of get themselves there and maybe Jacob have some time back at the top of the mountain, because I think he's a player that a lot of people maybe not forgotten about, but underappreciate. And I think it's obviously would be great to see him. But that's been the 2 games. They've been 2-0s. I think Partizan, they played a lot better on Inferno than many would have given them kind of credit for after that first half. But I think BC Game deserved of the victory. I think they came into this game as the slight favourites. I think the fact there was a lack of leadership, we've got to say, might have been a bit of a struggle. I'm interested as to whether Choiv could have played, obviously being their coach, an ex-in-game leader, played alongside Kindo, Dragon, Vladen. So I would have been interesting if he was able to play, or whether that was kind of locked off because he was a coach. But because he has such great leadership qualities, and I think that's definitely what was lacking here for Partizan. And I think it's really unfortunate, because I think Partizan have proved in the past that they can be such a competitive team, but BC Game just a better side here today. But obviously that's kind of half of the quarterfinals done. We've still got that Cybershoke matchup, obviously, against Bait. That's going to be coming up in about an hour's time. And then to finish off the day, it is going to be NaVi Jr. against Gunfire. I'm excited for those games. I think they're going to be pretty good ones as well. So, obviously, I think we've got our Counter-Strike set out, and by tomorrow we're going to have our grand finalists. But obviously that's been it from us 3 today. We've got a bit of a switch when it comes to the broadcast, as it will be Nexus and Over on the commentary, and we've got JRD on the analyst desk. So look, in about an hour's time when that Cybershoke Bait game does kick off, make sure to show them some love. But we're going to be jumping to a break beforehand.
All right, everyone, welcome to our third quarterfinal of the day. We got some new faces here, including myself. I'm JRT with Oversard and Nexus. Guys, this is going to be, I think, a really exciting matchup between Bait and Cybershoke. Probably a little closer than I would say the odds are saying right now because of the way Cybershoke's been playing. How are you feeling about it, Nexus?
I'm feeling fairly interested about this matchup just because we've been seeing Cybershoke recently such a plentiful amount that we kind of have already an idea. They've made recent additions that I think are really nice as well, in Glowing most specifically. And then Theo and I, we're massive Bait fans. That's been the case for a long time now, and so it's just nice to see them. I think, I'm not sure about you, I've only seen them with Kenzie or maybe like 3 times, maybe. So, you know, I want to see more of them. It's been a couple of days, couple of weeks maybe since last, so I want to see how the evolution looks for the team now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, honestly, Bait, like you aptly mentioned, are doing phenomenally as of late. They've only lost 3 of their last 15 BO3s. They have been on an absolute tear. Their ranking, you know, it's gone up. It's up to 25, I think, right now, which is crazy. They're one of the highest ranked teams, I think, in this bracket. So, honestly, it's looking quite promising for them. And you're looking here over at what happened earlier today, which was 9 Pandas and Eclot, and that was actually pretty one-sided. And then, as well, for the BC game, Partizan match one-sided as well. But interesting note, of course, coming back to this one, is that Cybershoke actually beat BC Game on their way back towards a playoff spot, because they started off 0-2, right? Like, they were really struggling, and then they managed to recover and make their way to this point. So, yeah, I mean, look, what are you feeling right now about overall in this bracket? Any matches that you surprised you, or just generally, you know, what do you think is going to happen?
I think I'm a little bit disappointed about Partizan losing 2-0. I was really hyped to see them play against BC Game. I had the pleasure of watching the game, and it was okay-ish to a degree, but one too many mistakes. Unfortunately, you could tell that when Emmy's not there, when you go up against a team that is well-situated and well-rounded around, you're going to have struggles, tactically speaking. So I'm perhaps not too surprised at the end that BC still take it. But moving into the final 2 games of the day, I'm thinking that Bait, as you've already, you've both kind of pointed it out, JRT especially, have said that the ranking of Bait has also risen recently.
Yes.
I believe they are 23rd on the VRS even, which is insane. But we've been huge fans since forever, and I think this game is definitely going their favor. How much, I can't say for sure. And then obviously the second series of the day that's coming up later on tonight, Gun 5. I'm super impressed by them, and I hope they can keep up their, let's say, their level that they've shown so far. I think it should be a easy win against NaVi Junior.
Yeah, and I mean, oh, you think it's an easy win against NaVi Junior? Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. I actually think NaVi Junior have been playing really well lately. So
they have.
So we'll see. No, that's really interesting. Maybe we'll touch on that more in the next matchup. But right now, let's focus on the Bait roster. I mean, we always have Headtrick, who's been playing phenomenally for them. But you talked about briefly Kensinzor and, the fact that he's been added to the roster, Nexus. Personally, I think that he's done a pretty good job since he's been added on to this. I think 45 maps played over the last 3 months. But yeah, only 6 less than the rest of the squad. But what I know you said you want to see more from him. But from what you have seen, is he impressing you?
Yes and no. And that no I'm going to elaborate on because it's a bit of a weird one. Yes, in the sense that he's been brought in to replace a Captain Kurtka who was kind of like an X-factor on this team. Right? He enabled other players. He was that sort of player that he enabled other players to do incredibly well, and also had the capability to get, let's say, a game with 20 kills, or even 15 and 10 of them being impact. That was the sort of games that Captain Kurtka could have. And seeing the swap from Kenzizor, from Kono to Bait, and vice versa for Captain Kurtka to Kono, he's been, to me, incredibly impressive in Kono, Captain Kurtka, that is. So it's kind of an intriguing swap in that situation, but Kenzizor, now that he's been here for, a couple of months, he has kept up the form that he was kind of brought in to do. You already have incredibly good fraggers on this team otherwise as well. So in that regard, he's surprised me. But the big surprise in the sense that no, is that Captain Kurtka could have played this sort of game also to a degree that he's currently showing in Kono, with kind of like a almost not entirely one-for-one swap in many roles and positions. So take that with a grain of salt, kind of.
All right, let's switch gears now. We'll talk about Cybershoke, and obviously we have a couple of new additions to this roster as well. And I think that overall, and those two new additions, I should say, are Glowing and Blixie.
Yeah.
And we say new, but the fact of the matter is, even though they were added relatively recently, like you mentioned earlier, I think it was Nexus you mentioned it, Cybershoke's been playing so much Counter-Strike. 72 maps played already for these two, and 105 for the rest of the roster. I mean, they have just been going at it, and I think throughout that run, they've had some ups and downs. I say some, like, it's really extreme downs, and then extreme ups. Like, I think at the beginning of 2025, things were really, really not looking good right up until middle of February. Do you feel like these roster changes have made a difference for Cybershoke over?
Oh yeah, I think the experience of Glowing, obviously bringing him his own knowledge to the table from his past experience of 9 Pandas, 1 win. When we roll back the years, he's been around for quite a while now, and at 31 years that he still can carry. Like, the thing with Glowing is this man can still bring up the numbers heavily. Like, he is contending against strong players individually and comes out on top a lot of times. So I think the factor for Cybershoke is that right now they are basically preparing their core, or well, their new core, let's say, in case of Lovikus, Notineki, Blixie, and Phenomen, right? The 4 that will kind of carry on the torch, because surely Glowing, he's going to keep this up for a while, but eventually, perhaps something snaps, but something doesn't go as well as you'd want it to. And if you want to reach the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, we know that you need to have that firepower as well. It's not only about the brain, but it's about how well you can then utilize that and fine-tune it. But again, overall, recently, Cybershoke, they've been doing absolutely astonishingly well, and I wouldn't be surprised if they give us a very quick game, though I sincerely doubt that that's going to be the case.
No, absolutely. And I mean, like, right here, you're going to see a good ban coming through from Bait, Anubis, which has been ridiculous for Cybershoke, as we're jumping into the video, guys. Like, 18-6 for Cybershoke over the last 3 months. So they take that off the table immediately and go away from their perma. So we'll see if maybe there's going to be a punish from Cybershoke as we get into Ancient as our first pick from Bait. Makes sense. They love playing here. Mirage still floating around, and I feel like Mirage is going to be a map 3. Anyway, let's see what happens. No! Okay, Mirage is going to be picked immediately by Cybershoke. How are you feeling about this, Nexus?
Not great, honestly. What I do love is that Bait actually get rid of Anubis. Because over the last 6 months, even before, the major and their runs and such, we were kind of seeing them having massive issues that they never seemingly were able to fix on their CT side, specifically on Anubis. So I'm really happy to kind of just get that out of the way and say, we're not even going to try that because we know it's going to be an L. So they go to something different instead. That leaves Mirage open, which I'm not entirely sure about, because you do have a map which Bait have yet to play, which was Train. Now it's out. You don't have a chance to get it in anymore. So you're still going to a very strong map for Bait, and it's just a veto that immediately does favor them, despite them not batting their perma-ban out of the way immediately.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I agree with you. I think Train could have been interesting. Certainly there haven't been the best results on the Cybershoke side, 1 and 2 over the last 3 months, but it's Train, it's a new map. Maybe you can pull it out and you can punish, Bait for not banning it, but they decide not to. And I really strongly feel that Mirage would have been the leftover map afterwards, because both teams love to play it. Instead, Cybershoke goes for Mirage. You end up with Dust 2, which has been played a lot on the Cybershoke side, but the results have been very middling. So I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up if we get to map number 3, but despite all of our talking about how good Cybershoke has been lately, they've had their good successes. They went from 0-2, losing to Monty and BC Game, to winning 3 in a row to make it to this point. Bait are the favorite. Like, let's be clear. They're the team that are expected to come out with the win, right, Over?
Oh, yeah. No doubt there. Like, the only reason why I even mentioned that Cybershoke could win this is just because I know they're capable of winning over Bait. It's not impossible, but unless we see a massive upheaval, like, we're going to have Phenomen firing on all cylinders. He's going to have to hit every single op shot. We're going to have Notineki having to accurately play his lurk positions. Lovikus as well. He sometimes lurks for his squad from here to there. Glowing's obviously going to have to perform, and then not to mention Blixie as well. Overall, there's a lot of markers they're going to have to hit in order to even get this into a stable game, right? And so that Bait don't overrun them. and then some. But right now, 5-match win streak for Cybershoke. They're not exactly cold, right? We can say
Right.
they're kind of hot on the heels here.
No, and definitely they've been getting the reps in, like we talked about before. I think when you look at the veto again, though, you see Ancient and Mirage. That's the top two for bait, right? That's their bread and butter. So it's going to be difficult. That's why I kind of agree with you, Nexus, that Cybershoke picking into it was a bit of a surprise when you could throw a curveball or try for anything different, right? I mean, I don't want to say anything because Inferno's forget about it for Cybershoke. But either way, guys, that's going to be it for the pre-show. Why don't you two take it away and bring us into Ancient?
Thank you very much, JRT. We're going to be certainly taking it away into our first round of our first map, third series, of the day, as we are going to be finding ourselves on the T side for Bait and CT for Cybershoke. Once again, the CIS teams go head-to-head as one of the strongest regions in the world when it comes to Counter-Strike. It's going to be an A play. I like the idea. It's straight, and it's basically an execution here.
Yeah, but the dualies are here, you said Fenomen needs to be popping off, and here he is already, 1 and 2 removed. Not much for Bait in terms of how the A exec or A push works out, because Cybershoke, they had the initial fight there, and they got it shot down, so now it's all about the mid-round. Can Bait really come back to it with 3 on 5 here, and already they're trying to go through mid here. That's the fast rotation point, and they're just getting stuck, getting caught, and barely anything to show for this round. Hedrick will find 1, yes. You're still hoping that there will be more given and more mistakes, perhaps, but the problem is Gensis are still walking into a trap, and will be an overextension from Notineki. That's 1 back yet again. Now it's another round doable with HP being an issue and glowing, but out of nowhere it's 1-2. The punch come through. Cybershoke, they will clear this obstacle. They won't let Bait have anything to start it off here.
And what a way to open it. It's a straight A take. They almost get overwhelmed. There was a close call there for a second that could have gone very much the way for Bait. But in the end, Fenomen pot shots with the dualies. It kind of created enough chaos for the rest of the team to arrive in time. And the defense holds up. We go to Cybershoke picking up the pistol. It's Ancient after all. It's CT-sided to a degree. But alas, as we've already mentioned, one of the stronger maps for Bait in the pool.
Yeah, this and map 2 is definitely not an easy task with Cybershoke, but if there is kind of like a way that we do see Cybershoke take this serious, it really has to be them on their A game, and that also includes making sure Bait is on their B game on their 2 best maps, pretty much. So you at least have to be earning this victory, no matter what.
Yeah. And I love the eco, Bait playing it smart. I mean, we talked a lot about how much we've watched them in the recent months, and let's say recent year. Season 2 of CCT especially, it's been their specialty, to be fair. And MPL, like, he gained a bit of a reputation for being that kind of a powerhouse IGL, right? Leading his team with an example of fragging as well. And Hedrick, ever since joining Bait, there were always a few question marks as to, is it going to work out? Is it going to be enough? And I think he's finally set himself in a role, or rather set himself in a position where he's super comfortable, and you can see the real Hedrick now come out to light fully. With Kensizor, it's all in line.
Yeah, there was like an impressive stat for last year for Hedrick, where he barely had a negative rating even in the first 6 months. Here he's had a slightly shakier start, but the numbers I think are still better in a way. So he's hitting his stride, and always has, really. Never been an issue when it comes to this team.
Love the aggression towards Leopard, by the way. Cybershoke taking control of the map. Lovicus as well, towards middle. They're going to try and challenge lane, and they might as well actually win the duel here as the counter utility is flowing in. They're going to be able to take over control of double doors. Lovicus finds 1. Essential replies, and they know there's 1 more on shelf. Now caught in a bit of a pincer maneuver. They are going to get rid of him with Alex in elbow, but he's waiting in the smoke. That's a bit of a devalued spot. Hedrick to make it a 2v2. And again in Leopard, look at Fenomen. He's super aggro. And whilst perhaps it could work, it also endangers the whole round immediately.
Yes, it does. is immediately put him in a bit of a pickle to come back from, but Nozineki swinging will be found immediately, not given a chance. Apparently not even entertaining, but the problem here is as well, Phenomen's gonna be right here though. Immediately does expose himself. No trigger discipline, none to be had here.
1v2. It's on. No, it's not. Never mind. Head trick. Good recognition of where the spray is coming from. And retaliates, finds the kill, secures the win. Well played, well done. That is going to be another round in the hands of, well, this time Bait. First one, in fact, to be more exact. It almost ends up in another defeat. Cybershoke as easily, and perhaps the B defense being shut down like such. We could have seen a different outcome. Full buy, Phenomen on the op. He's been definitely a big factor for Cybershoke. I've mentioned this, and I think we're going to have to keep on mentioning it once we move forward, as he's kind of the go-to op. And what is the... Oh my goodness, this is devastating.
A massacre.
Wow. Yeah. A bit of a disaster, really, more than anything else.
Collapse of a mid-push. I mean, that being one of the big parts of Ancient as a whole as well, the CT side will be fighting for that control, because it is just, as we kind of saw in the pistol already, the fast rotation between A and B, between anywhere. So make those sorts of calls from the early parts for Bay to kind of just say, no thank you, we can deal with it, won't be an issue for us.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming up with one of the answers to how to deal with an Ancient CT side in the first counter round, or second. Immediately adds a little bit of stress for Cybershoke in the future rounds here, how they'll have to change, how they'll adapt to these situations. But for now, an AWP to be saved, and I don't think even Headtrick's going to get this chance to take it away, though. Arriving toward a T-spawn, there's a bit of time remaining. This one still should be salvaged and saved. So, moving on. Round number 5 to start up next, then Bait. They are looking to completely reset the economy of Cybershoke. Well, actually, I feel like they've already done that.
They've done that already, yeah. And the way that mid position was played for Cybershoke, I'm a bit surprised that they have the op on Phenomen, yet he's playing basically anchor B, whilst the rest of the squad is hard aggroing middle. Very little utility as well to support that, from what I could tell. I believe a flash, maybe 2. We had a smoke or 1 more in between. Overall, Cybershoke, uneven and perhaps a bit of a wild call. Not a big fan, but maybe just, you know, one-off. As they take a tactical timeout, I like it. I'm going to try and see if they can do something with the op itself. And by the way, I am actually not sure who is the actual coach right now, Cybershoke. I haven't really delved deep into it, but I don't think we have an official... Like it's officially...
I will actually get to you on that. Give me just a minute. I'll see if I can figure this one out. I feel like I should be able to. Give me a little bit.
All good. Wikipedia is loading up.
No. I think there's a... Oh, wait. Maybe not, actually.
Brain is their coach, from what I can tell from Wikipedia. Joined them, has been with them... Well, apparently not officially. He's apparently the coach of Aurora Gaming officially, but
yeah, that's
he's coaching Cybershoke. In any case, before we get off the deep end here, holy shit, Blixie, what? USP double? He throws an AK to get for his teammates, says, goes out wide, yeah, sure, but the damage is done. That's a 1v2 trade with a USP. That's perfect. That's excellent. You have an op and an AK. What the hell?
You can't make that up. You can't go in a practice board and say, okay, this is what we're going to do, and expect that to still be the case.
Pretty much.
Amazingly done to give him a fighting chance. Advantage now still maintained by Phenomen's op. More to be given still for the T side as well. You have 2 remaining though, so it's putting a bit of pressure now on Hedrick and Alex. figure this one out somehow. Won't be an easy task, but 40 seconds to figure it out.
Very slow approach by Bait. They're going to have to speed their attack as Lovicus will find him. That's confirmation for the team. Glowing with an AK, he has to play this smart. Molotov into CT, but nobody checks the deep corner first, and it's going to be Hetrick now having to duel this 1v1. Glowing will lose the fight, sure, but it's Phenomen that has an opportunity, a 1v1. Hetrick. Well, the head executioner of Bait against Phenomen here. And the op will hit!
Take him down, deny a clutch, and take away the round, starting off with that USP. Really the best case scenario right now when it comes to starting off the game.
Kinda is, to be fair.
Or at least slowing down Bait, right? You can let him get a round or two here, but you slow down their momentum, you hit him with a round like this. And that's not something they'll be coming out of easily. So, remember when I just said that this was kind of a round where Cybershoke's economy was going to be bust?
Yeah.
It didn't matter.
Didn't matter, did it? Yeah.
No. Now, I'm actually going to ask you something as well here for the start of the round. Remember yesterday we had some games kind of crazy, you know, like...
I do.
7.5 hours for 2 best of 3s kind of thing, yeah?
Yeah, I do. Well...
Give me a second, I'll come back to
yesterday's games, we'll come back to that in a moment, because there's a bit of a mid-action. Lovicus trades off himself when... Oh! Alex misses the chance to make it 2v1. That's the C4 as well! Holy scheisse, that's not good. That's the C4. Oof, and Phenomen closes it out. The nade doesn't bring him down. That's round for Cybershoke and a quick one. And an eco next. Then yes, please continue. Yesterday's games were glorious, yes.
Glorious,
7.5, 8 hours for 2 series.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So, you know, I've had this thing. I've been, you know, very stressed out recently.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure. Did it also feel like a fever dream to you? Because that's been my thing. I could not get that out of my mind and imagine anything but a fever dream for yesterday.
Not gonna lie, it was definitely it went by a lot faster than I thought it did. Now, you know, thinking back to it, I was like, damn, that really, you know, went on by immediately.
All right. So
maybe not so much a fever dream.
Cool.
Yeah. It's more of a
My troubles continue.
Problem. You're the only one that understands. Well, it's an eco bait. They need to understand the economy, and they do. Unfortunately, they don't really have an answer to it, though. There's not much you can do. I don't like the split, but they're looking to go maybe into lane, into B here, fast. Maybe.
Maybe. Something. Maybe.
No, not really, I guess. I mean, Cybershoke's playing smart as well. Anti-eco setup here is perfect. Pixel corners. Oh! That's accurate. That's more accurate than I would think possible, but running into Red Room is kind of crazy. And back to B.
Back to B. Blixie waits. That's 1, that's 2. Leg spotted. And after those 2, it's the round as well. And guess what? It's kept clean.
Easy.
Yeah, Cybershoke, they were in potential economical turmoil for like 1 round. And even that one, they said, nah, we got this.
See, right now, this is the Cybershoke I warned about. Lovicus is on 9, Phenomen is on 8, and Blixie's on 7. Like, this is everything going their way perfectly. Glowing's just playing his part as an anchor, you know, he's holding his own. Nosineki, when he's challenged, he still gives a bit of a hit back, but here we go.
Here we go. Continue the story.
Another B take. Yeah, this is not gonna end well. They're gonna walk into this running. Kensizor somehow gets onto site without dying, and it's going to be a 4v5. Make it a 5v3 as Bait have done it. That's round. They just walk into B. I guess it's that simple.
Sometimes it is. You know, Counter-Strike, if you're out of options, just rush B. The old trusty, and in this case, it's what gets Bait back into this round, back into the game perhaps as well. But it was that last round kept flawless, so it's not really a massive issue for Cybershoke. Even if they tried this and lost, they would still have money. But they are instead choosing to save the 2 AKs, M4 as well on Lovicus, so they are playing, in a way, the long game here, long corner. To a degree, Lovicus did try to get more damage done. Bomb Explosion is not far from actually removing Ascenthiel and Kenzie Zor, but it's not actually going to be good enough to take him out. They'll survive, and Bait pretty much just gifted that third round, because Blixie needed to win a 1v1, it didn't, and his teammate couldn't do anything either. It was just 1 versus 1s, 1 versus 1s. The round is done. They found a quick gap. Just Hail Mary sent it to B.
It was a bit headstrong. It was a little bit dangerous. Kenzizor was C4 first. If he loses the initial engagement, all of a sudden it's a domino effect. Everything kind of comes to a screeching halt, and you find yourself losing quickly. But alas, Bait succeeds. They somehow persevere, and we continue. It's still ancient. It's still round 9. It's still the first half, and we are watching a very important round. Both sides now kind of exhausted economically speaking, which means they're left in a place of very few options. They have to win, or they play an eco, which means their opponents could either gain an even bigger advantage in the case of Cybershoke, or could tie him up in the case of Bait. Good damage, by the way, on Ascenthiel. Another part of Bait that we didn't talk a lot about as well, and definitely worthwhile mentioning, a great player that's really kind of coming into his own in his place in Bait.
To me, Ascenthiel is kind of like the vibe check of the team in a way. Like, how is he doing almost reflects how the team is doing.
Yeah. That kind of feels appropriate, to be fair.
Yeah, just to put it in like a very, very simple way, almost, but nonetheless. For now, we do start off, and his NPL down. It's also 2-9, he's not doing all too hot, and neither is Alex, 2-7. Right, we talk about all the fragging and firepower that Bait have. You have a Hedrick, NPL, Alex, a underrated part of this team, like almost always consistent, like a 1.1 player and never really disappoints. Alright, now he's not started off too hot. Ascenthiel has nailed on the headshot, but does reveal Lovicus to still be here, and he'll stand his ground. We talk about the trouble for Bait. Lovicus, he's in nothing of trouble to speak of. 12 kills to him. Hedrick just looking to save the AWP here. He's got no time, no chance, but even so, I don't think he'll even survive. Actually, maybe. No, he will survive.
He will survive.
Cybershoke, yeah, they don't have money, apparently, so they're not willing to sacrifice the players for this. We'll let him live. But in the grand scheme, it's another round for Cybershoke. It's another timeout being called from Bait immediately as well. Which, at least they're using them, because sometimes people just forget about them. So it's good to see them taking these. This is your map pick. 3 right now at the current situation is alright. You're still looking to aim at like a 5-7.5, you know, realistically, probably. But I'm saying there's a chance for more as well. Just because of the economical issues we have and the back and forth, kinda. It could go to another extreme. Flashbacks to yesterday, oh god. Let's see.
Oh, please don't. I can't take another day like that, though.
Yeah, if that's the case, I feel like I would have to take like a month off.
Like a whole ass month of break. Yeah, definitely gonna need therapy after that one. But
19-15, 16-13, 13-11.
I mean, I don't mind the numbers. I mind more perhaps some of the rounds that we'd seen. But Bait right here, let's see what they set themselves up for. It's Tech-9s and it's an AWP, right? This is a contact play if I've ever seen one, and it should be towards Fenomen into Temple, because it all depends on the first play. If Fenomen dies or does not get a kill, it's going to be Bait able to plant at least. He sees the shadow. They don't really think about it. Slow walking in, not the way to go. He gets MPL. Naughty Nicky helps. It is round over. Alex setting alongside Hedrick. They do not have an entry here that is free.
Yeah, it's just another round. Goes the same way as many before. And you can't even say that this is going bad for Bait because of one specific thing. Because they are kind of spreading out their tactics here in a lot of different positions as well. It's been mid, it's been B, it's been now A couple of times as well. So they're definitely trying, they're using all parts of the map, they're not forgetting kind of how to play. It's just that you have an individual in a good position. Lovicus, he's like a couple of rounds ago, Donut 2 kills, just stayed alive. Phenomen 12 and 3, Blixie 7 and 5, despite him losing that B site at one point as well. They're doing all very well here for Cybershoke, so it's just getting the advantage and shutting down Bait. And that is one of the big things we mentioned for Cybershoke. If they want to take the series, you have to have their individuals awake. You can't be sleeping. And Lovicus now with the fishes. A start for Bait, something to work off of.
They still have mid control, but if played correctly, Kensizor could get a bit of room to work with. Blixie goes wide! Blixie! It's insane that he gets two! Notineki goes wide as well! And they help each other perfectly, glowing there to basically be the mantelpiece of the attack, where they just charge at him, they shoot at him, but they can't hit him as the rest of the squad cleans it up. Bait are being taken care of easily. 8-3 first half is coming to an end. An abrupt one at that. What is happening right now, I know not, but Bait's map pick is not going the way that we thought. By the way, just as a quick mention, Lovicus and Phenomen, 13 kills to each.
Yeah. And that last one as well is Blixie 2, Notineki 2. When you have positions which are like one and done, or you have a trade set up, you are expecting at least a 2-for-1 at a minimum, but when you have a player going 2-for-1, and then another one taking 2 as well, it's a whole different sort of ballpark, different sort of game entirely. And one that we'll have to see Bait just come back into, but it's just not possible at the moment. Phenomen takes his 14th over the half, and Lovicus also!
Nasty. Absolutely nasty rounds as Blixie's still alive, and he's got a free kill here. Kensizor's gonna go wide, he's gonna hear that. Now Blixie gets traded, sure, but it's still gonna be back to it 4v2, and surely you don't peek Cave. You do not peek Cave here. You're oh boy.
Are we seeing 9? I think so. Hedrick, he's known for a clutcher too. He's very reliable in these situations. But I've got some bad news for him. This is not one he'll win. Trapped, Glowing's made sure he's not going back towards A. Lovicus as well. He's going back towards ramp, so there's a layer to this that Hedrick just simply won't be coming out of. Even if he drops the smoke, tries to kind of plant offside maybe. The pressure immediately will be put on him before he even gets the chance to plant. And suddenly he's chasing long. There's Lovicus from ramp. It's like an onion. It has layers to it.
It has, and Cybershoke, they've got 9 of those. 9 to be exact. It's pretty easy here how quickly they take care of Bait. We thought we could have a bit of a closer match. I even thought we could be seeing a, definitely a strong match from Cybershoke, but I didn't imagine them having a performance like this. I mean, at the end of the day, Lovicus, or Phenomen, is on 15. Lovicus, I believe, also on 15. It's everything is going their way, and there is not much that can be done from the side of Bait. It's 9-3, first half done. They either win the pistol or we go to map 2 Mirage, with Cybershoke winning the first one. It's that simple. There's literally not much that we can even say from Bait that has worked or that they've tried. Their T side looked atrociously awkward. And we definitely need to praise Cybershoke for their ingenuity here. Well, rather, their perseverance. Not to mention that 2 players have 30 kills together. But sure, Hetrick finds Glowing. That's, at this point, more of a side piece than a main course. Hetrick finds Notineki, but Phenomen keeps on taking the fights. Phenomen, easy. That's round. That's 10.
Man, what do you do when every single time you have a player who's supposed to go at an entry, they'll take 2 and not even die? Lovicus and Phenomen again Another round. They're just keeping up with each other. It's a competition on who's winning for more kills.
17-17. Like, they have 34 kills between the two, whilst Bait can't even scratch 30 together. So, yeah, that's... Actually, Bait have 31 kills. They both together have more kills than Bait combined. It's kind of crazy. Cybershoke, I mean, it's clear that they've came to win, and let's see if they will. It's, again, towards A. Pretty standard. Bait on a full eco. And this is just a full-on, contact play? Just gonna walk out here, not even executing? Ah, never mind. There we go.
No, you're throwing out the Molotov.
Yeah.
Just to assist, just to make sure that you don't have like a deadly 5-7 up close.
Yeah,
and then you just have a full pack attack. Because even if there was a 5-7, you would immediately trade it out in most situations. Unless, you know, magic strikes or lightning in this case. But, nah. Captain Ahab sent his crew to the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, the white whale's not here.
It's getting away on A.
Yeah. It's already run away, I'm afraid, and it's soon going to get out of reach. Those harpoons just don't have the strength.
Yeah, they're just going to come back for one last middle finger and take the round and take the game.
One last drive-by. Oh, what?
Yeah, just send them acting out. It's time to farm.
Yeah, get that money, baby.
Get that bag.
Not so much as you would thought or think.
Never mind.
They don't care. Like, nobody cares about the loss of a few players. Cybershoke are winning this by a mile, and yeah. It's effectively a done deal, I'm afraid, here. I have a hard time seeing how Bait come back. I mean, I've said this before. It's possible, but it is improbable. Let's see. Bait. Either you win it all, you make a full comeback, or it's over. Damn, the odds are kind of crazy as well. What the hell? I'm not gonna lie, those are some high odds. Glowing. Aggro into Leopard, looking to find any willing victims. And they stack B. Oh my, this is going to be tough because it's an A play. It's an A contact play, and they are full on sending it towards B. It's going to be MPL, I believe, towards middle, if I'm seeing that correctly in Red Room. And it's only Mr. Kensizor that's holding A side. And this is a full... It was at a moment for a second a full B stack. Instead, it's a fake B instead. Cybershoke trying to sell this idea that this is, again, a B commitment. Instead, they're walking out A already, and now Blixie, he's still alive. They don't even need to commit. Glowing is still on site. If they find a free kill off of it, that's going to be perfect. Now, Glowing gets caught, sure, but Blixie, the only thing he needs to do is stay alive for as long as he can. He does get traded out, but Nagineki's already found MPL. Lovikus finds Hetrick. And that's a rotation being locked out of place. There's the one man left in Donut. If he doesn't get onto site and gets a kill, it's over.
Look at how quick as well Cybershoke has moved back, or moved it back here.
Oh!
That was 1 and 2. Another multi-fry. You just can't stop this man.
Yep. It's over.
Sometimes your opponent has a good day. Sometimes you're supposed to say, unlucky. Let's go on to the next map. At least we still have another strong one coming up. But holy hell, Bait are getting manhandled. This round is just one where it's insult to injury. You're getting outplayed now as well as on top of being outgunned in every other situation. That is, by the way, the 7th multi-frag round for Lovikus. Phenomen's at 6 himself, so... yeah, they just keep going. They're not stopping anytime soon.
I wonder when are we going to see more time outside of Bait as well. I think they've used only 1 or 2 maybe, right? So
they've used 2, from what I remember, unless there was a third one that snuck in.
No, they've used 2. Yeah, all's good. Madden has to have some choice words for his squad. I don't see how else they can get this done.
Big up John Madden.
Yeah.
But, let's see. Cybershoke off the timeout and looking to get this one now done as well. I got nothing, man. You know how much we always talk about, oh yeah, we're big, massive fans of Bait. This is a disappointment.
It is a disappointment. It's quite a non-cinematic experience, unfortunately, the one that we'd be expecting out of Bait's side. And,
I want to say something, but I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, sure.
I'll say it anyway. I feel like this might be the game that makes up for yesterday's drawn-out ones instead.
Yeah, that we
if
go
it continues
fast.
to go this way, because Bait don't have an answer. Yeah. Outgunned, outmaneuvered, outdone
outplayed,
on every front.
Outsmarted, and in the end, outplayed. It's lights out. A side is lost, and PL, good accuracy.
Yeah, that's a retake. A bomb plant fake once, running through. Oh, a big one for Alex.
Holy shit. That's
a chance to keep him alive, but it's now suddenly just down to NPL. Blixie, one more potentially to go, but it's Lovikus instead. Close it out. 22 at the end of map number 1 for him. Venom now 17 and 5. This is just Cybershoke. Like, I don't even know how it goes so easily, because we have the promise of them kinda, or Bait, having that answer, especially that first round they get. It's that mid-push that they shut down, or it's that second one, I don't remember, it doesn't matter too much. It's that first or second, they shut down Cybershoke from mid. I'm like, okay, we're gonna have a game. They've got answers. And we just blink and we're here, 1-0. It's a very quick game.
Yeah, and Cybershoke win in a way perhaps that is completely unexpected. Even I, who said that, you know, Cybershoke can win. They're capable of doing that. They're going to have to be firing on all cylinders. Well, Glowing didn't have to do much. He just had to make the right calls, and he did. The rest of the squad did the legwork. Lovikus 22, I believe 17 for his teammate. Who was it? Phenomen. Yeah, I believe it was Phenomen with the op. Yeah. And then I believe 13 and 12 for Notineki and Blixie. But regardless, it's Cybershoke that win the map. It's the choice of Bait that goes down the drain. And next up is Mirage. Before we get there, before we go to a short break, it's going to be JRT to break it down for you as to how did we see a 13-3 at all.
Wow, is all I can say. What on earth just happened? Let's start at the beginning, right? I mean, we have the first 2 rounds. Cybershoke wins the pistol. You know, anti-eco, standard affair, 2-0. Then we see a third round that was pretty back and forth, and then Hetrick gets a crazy entry into B, gives him the 2v1, and then finally, you know, you find the first round for Bait. After that, it looked like we were going to get what we expected. A brawl at mid. Cybershoke really couldn't get anything done, and taking care of business are Bait. After that, this is the round. This is the round that changed everything, I think, for the complexion of this match. A full eco for Cybershoke. They gamble right with 3 players, I believe, in Jaguar, and you're going to see it right here on your screens. 2 frags for Blixie out of nothing, and yes, Bait almost find their way back into it, but there's just too much firepower on the ground in this 1v1. For me, I want to say MVP, Phenomen, because he had so many key moments in this map. Yes, he had fewer frags on the board than Lovikus, who I also thought was phenomenal, right? But Phenomen just... there was something about the way he was getting his frags, the way he was coming through in key moments, opening frag after opening frag, and you're going to see it here again, even in round number 10. Look at that. Just 2 frags immediately, sets things up beautifully for the rest of his team to hold the fort. So, yeah, after that, we go into the second half, we think, okay, you know, here's a chance for something to happen, right, for the other squad, for Bait to get something going, and Phenomen's like, nah, you know, I'm still feeling it, comes into the pistol, gets 2k entry, and it just falls apart for the Bait squad again. And the surprising thing to me, and in round number 14, I would say you're on a force buy, you save the guns, you gamble one site, that's it. They gambled one site with only 1 pistol purchased up and then don't go for the retake, I'm assuming because they don't want to give the SMG money away, but it's 10-4. Like, you have nothing to lose by trying to go for something, and they just, you know, they're happy with a couple of frags, but you could have just at least attempted it, at least gone and attempted to try and find something there. Then afterwards, I have to highlight this round number 15. What a B fake from Cybershoke. I mean, Blixie and Glowing did a beautiful job selling it. It felt like they were going to hit B. They pull everyone from Bait off of the A site, and it's just a free A site to walk into, and who else but Lovicus, you know, top fragger on the server, gets the 3K, and that was the end. I mean, look, it was over for Bait at that point. They couldn't get anything done. No, Neki walks through into A main, just gets 2, makes it look easy. I mean, the morale was shot, and this is the opposite of what we expected. I think Over was saying it. We thought it would be competitive, right? We thought, oh, you know, Cybershoke would do something impressive against Bait with still Bait having the edge, but it was completely the opposite. Cybershoke actually just walked all over them. And now we go on to Mirage, which we were debating, is this a good pick for Cybershoke? I think now, the way they're playing, if this continues, this could be a 2-0. Anyway, guys, we're going to be back after this break for map number 2 on Mirage. Stick with us. All right, we're back here after an absolutely shocking result on map number 1. Cybershoke just decimating Bait. Now we go on to Mirage, guys. Look, Nexus, I mean, look, that first map was crazy. I don't know. Can Bait put this behind them?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of went into this one saying there's a chance that that Cybershoke just don't even show up in terms of a map win, right? With this being Bait's 1 and number 2 in terms of maps they would love to play in a series. They even banned out of the best one that Cybershoke have. They had the cards. Now we're kind of looking at them saying, okay, well, they have Mirage, sure, but they can still absolutely play a good game on it. But the problem is, outgunned, out-aimed, outclassed on Ancient, so they never even showed us anything. It was just USPs they fell to, and sayonara, see you later, buddy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, look, it was Phenomen doing ridiculous Love a Kiss as well. They had their insane games, and like you mentioned, wasn't the IGL didn't need to do much, right? Over, and I think that if we're looking on the other side for Bait again, who needs to step up? Like, what do they need?
I feel like it's not so much who needs to step up as more as the whole team just needs to do better. Like, everybody was kind of missing in that department of hitting those heads. I mean, there were a few exceptions here and there. Sure, you had Hetrick pulling a few nasty shots and Essential able to win a round or two, but that just wasn't enough. I mean, Kensizor had 4 kills. Let's say that's definitely a little bit lacking, but perhaps for the role he plays, we can accept 10. Then you have Essential on 9, Alex on 9, and Hetrick on 12. Like, that is just subpar for these 3 players, and you would expect at least Essential and Hetrick together to be able to pull something akin to what Lovicus and Phenomen had done.
Agreed. I thought Hetrick was going to, right? We saw him in round number 4 where he came in and got those 2 frags, and especially the one entry onto B. Is like, okay, Hetrick's here. And there were flashes outside of that as well, but we just never got the full-on effect from him that we were expecting. And I agree, you know, on the other side, Cybershoke were just taking care of business. And this is coming from a Bait squad that, let's not forget, they just beat Monty in CCT 18, 13-6 and 13-5 on Nuka Mirage. Like, it was a clean win against a team that I would argue should be considered above Cybershoke, and then they come here against Cybershoke and look completely and totally flat. So it's going to be difficult for them to come back into this one. There is, of course, that silver lining, maybe more than a silver lining, that it's Bait's best map here at 10-2. Only 2 losses that they've suffered on Mirage. So we've seen teams come back from this before. I think that the biggest problem on map number 1 is that USP round. We see it before, like we see the USP rounds come through, those ecos where things happen and goes crazy, but then the other team immediately responds. Like, you need that immediate response, say, okay, that happened, doesn't matter, we're going to get things back. It didn't happen from Bait Nexus, and that was the difference maker at the end of it.
Yeah, it really was. And now we'll, like Teo said, it needs to be a team-wide resurgence from Bait. If not, we're gonna have a quick series. So, with that, we kind of go into Mirage, we'll figure it out. And again, I'd have to emphasize one last time here. Bait, this is, again, a map they're more than happy to play. But let's see how ready they are to step up I don't know. Counter-Strike is a little bit random in this situation.
The whole team needs to put more effort in, and it's going to be a straight execution from Cybershoke. They're not hiding their intentions. It's basically piling out from Palace. There's going to be hat-trick first to find Lovicus a second, and a third hat-trick. He's coming out hot at 3k, almost, as MPL does steal one in between there. And it is a hat-trick. 2 hat-trick. Bait, hold the line. The pistol is theirs. It's Mirage. We called it. It's their best map to date. And certainly Cybershoke choose it for a reason here.
I feel like the reason enough as to why they go for this one, right? We had the thought maybe they could have flirted with Train, that being one that Bait have yet to play even once. But Cybershoke 1 out of 3 for them. You kind of probably do favor them just because the fact they would have an official game or 2 on it. But we're still ending on Mirage here. We're still going to a map where Cybershoke are feeling pretty damn good. They currently, as well, you mentioned this in the pregame, they're feeling hot. They've got a 5-win streak currently going on. They're definitely not rusty. And map 1 showed us that. And, oh my god, not again. Blixie and the pistol seem to be a nightmare situation.
It really is. That's the MP9 now added to the inventory.
Oh, no.
It's going to be MPL with 1 in towards Forest, but it's still not enough. Notineki finds Kensizor. This is spinning out of control. It's going to be a second kill coming out from Notineki, and it is down to Hetrick, a 1v2. He's got the C4 in his hands. Both are coming from short. They have no Kevlar. The problem is he's at 43. 1 bullet kills him, and the spot will be made. That's the pistol crossing. That means the M4 is the second weapon to check it. It's going to be Notineki with the accuracy. A Hetrick in return, and it will bring down Bait again as they lose the second round and break their own economy here. This is disastrous to start Mirage with.
Blixie had a pistol on Ancient, that was it. That was the turning point here again. Oh my god. That's all I gotta say. Oh my god.
It's a counterforce. It's a push into Palace. They're kind of telegraphing their moves, but realizing no contact means they pull back, play it safe, maybe even stack. We've seen that on Ancient, actually. Bait have tried a few of their own, full-on gambles. Alas. Cybershoke, smart, steady, calm, collected, glowing making the calls. It's an A split through con. It's probably the best thing you can do against pistols. Perhaps the con position is a little bit dangerous to work with, especially if you're coming in first, but with the way they're approaching this, they're pretty well timed in. I think the start is at around 1 minute to 50 seconds clock mark, and it is a B stack in a way almost here we see from Bait.
Yeah, it's the smoke fading on A, which is the go signal here.
Yeah.
You've got like a one and done for Alex, and even one's too much. You had a potential trade from Genzizor, but he's looking towards the window instead for a boost.
And that top flash was perfect.
Yeah, so it's just a round gone immediately. They're going to save this one, fight the next one.
I really like what I see out of Cybershoke here. The way they approach this round, starting with that mid-presence, glowing runs out, a little bit dangerously perhaps if it was a mid-crunch from Bait. But what they do is they read the economy, they think, okay, they probably force, right? They lost they lost the second, they definitely force. So we're expecting either a full A stack, which in case we go for the execution we're ready for, or they're going to be playing something crazy, and Cybershoke just want to take some control towards upper and lower B. They have, I think, Lovicus lurking through there. And as soon as both players, I believe Glowing and Lovicus at that point, are under connector, the smoke, as you said, clears in pit, and they just walk out. And they play it smart. They use the pop flash for con as well. They expect somebody at stairs because they had no contact from Palace or pit. And indeed, that's the case. Cybershoke clear it perfectly. It's really a beautiful round there from their side. They couldn't have done much unless they were stacked A. Then, yeah, that's a different convo. But
yeah, that's the convo for this round pretty much. Right, NPL, I mean, 3 out of 5, they have it like head armor as well. It doesn't matter much, you're up against most AKs anyways, but, like, let's say 1 or 2 of them save. There's a kill for NPL, he saves, he can drop an AWP immediately next round for head trick. So, I feel like the objective here is to win, but realistic chances, right? You're gonna say NPL get a kill or 2 here, farm with the MP9, drop an ult next round, survive.
or the Deagles. Those are always the wild cards in the game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at which weapon actually makes the money. And who I actually want to see on this bait side as well step up here, because NPL, we talk about Kenzie's are only getting 4. I think NPL only had 5.
Yeah, he did.
So, you know, slightly better, but not much. But guess what? Neither were actually the worst on the server, because that was glowing. 2 and 7. He still does a 0.7 rating, which is better than Kenzie's or NPL.
And the thing is,
with 2 kills.
Glowing as an IGL, he can afford that. If the team wins in the way they do, and if he leads the team to victory, then it's fine. For MPL, he's going to have to show up to try and cancel that out. It is a little bit funny when you think about it, especially how notorious MPL is as a fragger in that sense. But,
he had the chance. That was a fair fight.
That was a fair fight. That was as good as it's ever going to get for that MP9, but...
not just yet. No. That's just as good as it gets for Cybershoke.
Sorry, for Cybershoke, yeah, to be fair.
God damn!
Okay.
Yeah, we talk about what if there's an AWP. No,
Nope.
Nope.
No money. MP9 and an A FAMAS.
Yeah, not enough, no dinero to go around here for bait.
Problem is, they're going to continue to stay in this phase unless they win rounds, as Hetrick, well, smoked out a window. This is a pretty standard mid-take. Glowing again, very aggressive. We can see a little bit of a changed-up approach, though, by the way. This time, 2 players in B house, which means Cybershoke are not really looking to commit anywhere just yet. Just find control of the map. That's their primary goal right now, and they're doing a pretty damn good job. Glowing convincingly selling them the idea there's a massive presence of T-side on the mid space, and, well, right now, with Phenomen joining, certainly is. Love that molly on short. It's going to block the vision of the short player to try and cross this connector play as MPL finds both. That's amazing. The fact that they can get both in this case. MPL for a triple. You called him out. You want to see more from him. And absolutely delivers.
About damn time. Giving them a chance as well now to lock things out on A. This is an interesting play. I don't know how Blixie's gone away from... Did he look... He must have looked short. I didn't actually pay attention. The drop side of apps must have been hurt. Should have been hurt.
He didn't go short. He went through, I think, through apps, yeah.
I mean, it must have... okay, sure.
Yeah,
Maybe, okay.
because he was the player in apps, I believe, with Lovikus, and he pushed into apps, one of the first players that he was pushing into apps. That's why I thought at the end they're going to crunch short, which that was actually the plan for Cybershoke, but there was no deep smoke into Con, or, well, there was, but MPL beyond it, and I guess not expecting it, finding those isolated duels, and MPL wins all of them.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you get. And what we get is finally a potentially active NPL.
Hopefully.
Hope for the future. Him and Headstreak both getting 5 on the board immediately here. We're still waiting for Kenzie's or again to activate it. Because, right, the numbers he puts up, 1.17, pretty damn important to the team.
That's the reason he was brought in. I mean, he's a great player, a stable player. And if he's feeling comfortable in the role he's in, surely he's going to overperform as well.
Simply in terms of just HLTV ratings, impact-wise, Kenzie's are actually outdoes anyone else on the server as well. So,
there you go.
You kind of need him, almost. And that, you know, maybe kind of goes back to previous edition as well with Captain Kurta, because he was that sort of enabler for the team, letting everyone else perform better, going out first, doing the dirty work if it need to be. But right now, we continue with the round. Finally an entry, a minute in. Headtrick to find Glowing. Stops ladder from being taken and slows down a Cybershoke for the moment as well.
I think they turn A here.
Sure.
I mean, with...
Oh,
okay,
nope.
never mind. Notineki just solo pushes out pit. Lovikus will find the return, but this is damage on the side of Cybershoke they can't contain. 40 seconds means they're pretty much limited on what they can do. They're going to have to go B. Lovikus is going to lurk through jungle. Or does he go stairs and try and sell this idea of a full A commitment? As soon as Blixie dies, or Glowing, or Phenomen, it's over.
Gotta check this, but Blixie.
He's not gonna check car.
That's still a massive kill to be found, because look at Fetterman. And look at Lovicus! It's crumbled. It's down to the last man. It's Kenji Zor. Yet to frag. Chasing immediately lets them know he's on site. It doesn't get the kill to Fetterman. And now he's got a bit of a step. Knows that he has to be quick about this before the second man rotates in. He can try to stop this. Now he can get on the bomb plant as well.
No kit.
And HG on Lovicus could be the difference maker. 47 HP.
Oh, picks up the kit, actually.
Pixel perfect. Needs to be. The HG has to go. It has to go, but it's not. It's too late. And it's not good enough, even so. Take the round. It's Kenji Zor. It's a 1 versus 2 for him. And if that's not a way to get confident into the game, I don't know what is.
Just as we talk about the man to see him perform, he pulls out a clutch that pretty much saves Bait from quite a humiliating start on Mirage. Already it starts poorly, but at least they recovered quick enough that we'll forget about it in time. And immediately afterwards, we see Cybershoke on a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, that round never should have gone that close for Bait. They had everything, pretty much, but it's a very, very fast trade for Fenomen that even enables them to get that bomb plant. A 2 versus 1. That never should have been, simply put. So, while Kenzizor clutches that one out, it's still stressful for Bait. And like you say, they saved themselves a humiliation in that one, but it's not done yet. Last round, or last map, sorry. I also thought we were going to have a game with the first 3 and then 4 rounds we see from Bait. Right, they lose the pistol, they get the first gun run, they get that second as well, they have good answers, ideas. And then they lose the pistols and everything just went to shit.
Yeah, it's effectively a good summary of how poorly it went at the end. But Cybershoke back to a default. Again, they're going to be playing this standard 2 upper halls B, Blixie Lovicus, and then Lurkin Apps, or Palace, excuse me, Notineki. And basically mid-control. Bit of a delayed one, letting the CTs first throw their utils out. And we can see that MPL still has a Molotov, but they are basically down to 2 smokes remaining, and I believe a total of 3 mollies. With a bit of a time constraint, Cybershoke start to prepare towards A. And this is going to be the similar, I think it's a similar approach as we saw it before. Again, they're calling the same round. Yeah, it's going to be the same connector crunch and probably the same pop flash as well in towards Con. This time no player there at least. And Alex, he better win the first duel or this round could quickly come to an end. Blixie doesn't check him. Good counter with the molly. It's timed to perfection. And I think they've just been stopped entry to A.
Not entirely. A chance given by Lovicus. This is the man for map 1 here as well to step up. Next up in CT, you will have Headtrick. You've got one on ramp. Expecting it. Noise being made in jungle. A 1-2 swing. A third confirmed. It is just a question, will the Orbs find something here, Alex? He can still slow down this round, but Headtrick's found himself the first, and Alex will welcome with open arms Notineki to this as well. Collecting 3. A massive round. You said it as well, that we've seen this one already before. We'd seen an MP9 at that same close quarter once before. There was NPL then, and now Alex. One better than the other, and one actually securing it here for Alex. And Bait. I don't want to say it again, but I feel like now we have a game.
We do. I think we do. I think they've finally woken up enough to get themselves situated here for a comfortable start. Cybershoke has a single AK left, and they're going to try again, this time a bit more directly. Glowing is selling the idea of a mid-play, but he sends a deep smoke into jungle. Headtrick replies. Alex does get caught out, but it's still going to be trades positive for Bait. And Glowing, unfortunately, as the last man, well, he indeed is the last one.
That's an odd round, I think, for Cybershoke to call. I mean, it's not a full investment by any means. It's not one that in the grand scheme is going to be like, oh, they should have won this. But it's still an interesting one because they just kind of go out. Like, the lack of utility after the first flash or two just a bit awkward, right? You see how easy of a time Hedrick has just adjusting and waiting after the first one. Then you have players from CT. There's just very little to that. So, not really an insane round, to be sure. And obviously, right, you kind of said it as well. Glowing tried to fake it out towards mid, but wasn't enough.
They sent
Didn't
it too
do
quick to
much.
A. Yeah, the thing is, they immediately sent it to A. They hadn't, like, it feels like they're playing under pressure when they shouldn't be. Their actions seem like they're more of a, let's go, you know, quick, instead of, let's take a moment, think about this, and let, you know, the actual tactics settle in. Because the fake out mid wasn't a bad idea. We saw some rotations from Bait already converging towards Con and Window. And if they had hit that timing perfectly, perhaps it would have been doable. But as we saw, that second or third smoke thrown went towards deep jungle, and that was immediate confirmation to Bait, and afterwards, obviously, the end. But reality, setting back in, Glowing finds an entry, he's pushing short. Does he go wide? He does, he dies. Head trick, easy kills for him. As the rest of the squad is now punishing the mistakes on A, the anchor has been basically dethroned, and the rest of the squad, they're not there. No support from jungle, no support from Con. That's where they came in, and nobody even knows about this. Bait caught off guard. 4v3 retake.
Good trade. Oh! Back was also spotted, but it's left the Senthil alone. As for Cybershoke, it's Naughty Neki who collects himself a neat little multi-frag as well. I think tried to get the AWP back as well, but unable to do so. But it's just Cybershoke now. I like the way they're abusing toward A here a little bit. Yes, immediately, right? Mirage is a map where that mid control is going to be a massive part of the game. So they are focusing a bit more towards A, make mid a bit more open for them as well. Definitely putting Bait in a bit of an interesting position, right? Because you, at some point, you have to ask yourself the question on Bait. Okay, they're going mid here. They're also going fast A, so do we commit to an A defense here immediately? Do we let them have mid control, or do we try to stop them in mid, stop them from lurking out or flanking, anything of the sort? And if you guess wrong, unlucky. Could be that sort of thing that just adds on top of the already increasing worries for them. But for now, it's 5-4. It's Bait in the lead.
Maybe not for long.
Yeah, that's my worry.
What I would like to see from Cybershoke is exactly this. They slow down. We are going to be seeing a bit of a defensive posture. Now, they have two players very close in pit. I'm not sure what the action is here, actually. But the rest of the team is more focused towards B halls and just controlling top mid from afar. Fake towards B, selling the idea that this is going to be a fast commit, and they're already rotating off A. Now Glowing, and I believe right next to him it's going to be Blixie, trying to entry into A site. It's down to the man Alex, holding from under Palace, and I believe next to Con, it's a Senthil. Ooh. They're super slow to react though. Mid smokes deployed. Back towards B, MPL still not sure what's happening. He's thinking this could be a B split through short. It's definitely the possibility of one. As Senthil joins the fray. Naughty Neki now fully sending it. This is a beautiful fake. It's going to be selling this perfectly. A third player joins the fray on B. Now the defense of A. Alex, what? Oh, Glowing, no! Oh, Alex, insane! 1 versus 3 with a FAMAS. 25 bullets, it's enough. A Cybershoke choke on their own attack.
Ah, triple sixes, triple kills, the devil summoned on A. And it's one oversight. A small one, but a costly one. Because you had that round, hook, line, and sinker. Bait fully believing it was going to be that B side. You saw the confusion on NPL deciding, okay, am I going to stick here toward B or no? It was such a long time, but you have the opening towards A. And you don't check the one angle. That is very, very damn unfortunate. It's kind of playing more into Cybershoke and how much they believe that round worked out themselves, right? You're assuming they've rotated off, that there's surely not going to be a one man still anchoring A under balcony. But no. Alex waited and waited, never left until he got full confirmation. So, a slight oversight, yes, but I can see why they make that on Cybershoke previously. This time, full bomb rushing out B. You've got a Galil, you've got Tech 9s. And a lot of dreams to make this one work out. You've got 1 and 2 for the Essential, however, the AK will hold. That's going to be a third as well. Hendrix joined him. And quickly, this one crescendoed. And maybe not reach its finish, not reach its end! Glowing, time to start frying it out!
Oh, this is sick! This is absolutely sick! Glowing! He's trying to get the AK, I believe, on the other side. A player right behind default. Obviously spraying at him, and he just sends bullets flying. The Tech 9, it does the job and then wins the duel. The final kill against Hetrick to secure the round at 6-5. Holy hell, Cybershoke. I don't know if this is luck, intuition, or skill, or all three of the above, but it's enough to give them the 5th, and that is a massive W, because right here, this, Hetrick dies. It's down to NPL, not Hetrick, excuse me, but NPL last man, and he fails to kill Glowing. That's 6-5, that's no money left for Bait. It's last round of the half. Holy hell, what is this game? All of a sudden, we're watching an insane performance, out of both sides even.
Yeah, no, Essential's been, right, he's been fairly decent, just 6-6. He's doing his job as a B anchor, kind of. But, you gotta know, you had 2 rounds on B with pretty much pistols. That last round, it does have that little bit of armor as well. But 2 rounds you've lost on B that you absolutely should have won on Bait's side. So you gotta maybe put a little bit of that on Essential. As well to perhaps just get a better start on the defense. Here, not the case. Well, they tried to get rid of Glowing. HE set at the 5-7. Adam, he'll survive. He'll withstand the B sides taken over. It's going to be yet another one at the end of the round and end of the half here. And Glowing just controls this, but okay. I don't see why. Goes wide. Had his teammate join him as well, but Naughty Neki now can't really further support him in the exact same way. It becomes a bit more difficult to maintain. Man, disadvantage adds on top, and Naughty Neki, his position here, just jiggling for it. He knows they're gonna swing him, clear him, and there's 1 and 2 on the side. You've got the next man, the next challenge, and one last man remains. Clutches stays calling these, but Hetrick just completely decimated.
Keep calm, keep collected. That's the motto of Cybershoke right here. And Glowing, I'm not sure why he does go wide on short. It's a 4v4. You can easily still lose this if Naughty Neki doesn't win the first engagement, if Fenomen doesn't hit his shots. But at the end of the day, they concluded with a W, and that is a very solid first half for Cybershoke given everything. As Bait are being put through the ringer, they are now challenged to truly prove that they can retain the crown on Mirage. As round 13, second half, second pistol. We know what happened last time, and it's all on Bait to prove us wrong. Wrong call for Cybershoke, though.
They do have kits, they have a smoke. Makes a retake easier.
Retake A. Yeah.
They know the risk attached to sending 4 towards B. But I like that. Look at the little line they have on that B side setup as well. Right, 1 apartments, 1 mid side, 1 Mac pillar. So it's pretty much a 3-man swing no matter what Bait would have done on B. But they've gone A. They've avoided that little death trap blender perhaps, but here...
Oh no.
Assisting the C side, you've got a Team Dim coming out, but now for the retake, it's 3-on-3 with the first duels in CT failing for Bait. There's got to be another one added on top. But it kept close and competitive. The kit has been dropped. They've not picked that back up. I say Fenomen immediately does.
Oh,
one more. Smoking the kit gets out of here. The B250 flying for Hetrick. Fenomen in the smoke. Now sticking in its knives out. And it's a Bait on top for this one. A little chaotic here, absolutely, but we take those.
Better than nothing, as they retain the advantage. Or at least they deepen it once more. Not out of the woods yet. Still a tough job ahead. It's going to be a full eco Cybershoke. At this point, Glowing, he knows what he needs to do. He needs to get his team to the first gun round and win that. That's the focus right now. Everything else is secondary. Is that a 27-inch monitor, by the way, on Glowing's side? Or is it just the perspective that makes it look like a 24 big one? But it looks like it's a 27 from the size of the monitor.
You got a problem with 27-inch monitors?
No. I mean, you do you. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Because it's, you know, the standard is 24, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm a living life with a 27.
Yeah, it's great. It's great for watching things, for movies,
Yes, it is.
YouTube, for playing video games. But the problem is if you don't have the FPS for it. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Imagine. Let's go. Come on. Hit that headshot, Naughty. You know you want it. I don't know why the hell you would put the USB off the the silencer off the USB, because that makes it hella inaccurate at range, but hey. Technical timeout called. Never a good sign.
No, it's not, but we'll see what we have here. What sort of problems are we suffering currently? What do we got here? Oh, let me we had something apparently, but we already should be getting back to it, so all's good. Whatever problems were no longer remain. It's gonna be the first gun round for half number 2. It's time to make a statement for either Bait or Cybershoke. In terms of the series, I feel like Bait should be the one to get something here. Right, Hedrick, currently he's doing a great job with 14 on him. But I honestly, I know I said at the start I wanted to see NPL, but I still wanted to see Kenzie's, or right? But
Yeah.
I kinda did say yes and
He
no
had
in
the
terms
one
of how he
impact
impressed
round.
me.
He had
Currently
the
in this one.
V2. Yeah.
Not much,
it.
yeah. The 1v2, that was his first couple of kills he got on the board. Since then,
Oh, what?
not a whole lot. After the second half, Zenfiel opening foul, glowing trading, and Alex adding on top. The herd continues
way.
on the A side. Is fast play with Lovicus. Never to be checked on A. Eventually, will be forced into the gunfight, into the duel. Another one potentially there as well, but it's cleaned up. Hedrick, NPL. 1-2. Last remains. His name is Blixie. But there's a chance here. Don't let it be done just yet. The bell's not rung.
The fact that they stack 3 on A and put Lovicus in noob corner is insane. But I don't know why Blixie's trying this, I'll be honest with you. It's not gonna work. There's a guarantee on that. He just doesn't have the space, and neither does he have the time, as Bait will quite swiftly take care of this first gun round, first real challenge. Now another eco, so this is 10-6. Bait are making a proper return to form.
That is a very fun round as well for Bait, kind of to set the tempo. You had, at the start of the last half as well, you had a Cybershoke with very similar rounds of these faster-ish sort of plays towards A, just walk out, kind of. Here again, you just see Bait do the exact same thing. It's worked out. They're saying we can go blow for blow. You can do that, so can we. Dipping their toes into Cybershoke strat book, almost. Now for this round, should we worry? Yes. You've already lost 3 of these rounds in the series for Bait. You don't want to add a 4th one, that's just embarrassment.
No, I think that you're pretty correct there. Definitely don't want to add another on the board, on the tally road. Mid crunch, nice idea. At least they try something better than what we usually get in rounds like these. And yeah, 10-6 confirmed effectively here. There shouldn't really be much of a doubt to it. We're just waiting for maybe Cybershoke to change it up on the gun round, right? I mean, there won't be an op from what I can see. Maybe Phenomen has saved enough. He's got 2.9, and yeah, with extra loss bonus, that's going to be enough. Nice Kobe there on his own teammate, but, well, himself really, but... Phenomen,
Nicely done.
There's the op. Do we see
also,
mid crunching?
Just to quickly note, that was 3 kills, by the way, for Cybershoke.
Yeah, not bad.
So you've got the way back into the game kind of set for Cybershoke. It's a very simple one. You win this round, you win the next one, and Bait's economy, it's going to be very dire, it's going to be very poor. They might have to do like a half buy and then they will get another chance at the weapons, yes. But that is the way back in here. It's very simple, and it just sounds kind of stupid as well. It's like, oh, all you gotta do is win a round and you can take the game here. I mean, but still. The economy currently is not entirely strong for bait. So they have to keep that in mind while they go for this, not to start throwing away any advantages they might get. Now for now, you're talking about change for Cybershoke. How about a passive hold like this? No one on A.
I mean, sure. I'm down for it if they will retake successfully. If not, we're definitely gonna be missing a player in CT as the anchor. But MPL, he's expecting connector control. Good molly to draw him out. Kensizor finds Lovicus. Fenomen with the return. It's not enough. Glowing's been traded out. Fenomen on short. He's in trouble and he's going to be spotted. Alex, quick headshots. And Notineki now has to stay alive and win this duel. No chance. Alex is just insanely good here. As we said, Essential, Alex, and Hetrick are the three that have to perform for bait at the bare minimum, and they do bring up the heat. It's going to be Blixie that I don't think he knows about MPL. He certainly does not, and he will not be expecting him, as that is round done. And I think this is map done. We're going to dust, and then it's all out.
Yeah, I didn't want to be the one to say it, but I think so as well.
No, it's pretty much done. I see almost a 0% chance here for Cybershoke to make the comeback, unfortunately.
All right, well, let's not, let's not have you bring up statistics here. With the more they play, the more likely they are to win, and that never being the case.
The years of experience have given me a foresight unseen today, and yeah.
You've been tempered in the fires of Counter-Strike and online Counter-Strike.
Online Counter-Strike, exactly.
You've seen it
I've had
all.
My fair share. I've seen it all. The evils that lurk on the remote servers that used to exist.
You're like a wise old oak tree to give out wisdom here.
Pretty much. Oh, the only thing I'm missing is a companion bear and a staff. As round 18 is over. It's 12-6.
Yeah, I mean, simple enough. Take A, again, Cybershoke, they gambled incorrectly here. Same as, I think, that first pistol round, or was that bait? That might have been bait.
It was Cybershoke.
Sure.
Second pistol.
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking like that first half. I think there was a similar round for bait, for spying. I don't know, it doesn't matter too much. But nonetheless, here, this round, like you say, should be done. It's 12 going to be gained here. There's no kit. They can still try to make it expensive again, but it's going to be 12, undoubtedly. Not to deny. And 1, 2, 3. No, yeah, totally give it a second. Hetrick's got to try this one. Nope. Taken down, but again, a couple of kills. That's all they'll get. 12-6. Easy enough, I guess. It's nice to see bait awake, but it's a bit sad that we're not seeing anything for Cybershoke here. Like, this CT side currently is them gambling wrong with the pistol, gambling wrong on that last round as well, so the action's not really gonna be one where they're expected to win out. You have a mid-hold that's very poor because Alex decided to headshot 3.
The problem I have for Cybershoke is that they don't... Like, they seem to have completely changed up their mentality since map 1. And right here, we see that. Glowing just runs short solo. He's got support and Lovicus. It doesn't even matter. It's over. It's done. Yeah,
and leaving them in the dust. Kensizor, his turn at a 3k. Map done. Pack it up, boys. Cybershoke might as well press quit in console. Or type quit in console. Outcome's not going to be any different.
Button. It would have made life so much easier. At a press of button, I could close Counter-Strike and instead of having to type quit and press enter.
You can bind it to a key. If you want.
The worst part in Counter-Strike is if you want to exit the game when you're actually in the game, you have to click like 3 times to exit the actual game.
What are they doing?
I mean, they're saving on the last. It just kind of that's kind of what I was saying, right? It's their mentality that seems to have been completely changed since map 1 to 2. Like, they don't even fight for the rounds that they should, but in the end of the day, that's what it is. It's going to be Mirage over. It's going to be bait performing the way we expected them to begin with. As instead we get a 1-1 scoreline and we go to map 3. JRT, take it away and break it down for us as to how does Mirage go so poorly for Cybershoke, or perhaps so good for
Break
bait.
it down to the dance floor.
Oh yeah.
All right, yeah, no, that was. I just want to highlight that last round. I don't know why Cybershoke is not trying for anything. Did they lose track of the score? Which, I mean, you aptly said over, it felt like something was off with them in that second half entirely, and there was a difference on the bait side. I mean, you saw at the beginning, that second round was an eco. Again, another eco round gained, on the Cybershoke side. And then you get that nice little run. NPL gets a 3K in round 5, and then Bait kind of take it pretty cleanly. Then there's a huge clutch required in round 6. This could have been a turning point again for Cybershoke, but Ken Cesar comes out with an absolutely brilliant 1v2, sticks the defusal, and then gets the frag afterwards. Once you get into the middle of half number 1, you're like, okay, Bait's going to start getting control again. But then the eco round comes through again with that 2K coming through. I believe it was from Ultimate's Tech 9. So, you're just looking at it and saying the only reason Cybershoke are able to stay in this map is because of the eco round victories. That's what's really got them forward. And Bait have to have a solution to that. Finally, they win that second half pistol. And then they get on that little bit of a run by winning an eco. They won the round 14 eco, looked comfortable, anti-eco, excuse me. They looked comfortable on it, and then of course they did it again after winning round number 15, that gun round, which was fairly clean as well. Alex was the key. I forgot to highlight this actually. Round number 10, we're going to see it soon. It's that Alex gets that 3K from under balcony. And this was actually a brilliant call from Ultimate. They fake towards B. Nenaneki gets that one frag, and then everything falls apart because they're not checking their corners. It looked like they wanted to, and maybe there was a quick check, but they just were so convinced that one frag would have pulled Bait off of the A site that they just completely overlook it. I mean, the first one's okay. The second one, probably should have had a look there. But the third one's kind of inexcusable. You have to be able to clear that corner and get some comms. Yes, it's happening quickly, but you got to have some awareness there. And after that point, it just, even though you get that eco round victory for Cybershoke, that second half just left so much to be desired. And Alex was really huge in round number 17 as well, a 3K, 1v3 for Blixie. And I think you guys were questioning Blixie's attempt to go for that. And I agree, right? You're looking at the next round. You have nothing there available in the tank. And they're just making very questionable decisions because Cybershoke up to this point had thrived on the chaos that was occurring. That Bait couldn't really get things going. They were being aggressive. They're getting in their faces. But then once that falls flat, it feels like they had no second gear. And then Mirage just kind of flew away from them in such a significant way. Even round number 19, we already talked about it when I started this, but going for an eco when it's 12-6, which makes no sense, just shows the mentality where they were sitting at. And I think Lovicus and Opera for Cybershoke, they just couldn't get things going at all for themselves. And I think that was part of the problem here on a map where the Opera should be shining. Anyway, look, that's map number 2. We're going to map 3, and this time I think Bait is going to have the edge. We'll have to see how it plays out after this break. All right, we're back here getting ready for map number 3 and questioning what happened to Cybershoke in that second half, Nexus.
Good question. They never really had anything going on. It's like they just went into their shell. And just to expose Theo a little bit here, he said that's the sort of Cybershoke you expected in map 1. So, yeah, it was an unfortunate sort of game because we didn't get to see anything from them. Despite, right, the first half, they won 2 rounds with pistols. That should have been enough. That really should have been enough to completely shake bait, especially after map 1, but they still hung on and did not let a single thing go on map 2. Or have to.
No, absolutely. And I mean, look, you go on to map number 3 now, Dust 2. It has been played a lot by Cybershoke over, but the problem is most of the time they are not getting much of anything done.
No, they're not. Statistically speaking, it's not exactly a map they want to play against a team like Bait. And to be fair, I mean, they've tried it many times before, and 3 times they've won, 7 times they've lost, I believe, Cybershoke overall. So they find themselves in a bit of a tough spot because it also is Dust. It's a map that's going to basically require all 5 to play well. Individually, they're going to have to fire off on all cylinders. Whilst Bait, we've seen them kind of wake up here, and I feel like this is the map where we really see that Bait that we expected.
No, absolutely. And I think Alex stepped up to the plate in a very significant way on that map. We saw Headtrick, I think, still contributing similarly to the way he did on Ancient, but just in more critical moments. And the rest of the squad just came together, like you said, to really bring it to Cybershoke in that second half in particular. Now we talk about Cybershoke the same way we did for Bait after losing map number 1. Who needs to step up here for them? I'd say, in my opinion, Fenomen, but what do you think, Nexus?
I'm right there with you. But considering as well what we've seen in map 1 from Lovicus, right? Because Ancient and Dust 2, I kind of put them in that exact same pool of maps that play very similarly, and also, believe it or not, the layout very similar in terms of the engagements you'll take. The only thing Ancient really has is they actually have, there's more elevation there, so that's the only real difference. It's an A map for sure. Here are Dust 2, exact same thing. So, considering that, right, Lovicus, insane map number 1. Popped heads, Naughty Neki had a couple of great rounds on Mirage, sure as well. But I'm still looking to, like I say, Fenomen, right? Dust 2, Opers, yada yada yada. That's been beaten to death, probably. But Lovicus absolutely is one, but Blixie still as well another. That in this team, I was not expecting him to really put up the numbers. I just thought he was going to be a pure support player and only a support player. But he's had good performances as well, so it's a dangerous team absolutely to go up against here, I think. But that actually just depends on them, right? Like Mirage shows. They lost their will to fight.
No, absolutely. I think at the end, it just felt like they were lost, and they didn't really have that ability to get back into it, nor did they maybe even want to. I don't know. Maybe they were just ready for Dust 2 at that point. Who knows what was going through their mind, but they do have to face off against Bait on Dust 2. And it's interesting to make the comparison. I kind of agree with it between Ancient and Dust 2, because Mirage, when you go for that aggression, which was working for Cybershoke on Ancient when they were getting aggressive on every single side of the map on CT side of, Mirage, it's harder because you go to mid and there's so much more open space. It's a bit of a longer run. On Dust 2 now, because of the change that was made way back when, you can get that mid presence as well on CT side. Let's see if Cybershoke abused that, guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much, as we do get ready for the pistol, and the abuse of Dust 2 never ends, as the abuse of Nexus neither, unfortunately.
Whoa!
His most hated map in the world, he gets to enjoy it again here. I mean, come on.
3 times in 3 games, back to back, baby. Let's go.
Yep, exactly.
All right.
Bait
the only
on
Dust
the
2
pistol.
is the only good Dust 2 is one that's never played. The second best one is one that's gone by quickly. Yesterday we did not have that. It was overtimes or 13-11. So let's get something maybe a bit different here, because so far we've kept this fairly fast in map 1 and 2 here for long. When it finally does come out for Bait, it's going very quickly south. Bomb's been dropped, one last man is stranded, Fenomen to take it away. And it's glowing! I'm getting a 3k. We haven't really had his name to be said much, have we? Bar for like 1 round he clutches on Mirage.
Beautiful start. And yeah, map 1, what, 2 kills that he had?
Yep,
3?
2 and 7.
2 and 7 on map 2? Yeah, exactly. So, in total, not exactly
2 and 7 on map 1.
Oh, sorry, 2 and 7. Yeah, map 2 he had how many? Like
8 and 16.
8? Yeah, okay, there we go.
So 10 kills in 2 maps.
10 kills in total. The thing is, that's not the glowing you expected, because we are used to seeing him frag and hard in that manner. Bait, though, I mean, they seem to somehow stop that menace from coming out. As round 2, full eco, again, respecting the economy, I like that. They're playing smart, and they will overtake Lovicus, but it's glowing they cannot. Or maybe. At least an M4. Alex, can he get away with another kill? That would be massive. I mean, he's still got a minute on the clock. This has turned from a round that should have been easy for Cybershoke to a round that, at the very least, they'll pay a high price to win. And, well, not they will. They've already paid a high price. The question is, how much higher can they actually go? Alex, the only lucky thing for Cybershoke is that he doesn't have an AK.
Yeah, that and he's 15 HP.
Fair.
Though, I think he's going to get a bomb plan here, right? Blixen, unless he now starts to look towards A, which very likely he might. Nope. Okay. Oh, double dinked. Now it's a two-man swing. Now it's pretty much impossible for Alex.
I mean,
Why does he keep dinking?
Dude,
He deals the damage.
Are you kidding
You
me?
don't do this.
No way.
You're not gonna do this. That was a round you're supposed to never lose on a Cybershoke.
No.
You say
No,
the
no,
only
no.
thing is that he doesn't have an AK. I say the add on top of the HP. He's double dink, 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 dink. And one more. And now it's 13 HP versus 15 to make the difference here. One bullet, the first one to connect, will be the victor here. Alex is playing this one up close. You looked at it. Blixie's not the one who had an HE. It was the opposite.
Oh my god.
What if it is teammate? It's an Alex 1 versus 3 for Bait to steal a round like this away. Finally to deal a little bit of judgment pack.
I think I'm getting a bit of a headache. Alex had 15 HP and an MP9. Cybershoke had 2 players at 100 with
It's one
rifles.
bullet.
It's
There's
literally one bullet.
they needed.
It's literally one bullet that they need to hit. Exactly. I am speechless. It's absolute cinema, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it is.
No, it's not. That's not it.
Unfortunately-
Don't look at that. Don't say what around. Just say what the fuck happened. Because that's not supposed to happen. Let's be honest. That's not supposed to happen.
You're not far from the truth. Yeah.
He's behind the car. That's a common spot to spam as a CT player. Why are you not doing it?
Yep.
Why are they taking portraits and waiting for Alex to be the one to peek them? And why are they not holding it together at least? Like, come on. I've lost hope in humanity. Yesterday's fever dream is continued in a completely different way today. We've had 4 eco rounds being won. I think this one as well, we had a half bite to it, or whatever that was. And now a very odd start to Dust 2. Welcome to the Clown Show, ladies and gents.
I don't even want to talk about this anymore. That's how bad it was. That's how bad it feels. And, well, the Force Spy, it's going better than expected. Glowing gets a kill here, but unfortunately doesn't last long enough for his teammates to arrive in time and help him out. Round is effectively gone. It's down to Notineki and Phenomen, and I say gone. The bomb's not even planted yet, but surely after it goes to be, it's enough. Essential there, a bit dangerous position. He does die eventually, though in the end 1v2 that this time Phenomen. I really thought he's going to try it, by the way. I don't know why he's not. I feel like this is the chance to strike back at Bait. It's a 1v2 after all. Maybe the kit, if he had it, I could see him immediately trying it, but okay, I guess the second guessing there still perhaps makes a little bit of sense to a degree. In any case, I wouldn't have mind seeing him try, but in the end, he does not.
What do we do here?
AK onto an eco. You play an eco. You don't have a choice, unfortunately.
You want to talk about Dust 2 and the problems again here?
Sure. Sure.
CT economy.
I mean,
Bait steal that round away. Now cement their economy with this round as well. We're looking at a very dangerous half coming out for Cybershoke with this one round for Alex being taken or stolen. Obviously, guns out next can still change that, but you're not looking all that sharp just from this one round. They've given away. Oh, the short though. Full plays the swing. Blixie pistols leads the charge for one, but this time it seems like they are going to be silenced here. At least limited in terms of the success they'll get. Advantage kept on bait. There is going to be more coming from this. As they swing, Fenomen will find himself head trick. Still slowly, kind of baiting this in, but Alex lets him know where he's at. Another head, and surely we're not going to have another round like this working out. It's not supposed to. We can't.
I don't even know what to say, but if this again happens, I'm gonna kind of start.
Wait, what happened to
using
Fenomen?
Hope here as well myself.
Where did Fenomen go?
I don't know. I don't know. He just straight up died somehow.
Did he DC? I don't
Or
see
did
a...
I think
died
he
in a
died in
Molotov,
the
okay.
Molotov. Yeah, I think he died on short there, as far as I can remember. But
Just completely
1v1. There's a molly and there is a smoke available. So Notineki, he's gonna have to speed things up. He's running out of time, and the molly goes perfectly in place. Oh! Oh,
Good
this
swing.
is gonna hurt. Well done.
So damn close. Yeah, no cigar this time.
I expected him to be ready for that. I really did. I mean, you throw the molly into plateau. What do you think is going to happen? Obviously, you're going to either draw him out or he's not going to be there, right? So you're kind of hoping you don't get clapped like that. But I guess at the end of the day, Kensizor with a beautiful peek. And yeah. Round 5. It's another buy. Let's see if it works. It's a rush B.
Oh.
Rush B. Rush
no.
B.
Into the FAMAS to give Notineki 2. He's the only man here, but he's given them the advantage to work this retake. The Cybershoke, that's the best possible solution, or best case scenario. But it's not done yet. Now here's the thing. There's plenty of utility. Just because you go for a fast play like this, and with Notineki having found 2, Cybershoke still have pretty much all the utility remaining here. A retake should be easy as pie. That's what it done. Some damage back via HEs. There goes that utility. Makes this retake now look easy. Essential alone at back turret. Blixie waltzes in. And that is the other side of the coin. When a B round, a B rush doesn't work out, Cybershoke will steal it instead. And that is very well played for Cybershoke. Blixie, or Notineki, that's his round. As a B defender, that could not go much better.
I mean, the only way it goes better is if Cybershoke actually have 2 there. Then it's round over, then and there and then. Bait wouldn't even be able to get the bomb down. Yeah, exactly. And that's the only reason why Bait even get to the site, is because there's no secondary immediately ready to help. I think that mistake will be corrected soon enough, because that could be a weak point exploited if Bait are gonna recognize this potentially being a thing. You know, if Cybershoke continues to leave one man here, which is Notineki so far on Anchorage, and it's not unusual to have one on B, but lately the meta has been shifting a lot, and it's more and more common to have 2 very close by at the very least. Fenomen, oh, this is a good challenge, but oh, Fenomen, he still gets 3 headshots and a kill! And Lovikus then, unfortunately, does not finish the job. 3 versus 3, back to back. It's a round that is vital. Bait have to win it. They're out of money themselves.
He's dealt the damage needed, and Bait, they'll feel the consequence of it, though not entirely. You still have to figure this one out. It's 3 on 3, but look at the A side. It's Mandan. You've got Blixie all the way back on long. That just makes a retake easy here. So Cybershoke, they're very much gambling that it was going to be a B play in this mid round, but now the time is taken a little bit further and further. Glowing makes his way back towards A. Not been caught by head trick, but didn't see him mouthing something. Maybe he did catch a glimpse, a shoulder perhaps, but I think his shoulder's about to be taken away. His head now has a big fat hole in it.
Oh, Glowing. Oh, he hits the shot on Alex. That's massive. Essential, instead of a 2v2, he's alone. Notineki and Blixie, they've screwed this once before, and it might not be Essential the same player, but it certainly is going to be a tough one regardless. He's got a good spot so far, a read that 1 CT, 1 long. The molly is decent, but it's not really going to break him off the stride. He sends it. He misses the spray. No, Essential. Free kill for days. He could have even reacted to the secondary player there. Instead, it falls apart. 3-3 tied up as Cybershoke are warming up to bring their A game. Glowing and Fenomen both on 7 already.
Alright, seems like we're not here for fast map 3, so let's just get into it then. One plant, less cyber bait. Get a couple of upgrade pistols here, fighting chance, as we'll put it here. But, again, for Cybershoke, this again is going to be one where, now that they've kind of felt what a round like this can feel on the other side instead of winning it, you want to make sure they're not giving that early advantage. You're going to have a couple of plays early on B as well to more or less reinforce this. Not going to be immediate play, I do imagine. Lovicus, as such, is going to be forcing himself back towards mid, but there's already a fry coming through. A train that saw us from Baked, that's one. But Lovicus, him clearing the doors, and with assistance from Glowing, it's all kept neat. With the only casualty being the first one. Is Cybershoke still to deal with this one? And that's a good round. You have 2 towards B. You want to make sure they don't rush it out. Instead, you lose a man mid. They at least get baited to go B. But very quick reactions. Good assist from Glowing. And a very solid round being picked up. And again, bait. Same as on Ancient. Same as way back on the map number 1. They're using their timeouts very early here.
It's a good thing. It's a good sign. NPL is not speaking a lot, which makes me feel like it would be the coach having a bit of a discussion with the squad. Matt, and again, probably putting a little bit of input on board, trying to tell them what he recognized from Cybershoke's defense so far. And I think it's a guarantee that they are trying to probably crack open B again here, or at least will send a few players to snuff around the spot of potentially Notineki being alone again. I mean, if you can find the timing, you'll find yourself with an easy win. And look at this, it's Notineki not just alone, completely isolated even, no one on mid. He's playing this as a hero, and I respect that, but it's a hard hustle.
Good nade. Yes, it is. Essential head streaks, not only headshots have to be, or can be, administered onto them. We've seen Blixie already being very active in this game. 5 kills, but pretty much every single one of them are very impactful. But also a big fat miss, giving, you know, Alex a little bit of a clutch earlier. So you can do some right, you can do more wrong. But here he's given up along to Phenomen. There's going to be a pretty basic Dust 2 round, as all Dust 2's ever Dust 2'd. You're never going to get more of a Dust round. You go from short, you go from long, you try to make sure that the CT side are going to be punishing them, or not punishing, panicking here. But doesn't seem to be the case. You've got shot it down on a short, even head trick. Almost taken down, he'll find himself water. There's the Yob, there's the trade, and there's the push from along it. And Baked, they've been detained.
I really love how Phenomen traces his players. Like, he's not sending it immediately because he knows he's got a second to react. And yes, he risks getting headshotted or even, you know, immediately not having a chance to shoot back, sure. But if he's right and his opponent doesn't give him a straight headshot, he absolutely nails the kill, and it's the one that brings them down. Bait, again, find themselves on a bit of a losing streak. This is the Cybershoke that perhaps, again, we saw on map 1, sure, but I warned about. The Cybershoke that plays well, that has all players on board and ready to fight you at every inch on the map. As Bait perhaps didn't expect such resistance after winning Mirages convincingly.
Honestly, I kind of want to say that it wasn't Bait who won Mirage convincingly, but Cybershoke who just let it go.
Yeah, that's fair. That's also fair, yeah.
But here is a different sort of story. Despite the early blunder, they're in the lead. They've got pretty much the worst case of Dust 2 out of the way. They haven't suffered that economical loss or turbulence of a Jame time by kind of thing. They will keep themselves in this one. They've got a safety net established for rainy days. But for this one, slow. There's not going to be any sort of split from long. It's going to be a full-on approach, and most likely through short as well. They're gathering up and trying to make it look like a B split. And it has dropped Phenomen from short down to CT. Now takes control of long instead. Molotov to slow them down. Blixie rotates in. Not going to leave this position unguarded, but Blixie spots it. In long as well, you do see the second. And it bomb can be planted from 1 and 2 delivered by Bait. Advantage there, weaponry maybe not so much, but it doesn't matter with NPL chopping heads. You've got massive troubles, massive issues, and a confirmation of the round. Bait to take 4.
Well done. That was an express push through short. I like the idea. It's simple. You've got limited weaponry. Just use the numbers you have. Overwhelm the defense, and that's exactly what happens. The shots on point. The AK from NPL. Hetrick upgrades to an op even, and it's a great round that Bait also establish a bit of bank for themselves with, which is vital on Dust, especially when you continuously have to run a lot of aggression with AKs, and you definitely want to have that op in the hands of Hetrick at all times, no matter the side. Does Cybershoke aggro short here? Do they try to counter themselves? We've seen some presence towards long before. They've been pretty openly aggressive towards it. But maybe it's time to go for a bit of short action? Oh yeah, I like it. Lovicus into lower, glowing, and Phenomen alongside Blixie on short. Oh, Lovicus spotted. He needs to pull back. Played safe. Good molly. That actually saves Lovicus's life even further as he can escape with his HP intact effectively. Okay, Bait denied. And look at the relocation glowing. Smart calls. Immediately pulls the team back to site itself. And oh boy, this is a problem. If they go aggro, they die. That's a guarantee. Unless Phenomen is going to be hitting a 6 shot. But that's not happening. White swinging. It's Blixie. And MPL still wins the duels against Glowing and Blixie in the end. 2 versus 3. A now open.
Taking their time and not fully committing to this. The problem in this round is 45 seconds left and Essential all the way back in T-spawn still. So they are grouping up. They're leaving this one down at the time almost. Can it become absolutely an issue for the side of Bait? I'm figuring this out. Okay, Lovicus, he's moved over toward a short now. I was wondering, okay, he stays on site, drops the smoke toward a ramp. They're gonna have to run through it or around it. Maybe gives him a chance, but he's still on short now. I'll just hold for the cross. I say he's not holding at all. W is the only thing he has in his mind, and it's 1-2. NPL and Kenzie Zor, the final ones they'll get and Bait to tie up the game. And what do we feel like about that one? Lovicus goes toward a short, immediately comes back as he hears the contact, and he's not even ready for it, even so. Just... it kind of leaves me wondering why he even wants to do it. If he doesn't get anything done, but hey, it is what it is, so.
You're not wrong.
Round is done. Up next, NPL, Kenzie. He has to get it to open it up here.
So we're having another 6-6 halftime, perhaps, which is pretty impressive given everything.
Consistency, I guess.
Yeah. And it showcases how good Cybershoke have become. And everything we spoke about them as a team, the rise through the last few months, since mid-2024, let's say, and onward. And right here, Bait being challenged down to the last map to a very close first half. I would say it's becoming apparent that the rankings are not all it seems, as Bait is gonna go out long, but the damage so far on Kensis are insanely good, as the miss from Phenomen will bring Bait back into play. I think they should be able to hold this on. The long aggression is gonna be consistent, and Phenomen is in trouble. I think the fact that he stays here is kind of... I don't know why. genuinely am surprised. And he's still alive somehow.
Something about this car is just giving these people aura. First it was Alex here, now it's Venom and still staying alive. Once a 6-6 scoreline. Is anything else? He does not. Picked off his second for the round. Only thought it was 6 for him. Right, this really has been just a team game for Bait so far. Him being the, well, steady B player that he is on the T side. Doesn't really get much to do unless they go that way. So it's really on to the rest. Everyone's had their moments, but can they finish things off? Now, here's the thing still. Are you going to expect Phenomenon Car? I say no.
Thing is, you've cleared it so hard with so many mollies. Surely you don't think he's still there. Surely you don't.
Is he still watching for the bomb here?
Oh, what? Okay, that's.
And they're ready. 7-5. Okay, we're going to change up the status quo.
Yeah. The fact that Glowing goes out wide is kind of... I'm trying to think of a reason why. Because it just doesn't make much sense. But hey, that's just me maybe. In any case, Bait, 7-5 first half. Decent enough. T-side, you would expect perhaps more on a map like Dust, though Cybershoke, they've proven to be a worthwhile adversary. With this second half starting, Cybershoke T-side, I'm expecting them to do good. I genuinely am.
Second half. Game to be decided here and now. I don't know why, but this game just doesn't feel like it's been 3 maps, weirdly, you know? Maybe that is just me. Maybe it is, again, me living from yesterday's fever dream and such. But here, towards the B site, we got trades to be coming out. Lovix and Blixie from a very quick 2v4 to even numbers instead. Putting the heat here, bombs still to be planted. That's the issue they have. They gotta get that back, but coming for the fights, coming for the throws, Alex. Invited the first, Blixie, a dink. With a quick push, Alex takes his third, takes the round to Bait, and suddenly they've got themselves a massive advantage to work with here for the second half. Not only 7, but now it's 8 with the pistol there, and should be 9.
Expecting an eco. Should not be a problem. And all I can say is, well done, Bait. That 2v2 could have gone a lot worse and a lot differently. But as luck would have it, they hit their shots, they don't let Blixie go out wide, and that is going to be where things start to get a bit complicated. Cybershoke, the fact that they, you know, they seem to be going back into their, into that form of the second map, where after the second half started, they just reverted into a turtle that is 10,000 years old and just doesn't do anything, right? Just sits there, waits until eventually time runs out. So I hope that we don't see the repeat of Mirage. It would be a shame. It really would. Especially the fact that we're watching playoffs this deep already. MPL. I mean, just pulls back. We don't want to die here against Locks. A bomb plant, at this point, I don't think Bait will care much about it. Given that they know it's a buy coming regardless. No casualties. Well done. 9-5.
That's quick. That is a very convincing retake, but it's still a retake. Means that there's got to be a little bit of extra money for Cybershoke to play with here. Oh, but the problem is, Phenomen, he's 50 short of AWP and Kevlar. Okay. You just gotta go ahead and the last cannon.
I have not seen that in a very long time. And I've spoken about this quite a few times, in fact, how different it is in CS2 compared to CSGO, where the glass cannon was something we're used to seeing consistently. Instead, here, not so much. It's been more of a very much rare gem kind of thing. As Cybershoke, not only do they start with a glass cannon, but they do damage on Essential as he crosses. Lovico's in return taking a few nades, sure, but perhaps more to this round than it meets the eye at first glance. Short crunch. Blixie, the tissue that connects it all. He dies, it's pretty much going to be a quick end to the assault. Let's see how it goes.
To defend, Hedrick the first, he needs to get NPL active as well from CT. He's being very, very slow about this. They seem to have heard of Kenzie Zor as well. For smoke to be held, but he's got to still look to go through. I think Gelfie's about to show us something in a second or two, but he's got to be a bit more reserved instead. Alex, him opening up to retake, then shuts down. His time, the spotlight is now done because Notineki's taking space instead. Already putting a statement 3 to be found and another one to hit the crosshair. And one more to go. An ace he's looking for, but an MP9 runs right at him. Kenzie Zor, he's already had one. He'll make it a second clutch, 1 versus 2s. Him now really the difference maker for his team. NPL so far has been the man to carry them through, but he's the one to keep it clean for the second half here.
JRT, if you're keeping track of how many rounds this has happened already, exactly. I mean, because Cybershoke, this was what, round 3, round 4 that they've lost a 1vx clutch, or a 2vx clutch, let's say, where they had the advantage and they had the bomb plan. They had everything kind of going for themselves. Let's not forget that first half where it was Alex with the MP9 against 2 at 100 HP, he himself at 15 instead. So, yeah, a lot of mistakes. Cybershoke, it could have been a lot of a bit of a different first half and even the start here of the second. Though instead, it's Bait now coming out in full. It's Hedrick with the first, though caught in the transition. Kensizor tries to hold, but it is Essential and Alex that help, and it's enough. It's Notineki to die as the last man, and Bait, I think, just confirmed that they are taking this for themselves. Semi-finals awaits.
Is it too rude to ask where the hell was this fight or any of this on
No.
Ancient?
No, I think it's quite...
Yeah, it just makes sense to really figure out, like, why did we not see anything from Bait on Ancient? Besides for what was 2 rounds at the very start of the game, that sold us a lie. Because then you lose the USPs. You do that again on Mirage, it looks like we might have something similar. They fight their way back at least. And here, they're taking this one by storm.
They've had enough of the jokes, they've had enough of the games. They've come to win, and that's the only thing they have on their mind right now. Cybershoke, I think we've hit a bit of a ceiling here. Nobody's coming out to bring up the big numbers to try and draw it back for them. Unless we see something right now, it's lights out. Glowing at 12 kills, by the way. He's doing everything he can. The rest of the squad, though, cannot follow. Blixie and Phenomen.
Oh.
2 versus 3 after plant. It's not impossible, but...
Alex still has util. And that's very deadly onto Blixie. Oh! Apparently not deadly enough. 15 down to 5, now to figure this one out still. Smoke goes out. They've got ideas where they are going to be playing from. Venomman still having found it the first. The second Molotov has hit the big box. And Hedrick, again, we talk about him. He's good in a clutch. Today, he's not had a single one. It's trying to change that. Around the smoke for the first. Runs out of ammunition, and Blixie, 5 HP. It really is the HE that makes the difference. If that lands, you're going to try to swarm, you're going to try to rush the open. Not going to happen in Cybershoke. They're not going to give this one up with only 5.
No, it doesn't look like it. Though, a good save at the end. The clutch comes through. It's enough to bring them W's and hat trick, as you said, perhaps a little bit less impactful than we're used to seeing him. 1v2 clutch that unfortunately falls through, but they've had so many that they've won already. I don't think they can complain about that anymore. As we're gonna see an out long push, Blixie traded off. Locke is the one to fall, and I think he knows about a secondary. He does. Does he check pit? That's the question. There's the man. Essential.
3 along is crazy. You don't check this.
You need to check this. See,
oh, this is it! Game-winning play! Surely that's it! A USB is being pulled out for the next as well! All he has to do is survive, and guess what he's doing? It rhymes with survive. Might be the exact same word, and he's looking for more. He doesn't care about mercy! He's the one to take it away.
Done deal. Not in Neki. I don't see you clutching this one, buddy. 2 ops, both aimed at you from long. And then Kensis are watching double doors on the other side. This is a near mission impossible. You need Tom Cruise, and I don't think he even does this one. Ethan Hawke, or whatever the name is.
Ethan Hunt.
Ethan Hunt. Yeah, there we go. Might be a Hawk version here in Counter-Strike, but Naltineki is not the one. No Neo, no nothing. As Bait take 12, they take Series Point, and we're about to see the end of Cybershoke because they've run out of funds. They got no more to support this continuous aggression. They tried, they did their everything. The only thing they forgot was to check pit, and this is not the first time as well. Yesterday on Dust, we had a very similar situation. A player in pit, pretty much doing the same thing. I believe it was Gun 5's player, but in any case. I think we're ready for the obituary.
I'm with you on that one, yeah. I'm ready to say goodbye to Dust too. Believe it or not, I know that's a crazy statement for me to make.
Damn. Really? I thought we'd stay for a few overtimes.
I'm gonna hunt you down. If that... if it goes overtime. Alright, NPL. Looking for the toes to be spotted. Molotov goes out. They're gonna know he's here, but Lovik is still gonna be creeping up close. As long as he stays here, they're gonna keep that confirmation, or not confirmation, but position. NPL, you can try to take a timing here. Start spamming away. Eventually, he'll take the first one. But it's B-side with 2 remaining on it to defend. It's the Tuttle's player that might be the one to seal this one, potentially to continue Cybershoke's potential comeback, but it's a 3-on-3.
They don't try, they save. Okay, fair. Bait, 3v3, they don't want to try this. I respect the hustle, they've got the round difference, they've got time to play with, they've got the rounds to play with.
I know they got the rounds to play with. If they, again, keep this, sure, they'll keep these players alive. But you can't Molotov it. You're gonna mully card. That's gonna be 1 kill for free on Naltineki at that point in 3 versus 2. You've got flashbangs to set yourself toward the B, so just try it. Make it just to actually entertaining for once.
Well, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, they're not listening to you, because they're pretty much low on funds. So if they would have done that, they actually give away back for Cybershoke to go to
No,
OT.
that would have been 13-6.
So if you'd be a true patriot here of hating Dust, you'd say, you know what, save so they can win the next instead of having to
Hell no. If I am a real hater of Dust, I'm gonna say to make this anything but boring. Just try a goddamn retake for once in your life. We saw Cybershoke go for one, it worked out. That's the most action Dust 2's B-side's ever seen. A push and a retake. No one ever tries that. Come on.
Rarely they do. As round 20 rolls around, and we're ready to see the magic. Bait. Do they have what it takes? They save the 3 rifles. They're playing an eco, and they're going to boost into short. Kensizor the one to try and play that connection with the cross, and oh, he finds Lovikus. That's an AK. Bait. They might have just found the way in to close the map and the series out. As Kensizor keeps on pushing, it's down to Glowing to win the duel. He loses straight up.
That's
no
dumb.
Kevlar on Kensizor, by the way. No Kevlar. He finds 2.
Doesn't need Kevlar. He's made impact. Maybe could have found a third if he didn't have that aim punch, but he's done his job in this round. Because Cybershoke now scattering themselves back to mid. They collect that bomb, they group up. They gotta decide what they want to do. Blixie ahead of the rest for a moment here, but Molotov comes to the CT side. The smoke fades. They'll wait this one. They've left Alex alone. Devil needs to be summoned. Instead, Exorcism performed. A couple more still here. NPL first contact goes positively. There's that second. And to make it one more is his standout map. He wants 20 here. And I think he'll get it as well. I lied. On the internet. Crazy. But it's Bait still to take the series.
GG. Bait secured the win. It's going to be a 2-1 final score as they eliminate Cybershoke, putting them out of their misery at the very end there. The rounds that they did have were looking okay, but in the end Cybershoke just crumbled and they could not sustain the same kind of pressure. And it will be a convincing W with the last two maps here for Bait to at least make us feel a little bit better about ourselves and our initial shout that this should be pretty simple for them. I think, Charity, don't it?
Yeah, that felt like what we should have seen. I agree. In map number 1, I don't know where Bait was, but slow starters, I suppose, as they actually get the job done. We've seen a lot of 3-map series from Bait. In fact, throughout that run I was talking about, losing 3 over the last 15, now 3 over the last 16 BO3s. So they get it together at the right time. We saw some weird rounds, and honestly, round number 2 stands out in my mind as the weirdest of them all, where there's 15 HP for Alex, and he somehow manages to clutch that one out. Long range dink after dink after dink, and he's just... I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and he's my MVP because it was hard to pick one because they were so evenly distributed in terms of, you know, statistical performances on the Bait side, but Alex had the most impact, in my opinion, both on Mirage and at the beginning of Dust 2 to kind of get them going, get their engines started, and recover, especially after losing, I think it was 4 in a row in that first half. Then they went on a 9-round run, and it was absolutely just lights out Bait all the way.
Glorious is what we can say at the end.
Here's my question though, so I'm gonna derail the conversation here. Are you on the Dust 2 hater side of things, or are you more of a are you a self-reporting low elo boring Counter-Strike player?
Jesus, okay, that's not really a choice. I'm gonna ignore the low elo part. I actually appreciate Dust 2. I've been around for a while. Yeah, I've been around for many years, back to the old Counter-Strike days. And Dust 2's always been a classic for me. We've seen some really awesome matches on the map, and I mean, certainly you're going to get some more, you know, lackluster ones that you're going to see. But at the same time, it's a map that it is engraved within the DNA of Counter-Strike, in my opinion. So it's hard to hate. Yeah.
It is very easy to hate. Because of it, we have maps like Cache, Ancient, Mirage, like Dust 3, 4, and 5. Come on, man.
And
all 3 of them in the pool at the same time.
Lest we forget, Nexus is still a young man. He doesn't remember how Dust 1 was like. I'm sure you do, GR.
Oh no, I love Dust 1.
Yeah.
Dust 1 was great.
Like, I mean, I still miss the old Inferno, for example, or the old Train. It was some of the best maps we've ever had, even Nuke back in its old iterations. But again, unfortunately, that's the way it is, and I think it is going to be time to slowly kind of switch it up after the majors this year to get a bit of a fresher map pool overall. I mean, and I'm happy Train is back. I'll say that much, and I hope they return Cache as well, because it's time to see that map, you know, make a comeback.
Yeah, no, I was honestly rooting for 2 maps to be taken out, right? When Train was brought back in, maybe take out Dust 2 or Mirage, and Mirage, which has never been ever taken out, speaking of being engraved in the DNA of Counter-Strike. I think it would be cool to see a complete change-up, you know, 2 maps out, 2 new ones in. Maybe we'll get that eventually. I think it would be cool, but anyway. All that being said, focusing in on this one, Bait are victorious. In the end, they managed to pull it off in the reverse sweep here, up against a Cybershoke team that had flashes of brilliance. They looked like they might be able to get something done at certain moments, but in the end, it's Bait with the heavier hitters, showing off why they are the higher ranked team, sitting at number 25, number 23 in the VRS rankings. Guys, we are going to hit a break. When we come back, we're going to see the final quarterfinal matchup between Gun 5 and the other team has slipped my mind, guys. Help me out here. Gun 5. There we go, NaVi Jr. How could I forget NaVi Jr., guys? We'll be back in just a bit. All right, we're back here. Final match here of CCT U18, guys. I'm JRT again with Over and Nexus. This one should be interesting. And Over, you already got me thinking about why you're doubting NaVi Jr. at the beginning of the previous matchup. Why don't you just go ahead and tell me why?
Okay, fair. First off, I think it's a team that still needs time to really develop their players fully, to be able to play against pretty strong opponents. And not that they haven't showcased great stats recently. Winning against teams like Ecstatic, winning against teams like Ents. I think those wins definitely kind of showcase what their capabilities are. The players themselves are astoundingly good when they have a good day. But I think the stability is the problem still, and they're yet to find that perch from where they can really reach for the stars right now, at least.
Okay, that's fair. I think, as you pointed out, they're playing against some pretty tough competition, right? Punching above their weight class in a lot of cases, being the junior team and not the main team, right? So it's good to see from them. I do agree there's been some inconsistencies there, but for me, Spirit Academy and NaVi Jr. have been those two teams I've been watching at like the tier 2 level right now and have been impressing me time and time again. Maybe Spirit Academy a little bit more than NaVi Jr. But either way, you're going up against a Gun 5 roster that's recently been revitalized, of course. We're going to look at the results from today. We had 2 2-0s and that ridiculous 1-2, 2-1, in favor of Bait. That was a little wild at times, but yeah, we're going to go into this one. Gun 5 for me, maybe we can check out their roster here. I am really fond of the pickup of Fine Shine. I think that as a player, I didn't know what necessarily to expect from him as he joined up with this roster, being picked up from Hotu, I believe it was. And he really has impressed. Like, he's passing the eye test for me. What do you think, Nexus?
I'm with you right there as well. I think slightly, right, you can maybe ask for an AWP to be a bit better in terms of just the statistics alone. But he's passed the eye test, absolutely. And the Gun 5, yesterday's game we had, absolute insane show through and through. You literally had like an 11-4 comeback. 12, no, that was the different game. Hold on, I'm mixing up because every single map we had yesterday was like a 10-5 or 10-2, 9-3, and every single one went to 24 rounds or above, except for the very last map we had.
I'll help you out here. On Dust, Gun 5 went to overtime, winning at 19-15. So we know how hard this is to achieve against Passion, right?
We had an insane game yesterday, for which we did have a pretty good show from Cielo. One Fine Shine was just kind of there, but that was just a game of who makes less mistakes. And in the end, I honestly don't remember all that much, besides it was just insane comebacks and no one had a good CT side, so that's kind of the most recent things I have for this one. But Fine Shine absolutely is someone that passes the eye test as well to me, and someone I can hopefully expect more from as well in the future.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's switch over to NaVi Jr. for now and talk about their roster. There are a lot of bright spots here. Who's your player to watch here, Over?
Oh, that's a tough question because, like I said before, there's a lot of diamonds in the rough, and obviously the first player that comes to mind is the man that's right in front of us in the middle. It's Makaze. He's definitely been an outlier in general for NaVi Juniors. Yeah. But I think the problem is the consistency, as we've kindly touched upon it already, is yet to be fully found. So I think it's going to take some time before we really see them settle in their roles. They've been playing for now a year, I think, together, and they've achieved some great results. I believe that soon we'll see them either develop as a team and move on to the next step, which is changing the organization, because NaVi is a part of the VRS circuit at the very top, which means these guys, if they want to have a chance at the future at the top, they're either going to be forced to leave the team or switch out the org altogether. Now, that's the same problem with Spirit Academy, and I'm happy you brought it up, because these are the issues that now teams have to deal with, because you've got young guns aiming for the top. And the problem is, right, every team that looks at this is, okay, they're doing great right now, but what happens in 3 months? And if we invest in them, what happens if they don't perform in 3 months' time, right? So I think that's that's basically what every organization right now is waiting for, rather people in the scene are just waiting to see how this develops, where they end up going or how far they end up going, and then they'll either pick it apart or buy it as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always difficult, right? Even as a player, you look at it as security in some ways. You know that you're the farm team. You know that there's a possibility you'll get called up to the big squad and get your chance. But also there's that thought, okay, well, we might be able to make it big and be picked up by an org. So I think it's actually a pretty comfortable position to be in, although sometimes you're like, well, what exactly are we doing? Maybe like finding that motivation, finding that like drive to push forward is a little difficult at times. Anyway, we'll see how it goes for them. Obviously, the best result is that they get picked up by another org and then they're able to make their own name for themselves. But let's switch back to the Gun 5 roster. We talked about Fine Shine. There's also another new face to the roster, at least, well, relatively recently. Lackey was picked up. How are you feeling about that one, Nexus?
I think Lackey's someone that has any sort of test you really put on him. He's had such experience already in the scene. Last 4 years, he's really kind of come up, and even before that as well, with Windstrike way back when, at like 2019 and 21, whatever that was, like that's then right, to Entropic, as well as like the major run they had in Stockholm. You just gotta make sure I got that right. Yeah, Stockholm. So afterward, he's kind of had that sort of drop off where that whole team just disbanded. We haven't really seen much, and then it's just been floating around in a couple of different mixes, a couple of different themes or such. But he's someone who has experience, who can absolutely kind of gel a team together and be a sort of supportive element. Yesterday, we had his very first game in this, or in the jersey. Had a pretty good game. He had a fairly decent game. He played, I think, map... I want to say map 1 really, really well. But it doesn't matter, right? He played a fairly decent game yesterday, and already he's kind of showing for Gun 5 that he's a decent fit. And it's just about making sure that yesterday, that's just a outlier in terms of how messy of a game you kind of have almost. And in the future, give him a month, give him 2, you're gonna solidify yourself as a team. And to that extent, I think Lackey does very well to kind of assist him.
I'll just add on top of that, Lackey had all 3 maps played very well, with the first being at 25, the second at 21 kills.
Okay, fair enough.
So he was definitely up there alongside Yellow.
All right, well, let's jump off of that into the veto here, and Gun 5 going to immediately ban Train, which isn't necessarily surprising. Speaking of the history between these two squads, they have played a little bit over the last 3 months. A lot, actually. There were 3 matches in December, right? 3 VO3s in December, and then 1 in January. They've split the difference, so 2 VO3s each. And, I mean, overall, if you're looking at the maps picked, they have such a similar map pool, in fact, almost identical.
One of the series was actually best of 5.
Oh, yes, you're right. Sorry.
And not only that, look at the dates they were. They were the 15, 16, 17. It was back-to-back-to-back dates they had in December.
It was crazy, wild. Let's see what we get as a pick here coming through from Gun 5. I don't think we're going to get anything too crazy based upon the maps they played previously. Ancient's been played a lot, which is expected.
I wouldn't mind
Anubis. Anubis could come through, honestly, because the fact of the matter is both teams are pretty good on it, so I think it would make sense for Gun 5, who might have an edge here.
It's possible. I mean, Anubis is not a bad map at all, and it's quite a tactical map where Navi could struggle if they're going to be flustered. But now this is a pick that I did not expect. The fact that you go Mirage, I mean, to be fair, it's maybe a statement of Gun 5, like, okay, you know, you might be the Navi Juniors, you might be the Navi Academy squad, but let's show you what it means to actually be a team, right? How it looks when you put your eggs together. And Ancient second, a great map for Gun 5 as well. This is shaping up to be a pretty decent veto, and I would say both sides so far, I think, happy with the picks.
Yeah, no question. I mean, like I mentioned before, I think both sides are generally going to be happy with whatever comes through here. I think Mirage is a bit of a surprise. The curveball coming through from Gun 5, as you alluded to, it was the 3rd map on the 17th of December, and it ended up going Gun 5's way in that BO5. But yeah, it's a strange one to see come through so early on here, and I'd say that likely we're looking at either a nuke or a Dust 2. Excuse me, not Dust 2, it was already banned. A nuke coming through here is map number 3.
I'm still thinking Anubis. Surely
really?
They leave Anubis as the 3rd, right? Or do you think they go nuke instead? It's Navi banning. Never mind. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Navi's last ban. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Navi's going to ban it and go to nuke. That's my guess, because Anubis is just, it would be too favorable, in my opinion, for Gun 5. but we'll have to wait and see.
You're correct.
Yeah.
You're correct. I thought for some reason that Gun 5 have the last ban, but it's actually Navi. So this should be Nuke. Yeah, we're looking at Mirage, Ancient, Nuke, and I will say it's interesting to see Mirage first. I genuinely thought we will see Anubis to begin with. So perhaps, reason for it. They played it. They feel more comfortable on it. I don't know.
It's a strange one, right? Because Anubis, if you look at it statistically, yes, it's only a slight edge for Gun 5. They played it more. It's a good map for them. I really felt like they might pick into it, and now we're not going to see it at all because they decide not to pick and they go for Mirage instead, which I feel is a much more even playing ground. So again, Gun 5 must have something up their sleeves here, or something they're thinking about, or they've seen in tendencies in terms of Navi Junior's play that they feel like they can take advantage of. Either way, it did get confirmed that Nuke is going to be the decider, as we were suspecting. So Mirage, Ancient, Nuke, it's not uncharted territory for these two teams. The only one where we only have a sample size of one map played is Mirage. Outside of that, I think Nuke's been played twice, or maybe twice before, so this will be the third time, and Ancient's been played in every single series. So we'll see how it plays out. What do you think about this, Nexus?
I don't know. I just kind of don't see how this entire game really looks. Because you have Ancient, you have Mirage, which they played once, right, back in December. They played Ancient in a couple of the series already. I think actually every single one of the series they played it. It's got a 2-2. They've both won 2 games on it. So it really is a difficult one to kind of exactly pinpoint. And I think the difference maker probably is, right, back then it was a different team. You had a couple of different players. You, at that point, figure out, okay, how does Lackey fit into the situation? How does Feinstein fit? So that's the big difference maker for me. Right, Theo kind of did say as well, right? You kind of have to show how does the team look on Mirage. Like, Gun 5, they play as a team. How does that look here? In comparison to Navi Junior, right? But it's Mirage. You don't need to be a team perfectly, so it is what it is, right? To start off the game.
Go ahead, Over.
Yeah, I think the argument can only be made here that Gun 5 trusts the new picks, they trust their leader, and they trust the calls they're going to be making here. I think that's the reason we see Mirage, because they want to showcase Navi Juniors like, let's go on Mirage, right? Let's take a pug map. Let's see you do this against us on a map like Mirage, where you're used to playing like a face-it match, and if they can tilt Navi Junior on Mirage, you bet your ass they're going to tilt them even harder on Ancient.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think the psychological warfare is going to be important in this series because both teams are matched up so very evenly, and I would even say more so now with Lackey being added to the mix in place of Easy. So there's a lot going on here between these two squads, and even like if you look at all the results leading up to this point with the different rosters, with the changes that are coming in, which were minor in most cases for Gun 5, Navi's been that same squad as you mentioned over for many years, well, not many years, but at least a year now, a year plus. And there's most of them, you see 3 overtimes, I think there was. One was triple overtime, and then a lot of 13-11s, 13-10s that are in the mix there. So these two teams are very evenly matched up. I doubt we're going to get an affair where we get like that 13-3 we saw in the previous series that we had. It's probably going to be tightly contested map after tightly contested map. It would surprise me if we don't go to 3 maps here over.
Maybe.
What do you
maybe
think?
It is.
Yeah.
I generally feel like it's possible that we do see 3. Yeah, I do feel like that. And JRT, I'm sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah, I was wanted to ask before we go, like, what JRT thinks who's going to actually come.
Yeah, I think he's still on the
here.
air with us, so he can share his opinion. I believe. I hope so. Production, will you allow JRT to have his final few moments?
All right, I get my final say. I'm going to say 2-1 for Gun 5, actually. I think they're going to be able to pull this one off. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much for that one. And they do pull off the start here. Sedain with the first pistol. It's going to be Sedain with the secondary. Symmetry is finding some in between the heads of Lackey, though it's not enough. Yellow already waving goodbyes to Jukes, and this is round done. It's 1-0 for Gun 5. And I kind of see where you're coming from, JRT, for the 2-1 pick. I feel like that as well. I'm there with you. And I will add on top of that this thing. If Mirage goes into the hands of Gun 5, I think we see a 2-0.
Care to elaborate?
Even though it's logical to think this goes to 3 maps, absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel like Gun 5 are going to give us a show that we have yet to see out of them here in the playoffs.
Sure. You know, I can get behind that in a way. Just kind of like I said, right? I think the difference maker is, in a way, lackey to a degree in Vineshine here. Those being the big difference maker from the last couple of games, or last historical games they've played in the last 3 months with each other. So if they can today activate, they can be the difference makers. And you said it as well yesterday. Lackey was good on all 3 maps, not just the one that I initially thought.
Oh yeah.
So absolutely
way,
having the chance to be him.
I want to add on top of this as well, Selter, who I think had the lowest score in the series overall.
Probably.
Had the highest amount of assists. He was super good on that team play. He actually made a big difference.
You know what they call that in CS2 at the end of the match screen?
I don't know.
The Tenderizer.
The Tenderizer. Well, there you go. He is the Tenderizer. Sadame, though, he is the Terrorizer, as he absolutely brings down the A defense again. The force buy completely shatters. And it is Gun 5 that just look... Like I said, this is what I love about CIS-CS. I have been watching these guys play for a long-ass time. Now, there are a few names that are new to the, let's say, to the scene in recent years. But since 2017, I've seen some of these guys progress since then into what they are today, where they are today. And I really like the storylines they're kind of building for themselves, because we gotta mention that Gun 5 2 years ago, like, if anybody would have told you that they would be, what, 40th on the roster, on the VRS ranking, where they're now, you know, aiming to get...
I would have asked what the hell is VRS, but...
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
Yeah, beyond that conversation, sure.
Beyond that conversation, what I'm saying is, like, if they can defend that ranking, you know, if they can prove to everybody, you know what, we deserve this, all of a sudden they become a massive name on the tier 2 scene that so far hasn't been, you know, seen.
Yeah. You know, I kind of want to actually touch this. I completely forgot because I didn't have the time to mention it, and it wasn't completely applicable to the last map, or last series. But Bait are also in that, like, 25th in the world, right? Something along those lines. If they manage to...
23rd.
Sure, yeah, if they manage to win that, or, like, win their next game, maybe the next one as well, they're pretty much eligible for a tier 1 event, invite at that point as well, if someone decides to say no thank you, right? Because so many events are going on as well, so they absolutely... if they take the CCT, even if they make it just to the finals, they probably will get an invite to an event or two, just with that alone. So, it's definitely got to be a big event for them, being at that very edge of tier 1 events.
Rabani, this time defending a site quite aggressively here. Sadame again with the entry. Jugs replies. The damage is severe though. There's still a lot of shots coming from everywhere. Jugs and Makaze trade off, but it's not enough. Symmetry's getting caught, and it's down to a 2v2. Makaze and Demon. Oh, that nade is good. Down to 39. He eats it full. If he had stepped forward, he wouldn't have taken minimal damage. Sadame low. Hello, waiting for the call here. Makaze finding potentially a free kill though.
I like how Patience time is being here as well. Just crouching behind, and eventually when he takes the duel, it is going to lead him to kill number 1. Eclot can still, if he really tries, could have potentially thrown the bomb over, but not going for it. A Demon stops them in their tracks to take NaVi Jr. first on the board. Little 1v2, and if we talk about NaVi Jr., we kind of say, right, Gun 5, they'll show you how it is to be a bit more of an established team, also, almost. NaVi just beat ENCE yesterday, or the day before, so they've already kind of gotten used to these teams and such, so not only that, right, they're very, very young. You kind of have that almost stereotypical at this point expectation of Zoomers shoot hard. And that's just kind of the case. Yeah. So, if they have a decent answer to a team play, or a team as well, and they shoot hard, that's kind of sort of round a situation you're going to be looking at. Where they can take these rounds, make them all dangerous. But now, though, Jug's in trouble.
And it's going to be an A-take again. Gun 5 have identified the weaknesses. They've got a big flank coming out through middle. It's going to be Mr. Lackey playing that flank. As Makaze gets caught, Symmetry replies, it's still going to be a 4v4. A site yet to be fully captured. This means Gun 5 could still capitulate at the end as Symmetry comes in hot. The AK singing its song as they add on top of the numbers as Symmetry runs out of bullets, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team is there. Round is done, and so is Gun 5. It's going to be 2-2. And this is where I want to touch upon a very, I think, sensitive topic that is eventually going to have to be a line of discussion for teams like NaVi Junior, for teams like Spirit Academy, for every team, for Furia, for Imperial, for teams that have academy teams or, you know, secondary teams that compete at this level, that keep on rising through the ranks. The thing for me is, JRT, you've already mentioned this, the future of these players and how do they proceed. And that's one of the reasons why I don't trust teams like this to ever be able to break on to the next chapter, the next level, because they always know at heart we can't really go that far, you know, that far up without either being broken up or forced to change organizations, which again, maybe that's the better part than being broken up. But again, that's where my initial distrust, or at least inherent distrust, comes in, trusting that these teams will even remain together after a certain period of time, right?
Sure. Counterpoint. Duncan Zontix. The main team.
No. Of course.
Yeah.
Like
I
I'm
guess
saying,
that also kind of fits into the broken up part, but still.
That's the broken up part.
Yeah,
right?
you already have these, and then even before as well, you had Mouse NXT with now pretty much everyone but Roland being from NXT.
But
So
what I'm saying
you have
is,
these things, but yeah, I'm absolutely on the same page with you as well. But at the moment, unlike Spirit Academy, who are kind of hitting their peak almost, and almost just skating at the moment and just going with the motion. I know we said it last time we cast the Spirit Academy. I'm going to go on a small tangent here, but at this moment, they've kind of already established themselves to be very damn good.
Yeah.
So now is the time for them to experiment as a team. Get more experience in different styles and become more complete players. I think that's the sort of thing right now for Team Spirit Academy.
Yeah.
NaVi Junior, they're not at that exact same level just yet, where teams are looking at it and be like, okay, I want that guy.
Yeah, I think the question is also, what are the players themselves expecting and what do they want to achieve? And obviously we don't have an answer for that, but point is, that's a part that is going to be a part of this story, as Symmetry up in his hand, spotted, headshotted. He did bring down Sadame, who's been an excellent entry so far, but Gun 5 split across the map, do not have a way in. Oh, this is a perfect timing on the stairs player. Krabini caught in the back. Yellow, once again, waves hello. As Symmetry finds Lackey, that's... Oh god, no way. He's going to take the fight? No way. He does not. But to add on top of the discussion, we'll wait for this round to play out first. Demon, nice catch. Yellow fight Symmetry. That should be it. Yeah, now they know Demon's on short.
Yeah, walking out of connector is not going to be easy, but if... Fine shine. I mean, yeah, he is going to go for the bomb plant here immediately. I think they should have heard him in jungle. They definitely look like, but Yellow's still going to be very cautious just in case that isn't the play that he is making. Demon taking the long route through CT. This lets Fine Shine look towards CT, but he's still thinking about it. What if he is jungle? What if he's not in CT? Now the spot comes through, Yellow comes back, and that is going to be the round at that point. Maybe if he had a kit, you could have seen this attempt, but doesn't know what Yellow's going to be, and that's going to be enough for him as well. Doesn't find the immediate shot to find Shine. One too many troubles against Demon, he's going to save the AK instead. It makes sense, that's fine, that's all fair and well and good and dandy. And all that good jazz, and add another 10 synonyms at the back of that as well. But for Gun 5, another round. It's Yellow, popping up for 3. We talked about him as well a little bit, in terms of being good yesterday, right? I think you mentioned him. Want to make sure it was not just Lackey, it was Yellow as well.
Oh yeah, Yellow was the top fragger, and Lackey was right there with him.
Yeah, that's okay. There we go. Not making things up here. Despite yesterday being an absolute nightmare fever dream that I don't even remember what was real and what was not. Adding more to my troubles in life.
Wow.
Man, it's
here,
just...
brother.
Dude, hey, I had my fair share, like 4 or 5 days in a row where I was just living in third-person depersonalization and all that. I could not focus on anything. I don't know how I was even going through anything.
I know.
And I come back and that's like the first or second game I do, and it's insanity, and I don't even know what's happening.
Look, I'm old, and I might not be the new kid on the block, but I'll tell you this one. Touch some grass, man. Touch some grass.
I did. Although I live in Finland, what do you think grass is like? It's dead.
Yeah, it's frozen, and there's mooses all around you trying to attack you. In any case, it's going to be gun 5.
Man, I went to the store yesterday. I had to fight a bear.
Are you sure that's not Russia? In any case, gun 5, it's going to be back to guns, and it's going to be a bit of a mid-play here. I like the idea, and symmetry this time.
From Russia, Fine Shine.
Gives himself up. Yeah, Fine Shine, great player. The new addition to the squad, I think he's going to settle in perfectly. He's still going to take some time, obviously, and we can call this a bit of a honeymoon time here for the squad, right? Still kind of
until they get completely shut down in a series, yeah.
I mean, sure. And
unlike some, let's take a moment here to diss another team we both know we can. Unlike another team that's made changes recently in an open IGLing and coaching situation like Fnatic, who are playing dreadful Counter-Strike right now, Gun 5 look good. But they haven't made a drastic change, but they have still changed in AWP.
Nonetheless, they've changed up too, which is still a big part. And like I said before, right, this all plays into the mentality, into the core psychology of the players and the game itself, the natural psychology of the game. Where Navi Junior's guys are maybe more hoping to get picked up for that top team, for that top position, rather than rise as a team to the top. And I think that's the big distinction that makes a good team a great team. In any case, it's going to be an A play. Krabben is... I don't know how Yellow doesn't check him there. Lackey gets caught. Selter gets one. It's Sedane to be back-to-back killed as Demon goes out wide. He is yet to die, by the way. He saved 3 times. Demon is a menace. And he's going to get it.
Ooh, fiendish. He's yet to die. He's 1-1 versus 2. He's had 2 3Ks, I think.
Yep, pretty much.
And he's got Navi Junior number 4. Thumbs up. Nicely done. But, yeah. I think I'll touch one last time on it, and then we'll let this topic go, I think.
Okay.
Again, we mentioned Team Spirit. We draw the comparison between them and Navi Junior. They're not at that level where if I'm a tier 1 team, I'm looking at anyone here, I'm being like, okay, I want this guy on my team. Currently, they're not it for me, but maybe, probably, at the moment, that's all due to the ignorance, because I've seen a total of 10 rounds from Navi Junior being played. They had a series, technical break.
That's fair.
Lost internet, lost electricity, had to forfeit the series. That's all I've seen is 10 rounds. It wasn't all that convincing. But they can shoot back, which, you know, still decent. Still nice. The statistics are there to tell a story as well. And they're here for a reason, so... If given them time, you know, they've got until about the summer transfer window after the major to make some sort of a name for themselves, I'd say. So
yeah,
maybe until then. Yeah, maybe until then we will actually see something from them.
I'm going to be fair with you. I think every single team right now that have built a roster, that are playing the new season, the new 2025 season, etc. I think until that summer window, you have the time to do something, and every team is going to be grinding for that. And maybe that's the core principle, right? This is where Navi Juniors are banking on maybe being picked up at the end of the season here into bigger teams, into other teams. And they have to obviously rise through the ranks and showcase the reason to be picked up. Yeah. But
now to the game. We've said our last.
Now to the game, yeah. We've said our piece. Let's focus on what we see on our screens instead now. It's going to be mid-control again. Gun 5 pretty prevalent with this. This is pretty standard. We've seen this from Cybershoke as well. And it's become the new meta. Basically, 2 upper halls B, 2 upper B, 2 mid, and 1 into lurk A. And that's pretty much all there is. Though, Navi Junior, they're eager, and they're finding out a lot. The info game is sick right now. Dude, Demon is 10-0. Like, this is insane. He pushed all the way through B house. Nobody checks him.
Kicking ass, taking names. Smoker of grass, beater of ass.
Oh.
Maybe.
Oh, that's Zaza.
That's you. You know, maybe that could be applicable to you more, but nonetheless, we'll see if Gun 5 can stop this ass from being beaten. Yellow.
About to find out. Oh,
Will be
Yellow,
trading his
this position is
teammate. The
sick
demon
with me.
still sneaks in one. He's 11-1. There's going to be a second one because it has been spotted at the back of the side, so they know he's going to be there. Now taking him down. 2 out of 2 remains. One man who was a hood in window-ish. Rotation is the question. Smoke has faded. As a dime alone. Reads the position correctly. Molotov, however, incorrectly placed. At a symmetry. He'll take a nice 2 kills.
Six to 3. Gun 5 losing grip. It's an eco next, and perhaps a few pistols at best. NaVi Jr. individually showing up. Symmetry 10 kills, Demon 11, Makaze, Krabeni both on 7, and Jugs taking a little bit to start, but he's on 3. Overall, not gonna let this one slip. I like how convincing they look. And we're gonna have a bit of an A play. Pistols and all. I'm not sure why they're splitting up on pistols. We talked about this yesterday, actually, at extent, I believe, with Atro even. And I don't know about you, JRT, but pistols... Like, I've talked about this enough. Nexus, you know what I'm gonna say. So, just to summarize quickly. Whenever you're on a pistol buy, eco round, or have a saved weapon, rifle, whatever it may be, you always want to play the numbers, or at least stick together best you can. Try to use those numbers against your opponent. And for some reason, teams tend to not do that at all. They just kind of split up, die one by one, and then wonder how they lost it all. Lackey, good reply though. And it's a 4v4 towards A. Jugs gets caught, that's a problem. The op in CT heard, as Makaze is holding from jungle himself.
1-2 find Shine will not make it 3 easily. Problem is, he'll have to get that bomb back, which he will be able to. Courtesy of the smoke, he'll be able to make his venture toward the bomb easily, but he's taking the long and the wrong way around. Tried to outplay, unfortunately for you. Find Shine, it's not his route to win. 7-3 is looking great for NaVi Jr. We kind of went into this one, and JRT asked me as well, what do I think of this veto? I got no goddamn clue, buddy. I still don't. Because they played each other so many times in a short span of times. It can't go any single way, right? I say the difference maker could be Lackey and Find Shine, given now a bit of time here in the team. But for now, to start it off, Gun 5 in their map pick is, it's being stopped in their tracks. Not anymore just by Demon going 11-1, but because it's stepping up at a symmetry as well. All at 10 or above. Krabeni's at 7. Gun 5 got to start shooting back, and he almost did in the previous round. But not good enough. Lackey, the difference maker this time. The difference is -1. He's gone. 4v5.
Out A they go. Caught off
that's
guard.
Poor. What are you doing? Selter, sure, you'll get that, but... No!
Why is he... Why...
What?
Wait.
No!
Oh, I think Yellow disconnected. What?
No. He's just not going for it. Not trading, nothing.
Oh my god, disgusting. That's bad. That is very bad. I'm sorry, but that is a horrible round from Gun 5, and there's no excuse for it.
Lux run out,
one by
Steam
one.
is gone. No more
And
wind
this is
in
what
their
I talked
sails.
about. One by one, walking into their deaths, having no plan behind it. It seems like they're a little bit flustered. Yellow, we can see him talking. We can see him trying to communicate. But there's not much to communicate with. This is a 2v4, and unless you're going to go big and absolutely score 2 kills immediately, you are going to be losing this duel. Or rather, this clutch, shall we say. I don't know, man. I don't know what Guns 5 thought would happen, but they were pushing out Palace with 3 players, and instead of 3 going out, 1 went out, and then the other, and then the third stayed in, and yet to shoot, and now dies. That's round. Like I said, like, what did they expect is gonna happen? Find Shine saving the op. That's the best he can do.
Yeah. Correction. It was 3 going out, Palace. You had a Lackey down connector first, so No, it was
but
not
what
the
I'm saying
entirety
is
of them.
Three went out of Palace, but the first one went solo, died. The second one went towards Plateau,
Yeah, second
died.
one just shifted after.
Shifted
Gets the
after
kill,
first one
infiltrated
died.
by an HE that's not even supposed to hit him, goes under balcony
Yep.
instead of top, still gets him.
And then Yellow just waits until the smoke passes. So it's a completely unsynchronized, uneven attack that has no rhyme or reason. But hey, that's just me.
You know what I would
Five.
do if I'm Gun 5 here?
Hit me.
I would do a thing called Ruoska. Yeah, it's mostly spent for pistol rounds. Maybe we'll see NaVi Jr. pull it out. I've mentioned this once before. I'm gonna spread the great word of it. You know, make people know it. Because people are going to the TikTok tactic. Buddy, the Ruoska predates TikTok. Right, we've been getting called out in matchmaking where we've done it, and people are like, oh, nice TikTok tactics. I'm like, oh, my blood is boiling, my blood is boiling. You go mid, underpass, mid, underpass, mid, underpass. And last round, you just go into pals and gun it out A. 90% success rate.
How to
3
make a
laps in
finish
mid to
man-
underpass, and you just go, 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 and then last round, last 40 seconds, you go out of palace. And it's always successful.
So how to make a Finnish man angry is by telling him his statics are from TikTok. Okay, gotcha.
I'm not
In
a
any case,
super-
Gun 5, they're about to lose the round. It's the last round of the half. I mean, they lose the first, they lose the second. Symmetry with a sickeningly good shot. Third time's the charm for Yellow, though, as he finally brings him down. They know there's a player in noob corner. It's going to be wide swing. Krabbenin jugs, though. They don't care. And it's over.
Talk
It's
about a noob
9
corner,
rounds
how about a
on the
noob
board.
entrance? That is 4 players bodied in connector.
Pretty much. Pretty much. All 4 dying at the connector position. And with that, round and lights out. It is
The second shot is
a very
insane.
solid 9. Yeah, the second headshot was crisp.
Nasty. Alright. Let's get it. NaVi Jr. As much as I would
Come back
love
of
to
the
see them pull
century.
it off, and I would lose my mind and shit, proverbially, if they were to do that, do the Ruoska here, they're not going to. They've got different thoughts in mind.
okay, the
3
question
sets of
is,
util. And A.
Do we see Gun 5
No.
come back here? Do we see
I don't
a
care what you're
yesterday's
gonna
game
ask,
of
the answer is
10-2
no.
on the halftime into double overtime? Let's go. Round
9.
13 starts off with the pistol.
10-2 in the halftime, but it's 9-3, buddy. You're seeing things.
No. I said yesterday's 10-2 and halftime into overtime. Now 9-3 into overtime should be doable.
Alright. I thought you were already hallucinating things.
Hey, man. You never know, though. In any case, NaVi Jr., they have the bomb down. It's a 5v5 retake. There is a kit and a smoke on Selter, but it all depends on that first contact. Again, who takes CT, who holds it. Oh, I love this.
It's a nice
The
deviation.
juniors
for
are going
Navi.
towards jungle. They are crunching
Oh
Sedane.
this is such a sick position. Makazi holds. He's swinging for more. And with that smoke down as well, they can try to defuse, yes, but the problem is there's going to be so many things on the players just swarming
Selter's
at him.
not
The
dead.
defuse
Selter's not dead.
denied. Jugs to get it. The round is done. Gone to 5 to come back. No, the answer is no. It's half a second, a split second that makes the difference for defuse or no. They still get it. Jugs saves it. And NaVi Jr., they serve to 10. They should get to 11. And that should be the game. With the way this is going, how one-sided it is. Remember yesterday we said, and today I just mentioned it, we had 0 good CT sides until the very, very last map of the day. Gun 5, they had a poor T side. Are they going to have a good CT side? I doubt it. So, they're in trouble. Their map pick. And they're about to get bodied. All hope is lost. Doom and gloom. Might as well turn off the map. Come back in 10 minutes. We'll be ready for Ancient.
Yeah. At this point, that's what we're expecting. Gun 5. Let's see if they can bring it back from the brink. It's going to be... It's going to have to be effectively 10 rounds in a row for Gun 5. That's the only way they win this map. Because NaVi Jr., once it's 11, and once it's 12... Surely they're not dropping the ball. Let's find
Nah.
out. Gun round, fine shine, glass cannon. Holy shit, 2 glass cannons in the same day. Is this early Christmas? What is this? Santa? Have I been such a good boy already? What?
No, you
Damn.
mistyped it, Satan.
Oh no. Oh, fine shine. I mean, this is a crazy pull to go Glass Cannon Mirage first hand, but I guess at this point you need something crazy to win. The smoke is up in window, he's waiting for the chance, doesn't even take the shot. And it's a straight A execution.
Yeah, I like that he doesn't immediately reveal the opus there. He doesn't have to. He's got teammates still to fight mid as well if they want to collapse upon this further. So he's gone back to CT. First shot is a miss. Now they know the opus here. We'll get another chance. Jugs goes out, and this is looking like a gun 5T round right now with the 1x1, how the way they go. Look at the poor looking very lax, but maybe there should have been a bit more thought to this, because they don't really have to go for this right now. Yeah, they try to force their way in. And it is a Dunzo. Gun 5.
Yes, it is.
We'll be getting guns to 4.
I said 10 in a row, that's what's required.
Nope. Stop manifesting
That's
Teemu Wizard.
what they're gonna get. That's what they're gonna do. There's no counter spells, there's no item, there's no enchantment, there's no spell that can save you.
Harry Potter
NaVi
from
Jr.
Teemu. Maybe not at the... You're just a groundskeeper. You're Dobby from Teemu, let's put it that way.
Dobby from Teemu.
You're just an
Hagrid
elf.
from Teemu, maybe. But an elf has magic, so haha, I see, I got
Yeah,
you
from
there.
Teemu.
I have magic.
You got nothing.
I
I think it's like you get a soak and you get a gift if you're an elf and you're free or whatever. I think it was. I don't remember. It's been so long and I don't actually care too much.
yes.
Yeah, and
that
you're a
would be
free
the
elf,
lore.
something like that. You try to steal stuff and you're never free.
That's like the
That's the
D&D
sort of
setting.
Teemu elf you are.
Oh god. Never free. Wow. And you accuse me of being a thief as well. Damn. I
Hey,
guess
you're
my next
the
campaign
one
I have to
wanting
be a thief.
overtimes.
Hey, what's wrong with a little bit of action here, man? I think anybody would mind.
I do.
Ah, well, that's just you.
Yeah, true.
That's a you problem. Navi, though, timeout. It's going to be a bye, obviously. It's going to be a bit of a back and forth, but they're going to try this. Jagas, does he go for a Mac 10 or a straight-up AK, just balls deep? Oh, yeah, baby. Doesn't even buy helmet. Now, that man is... That's a decision of a very ballsy man. No helmet. Same for symmetry. Both could have bought helmet, but they don't. Wow. Really prioritizing the utility. I respect that. Lacazette, first in. Is he first out? Lackey playing a dangerous game in the smoke, and he's about to die, I'm afraid. Oh, dude, he is jiggling that smoke like a pro. He is Neo from the Matrix, but oh boy, he takes too long to kill Symmetry as Makaze reloads. The end is nigh. It's going to be Fine Shine burning a little bit as well. 4v4. Gun 5 relinquish mid.
Four v 4 and it's gone to 5. We'll have to decide how do they do this. At this point, mid rounds on Mirage, it's not gonna be uncommon to try to take mid control back here for the CTs. It's just Demon at his current position that's making it very difficult for Gun 5, so it's pretty much very basic. 1 mana short, and Seltzer will be catching Demon. Will be caught after. Kraveni boosted out the window, and now he's the only man left remaining. He has dropped. I think they should have heard it as well, and he'll at least let them know, even if he hasn't already been spotted. Tag him, bag him, round is done. The Gun 5, they match their name to 5 rounds. They go.
Eight more to go. Navi Jr.
No.
Eco here. A few pistols. That's what they have. And I believe we... Makaze, is he good? Okay, he's good. He's here. All is well. We do have a Deagle in his hands. Maybe he can showcase what he's capable of. Does he have the Blaze Deagle even? Did I see that correctly? I believe he has Blaze in his hands.
We're not gonna get to see it.
Nope. It's a shame. Makaze, come on, show us the Deagle power.
You know what's a really nice Deagle skin, by the way? Well, because this is just a boring round, although... Kilo... He gets 4. That's nice.
Not bad.
Confidence. Alright, that's one thing to get for Gun 5 before it's too late, and if somehow along the way it's a comeback, well, for them, all the better. For us, to be determined. But, you know what's a cool Deagle skin?
Which one?
The sunrise something. God, it's you have the two. It's like the blue and the red ones, the Deagles that are like a matching pair almost. Can't actually remember the English name. I'll just double check.
I remember the conspiracy.
Sunset Storm, I think that's the one.
Storm.
Thank you, JRT. Sunset Storm, yeah, that's the one. It's really nice. And then you have the blue counterpart as well. Jugs. He sees red. Seltzer also takes 2 before his demise. Yellow, however, he's already here to make the B-side defense a bit more...
They heard him.
Better for the CT side and doable for Gun 5. Now both players already here in Flying Shine. He'll show himself, but his time is still a question mark that is yet to be answered. And for Krebeni, the puzzle pieces have to start fitting together, and he's got plenty of time to figure this one out. But I think this one might be rated 18, so we'll see how well he can get this done.
It's gonna have to be explicit, that's for sure.
It's one bloody puzzle. I like how locked in he looks here as well.
Yeah. Comes down to that first shot, I guess, and especially if it's Sadame to die first. The op is then gonna have to fight around corners. Sadame spotted. There goes the first, and now Fine Shine expected.
Oh, no, 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 no!
Oh, that's a sick... What? How does he predict him to be there? I know not, but I guess they must have heard the scope or something, and that is enough as NaVi Jr. on 12.
Just assumes they play together, and again, it's that time. He doesn't have to rush the bomb plan after he finds the first. He can still take his time. He had barely any HP left remaining. He had pretty much 0 chance for a miss there. And Krebeni, it's his round. It's a pistol pulled out. You say in hindsight, what if Fine Shine goes for the AWP? That's dead. This is now, it's 12 to NaVi Jr. How many will they need to lock this one down is the question.
About to find out. Gun 5, pretty explicit on middle, looking for a fight. Meanwhile, NJ readying up for a full A exec. We're gonna have a bit of a mid smoke. I think this is to kind of allow Krebeni a bit of a lurk spot to work with. Probably gonna walk through lower into con, maybe jumping window. And they're waiting for Krebeni's call here. He's clearing up her halls B. Making a bit of noise. Gun 5 gonna start to get a bit anxious, and with 60 seconds and less remaining, it's time to make the call here. NaVi Jr., they're about to begin. There's the smoke into window. Could be deep short smoke. Yeah, it's deep short, actually. And he goes into con, that's for sure, but it's about to be the read of a century if Gun 5 can hold all this.
They know he's here.
Yep.
Between a rook and a hard place, team will trade. A second one, this long-range spray, 35 bullets, they matter! And Symmetry also collecting another. You have Fine Shine in position, reads the lurk. Krebeni is down, and it's suddenly 2 remaining on both sides. Molotov, 4 potential. Delay as well. 12 HP remains, they did tag him. Not completely finding him, but they gotta make his life a living hell. Symmetry still waits at the back of the site. You call this $5 for a reason. You should have a Molotov for this. If not, the jump up is red. It's barely any HP remaining, but does that matter? Say it with me. The answer is no.
No. Absolutely not. Round is over. It's
Map is done.
going to be Gun5 to take the L here after a very decent start on the halftime, or before the halftime. It all kind of comes collapsing on top of their heads. NaVi Jr. convincingly take it 13-6, and I think it's fair to say that they showcased what they're capable of, and we'll see if that continues on Ancient, but beforehand, it's going to be JRT to bring down Mirage's details.
All right, thank you, Over. Yeah, so, I mean, look, at the beginning of this one, we're going to see it starting from round number 4. It looked pretty solid for Gun5. Sadame was getting multi-kill after multi-kill 3 rounds in a row, and it felt like round number 3 was going to be that third in a row for Gun5, maybe get a little early momentum, but no, it's Demon, who had a ridiculous first half, clutches the 1v2, and that carries NaVi Jr. forward for 3 in a row. Finally, there's a response from Gun5. I think it was Zello, yeah, he got a 3K and managed to pop off for his squad. Fine Shine took care of the rest with Demon dealing the brunt of the damage, and after that, though, they're isolated again. Demon with a 3K from Ticket, who they just could not frag, and that starts a 6-round run coming through from NaVi Jr. Actually 7, in fact. The second half then featured a new face, I would say, for at least from NaVi Jr. in terms of fragging. Kerbini started fragging out. I mean, he farmed them in the anti-eco, made it 11-3 for NaVi Jr. But then, even in a losing effort on round number 16, he gets like a stiff arm frag over on Ziello, I believe it was. Or, excuse me, not Ziello, but over on Gun5. It's still Ziello and Sadame who managed to take care of business on the round. But, I mean, look, it was impressive for Kerbini. Round number 18, which I kind of want to wait to see, because it was really that good for NaVi Jr., because it looked like in a 2v1 that Gun5 would be able to continue that run back into the match, get their 7th, and then really have a chance at making it almost 10, I would say, at that point, because even that round you kind of break NaVi Jr. a little bit. But Kerbini in a 1v2 just waits and waits and waits and bides his time. Even though the fight doesn't come to him, he swings around the corner at a moment where Gun5 really just weren't ready for it, and gets a beautiful frag on the first. The second player, I think he had an inkling that Fine Shine was there, already had confirmation, so he's just waiting for the Opera to come around the corner and shuts him down too, and that was it. That's the gut punch, honestly, for Gun5, and they're out of it. So again, we start to question why Gun5 decided to go for this map pick. Why into Mirage? Because it felt pretty even. It felt like even this type of result was possible, and now it happens. So we'll have to see if Ancient can swing the way of Gun5 as it has in the past, or if NaVi Jr.'s dominance is going to continue here after this break. All right, we're back here with the second map of play between NaVi Jr. and Gun 5. That was an absolute stomp, though, on map number 1, Nexus.
It's a murder show. It's kind of reflective of the previous series we also had as well. I've lost my mind. I don't know what's happening anymore, but I'm still figuring it out.
Yeah.
And here I am seeing NaVi Jr. and, most importantly, Damon, who kind of kickstarted that whole thing, continues it up until his teammates are called to action instead. And then you have that kind of continue round after round, a triple kill, a double kill, and then a 1 versus 2, and that just feels like the final nail in the proverbial coffin of Gun 5 of Mirage. And they're headed to Ancient next. Upsides, it's a good map for Gun 5. Downsides, you had a shit map 1.
It doesn't get any worse than that. The problem is you've lost your own map pick, right? You've lost the map you're supposed to be comfortable on. We said that we worry about the choice here for Gun 5 on Mirage. Like, why would they go for Mirage if, you know, it's not the map they're really 100% on it? And clearly they weren't. So it's they have themselves to blame. Now they have to deal with the fact that they are playing a map that they might not be the best on, and NaVi Jr. could beat them to oblivion.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, look, let's be fair. Let's be fair to Gun 5. They are 8-3 on Ancient, and their performances haven't been too bad. But, you know, and even the ones against NaVi Jr. have been fairly tightly contested. In fact, the only one that was one-sided with the exact same scoreline as we saw just a moment ago was 13-6 back on December 15th. So... yeah. It was in favor of Gun 5. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say. So there is still hope, I would say, for Gun 5. The problem is that was a very flat effort out of them in map number 1. That's the concern that comes to your mind. Like, can they step up their game? Can they bring it up a notch in a map that has been back and forth, with neither team able to really come out with the win? If the pattern is confirmed and stays true, then Gun 5 will win here, because it is their turn to win. But I still don't feel it. Over.
I kind of agree with you. I still don't feel it myself. I mean, maybe before map 1 ended, if they had at least gotten the comfortable rounds to kind of work with some hope, maybe we could talk about more. But I don't know. It's just not enough at the end there.
Definitely. Yeah, and again, you kind of touched on it at the beginning. I feel like Anubis would have been a way better pick, and I still don't really follow the line of thinking from Gun 5 to go for Mirage, right? Yeah. So it's a strange one, but they're going to have to just put that in the rearview mirror and focus in on Ancient. Who's your player, Nexus, that you think needs to step up based on the performance in map number 1 on either side? But I would assume Gun 5 would be your choice here.
Yeah, Gun 5 is my choice. It's not really that needs to step up, but needs to continue. I think Cielo is the one that I'm looking at. Yeah, he has a good enough map 1 that he kind of gives them a chance or two in some rounds, but he didn't have that same factor that, say, Demon had toward the start of that map, where he was he was the one who activated, then his teammates came alive, and he was coasting. We just kind of need that same performance from Cielo to that same exact degree. He activates, his teammates start to join, and they all kind of slowly, or very quickly maybe, hopefully in this case, they ramp up to get a good game of their own. But I kind of do look towards Cielo here.
No, I agree. I think he's that player that they need to step up. He's the one that they picked up to be a more impactful presence. And, I mean, you know, wasn't bad, but wasn't the way it needed to be. I think you put it aptly. You know, he's at the top of the scoreboard with 16 frags, but not the best rated player. That was Sadame. Who had a 1.27 rating, which was pretty solid just because of how much impact he had on opening frags, especially towards the beginning of that first half. But, you know, looking at the odds, they do heavily favor NaVi Jr. now. Like, that's swung quite significantly in their favor. So, I mean, look, there's still a lot of question marks, I would say, for Gun 5. Personally, and I said this before, I'm actually excited about this squad. I think that Fine Shine's addition has really changed the complexion, I should say, of the roster. And going into the future, even if they should lose here, I think that there's an upward trajectory that's potentially possible. What do you think, Over?
I am pretty much there with you in the sense that I think there is the future that is bright ahead of them. A lot of work obviously still needs to be done, especially with integrating the new 2 additions, Fine Shine and Lackey. But I trust that they will not disappoint, at least not too majorly, right? With everything kind of in mind for that. NaVi Junior, the thing is, they all popped off. Like, everybody on NaVi Junior's side played super well, and I have a sincere doubt that Gun 5 can repeat, or at least kind of play against that.
All right, well, let's see if Gun 5 can bring it back here, guys. Take it away into Ancient.
I'm stealing this one. I'm taking this map home, so I can dissect it and explain why it's a poor Dust 2 copy, but still better than the original. Which is a low bar. But here, for now, we've got Symmetry and Demon opening up toward B. Make it a 3-on-3, spotting another one toward CT. Molotov deployed, they've also got a smoke, so they can pretty much lock down the rotation immediately. And to continue off this, to make it even worse for Ware, Symmetry 1-2, that's his total third. And the bomb to go down, and that is a round. Give it a second, give it a second, give it a second. One more. Two more.
So what I'm hearing is you want to have Aztec back, right?
Wait for it. It's done. There we go.
Yeah, it is. So next is just to confirm, you want Aztec back?
I'll take it over Dust 2 any day of the week.
Fair.
Hell, I'll take Orb India over Dust 2.
Oh wow. Cobble could also return. Yeah, I wouldn't mind Cobble myself.
Yeah, I'll even take Cobblestone over Dust 2 because at least that's an interesting map to look at because that's so many shenanigans you can do.
Yeah.
There's a map filled with shenanigan and wonder, and then you have the poor bleak Dust 2 as the other comparison, where you have 4 places and half of them are Rush B, Rush Long. Yeah, well, I said it. Can't set it back.
No.
My propaganda knows no limits. You think you're safe? You think you're sleeping nicely in your bed? You're gonna hear whispering in your ear. Pandas 2.
I'm already hearing that, man. You made me have nightmares.
Means it's working.
Up, sweating, screaming Dust 2 and your name. Never knowing why.
You're about to fall asleep. It's not the memory of something embarrassing you did as a kid, but it's the memory of Dust 2 instead in your mind. Heart starts palpitating. Unable to have a good, nice rest. Blacky will get 1. He'll best 2 now. Sees 75. Repping the gang very well here. But anymore just seems unlikely.
Yeah, I'd expect him to at least try and get another kill just with the Mech 10 to add a little bit of extra on top there.
I mean, he's got armor he can save for the next round. That makes... Or, not the next one, but even that potential one after. But yeah, makes sense. Drop the CZ to someone else, farm with the Mach 10 next round, try to bait and switch a teammate, hopefully, instead of playing it like a boring default, like every other team nowadays does. When you have pistols. And something saved over. Can we complain about that more?
Sure.
Do you want to?
I don't know. I think I've said my piece about it more than anything.
Sure.
The thing is,
anyone from yesterday's broadcast surely remembers.
Oh yeah. We've had quite a few conversations about these moments, these rounds that kind of don't make sense, and rounds that should have be played a lot differently than they actually were. But honestly, right now, I think the biggest worry that should be for Gun 5 is the fact that they could find themselves very soon in a big deficit. We're talking around 4, 5, 6 rounds maybe. And with these pistols, they try to fight mid. I respect that. Hustling away at a few kills. Sedame, accurate again.
Why was Lackey's Mach 10 the first to go?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense. You would
think
the Deagle would be first to contact, right?
I would imagine him to be literally anywhere but mid there, if NaVi Jr.'s not rushing into it. And giving you the opportunity in a close range fight. Why are you peeking into them? With the Mach 10, you're the one who has to run on God. The AK has to just place one bullet well in the head and that's him done.
Yeah.
And poor result for the Mach 10, rightfully so. We boo those, thumbs down. Crowd does not go wild. Well, the round, it gets done. Yellow gets himself an AK. He's got armor, he can save that. Fine Shine, that's another AK. Successful round for Gun 5 in a way.
Yes, it is. Not too shabby itself. At least stealing away the rifles kind of gives them a bit of extra sauce. Hopefully that's going to be enough. Trying to cancel out this advantage NaVi Juniors are building, as we said. They're starting to bring up the heat, and it's about time Gun 5 either bring it up themselves or be put down. This is the second map, gentlemen. It's over. If NaVi Junior do not win this map, excuse me, Gun 5 do not win this map, it is done for. They are going to be
That's how it
eliminated.
works.
Yeah. And, I mean, we said our piece for our first of Mirage. We said that it was a weird pick to see it be chosen over Anubis. Yet they did. They faltered. They failed. And surely this is not all we see out of them. As round 4 rolls around, it's a full buy. Let's see them try. Oh. Perfect timing. Demon denied. What in the actual
Frick.
fricky fracky? Yes, exactly. Freaky. Makazej says, you know what? You might have killed us or killed one of us, but we got you. What? Never mind. All is good as Fine Shine. Not sure why. Okay, never mind. Makaze loses the duel. I'm still not convinced on that peak, that aggression, but he does survive. That's what matters. And here comes the execution. It's a commit. A split through red. Krabani, I'm not sure why he's delaying this. He needs to help his teammates, or there won't be any left afterwards.
There's the smoke. Head will be shown. But Juggus still gets himself the first. The spray! For a second. Fire returned. Fine Shine to one to go down. At yellow, last man stands. They've got the idea. They've got him. Under lock and key. Even a little bit of a... I'm imagining that's a mouse wheel jump for symmetry, just to make it extra spicy. And 4-0. A dangerous T side. I think obviously we kind of say this ancient ACT-sided map. Not everyone knows this, not everyone's paid as much attention, and maybe some people are still new to the game. Don't know, but this map is not supposed to be one where the T-side is favored. And you've got a 4-0 start. That is not ideal. And Gun 5. I am worried.
You're not the only one. You're not the only one. And I'm fairly certain that the rest of Gun 5 as well are going to have a few thoughts about this, or at least doubts. We do have a small intermission here to discuss this. The thing is, also, I guess we can be fair and say, Gun 5, look at the kills, right? 5 rounds in, or 4 rounds in. We were basically split across the board with 2 in between, for the most part. That ain't it, Chief. That ain't it. You're gonna need more than that.
Let's start. But guess what? You've got an A side to be taken over. But this is something that Gun 5 should be more than alright doing. You have a 2-man advantage. A side open played with no one here, or adjacent to Donut, maybe 1. That's about it. First one, taken at Symmetry, opens things up and it denies. Fine shot at the chance for the trade instantaneously. Jigs with a second one found. It's 3 to go for Symmetry. He'll be taken down. Fine Shine, who won't miss a second time. On Gun 5, it's taken him a while, but they're not going to waste a chance like this. At 5-on-3, you're playing a retake onto A. Like we say, you should have this one every single day of the week. You have to know how to retake this, and they don't let down here. Putting themselves on the map.
As they do. Let's hope it's not the last time. Round 6. Sadame still on the MP9. I called them out on the low amount of kills they have. They delivered to bring it around at least a little bit. We go to the next stage, which is mid-control. Gun5 gonna fight for this. Lackey, good start from Xbox. He goes out wide. He finds only the one, though. Where's his teammate? Sadame in the smoke. What? No way. Sadame just sold his teammate. He just baited him so hard that at the end, it costs them the round. I mean, it's Selter and Feinshank could still win, don't get me wrong, but it's a 2 versus 3, you get an op. That is not what you want to see. On a mid-control play.
Far from it. I can see as well, they're like 3 steps behind when it comes to NaVi Jr. at the moment. You're gonna have Fine Shine, yes, making its way towards B. Problem is, he's got 2 smokes, one on Jugs, one on Demon. At least one of them should go long, one is short, I would imagine. But am I lying? Maybe. Is NaVi giving this a 1-up? No. But they're trying to. Nonetheless, Selter, his turn, 1 versus 2. Finally a smoke being used. But surely this one is done.
That's what we would be expecting here.
He has the kit, though. But there is a Molotov on Demon. That should be enough to lock this one in. And everyone's backing off. Saying goodbye to this. So, last round's retake. This round's... what do we call it? A fumble?
Fumble for sure.
Yeah. But it's not without NaVi Jr. trying to give that a 1-up as well. Because I really am just surprised that they... yeah, like, they have the utility. There's not even a flashbang for the long peak. Like, you could be a bit more cautious about it. And had...
you should have been.
Yeah, had Fine Shine not missed his second shot, or had Demon just not insta-headshot him, that would have been a different story. It would have been Seltzer with the flank, and the last man... was it Demon probably? Or... no, not Demon, it doesn't matter. It would have been just locked in between...
sure.
Yeah, between a couple of different angles and unsure which way to look. So that round, a bit of a flip-flop. Well, we move on. 5-1, a T side yet again looking very, very strong. And we've barely played the half. We played the start of it. Now the second half. Fine Shine, 1-2. Gets away. Able to survive. And again, you got a 5-on-3, an A side to be a retake. Get up a cause. Puts in the bomb. Shuts it down instantaneously after, but... the same as previously, this one should be a simple... showing of a round. Although... I feel like that's all the chances NaVi's gonna get here.
Surely, it should be enough, right? It's a 4v2 retake. All of a sudden, Symmetry and Temple all isolated and alone. Does not look like there's much help around him. As Symmetry still finds Sadame, but it's Mr. Demon as the last man alive, and he will finally be caught and taken care of. Round done.
Okay. Another retake on A that won't fail for Gun5. I feel like at this point, 2 rounds lost to what it is side of the map. NaVi's just gotta start avoiding this one even a bit more, I would imagine. Because the round here, it just does not look good. You have no smoke and nothing to really make the duel easier, right? Not even a flashbang from anyone to support that swing the donut. And you, on top of that as well, you lose the first few kills. It just looks lackluster in terms of an A attempt and A exec, which on paper is a very easy site to take. The only problem you really have is if someone is actually playing on site in a cubby in a corner somewhere, hiding. And if not, you know you're going to be facing off against someone in Donut, so it should be easy. But NaVi is kind of struggling when it comes to making these, or taking these advantages on A. Slow it down.
Wrong.
Default, make it a mid-round instead. Work through middle. Because so far that has been fairly successful for them. Then turn it to an A take. That could work. But we'll see, because that for now is just a theory.
We did talk about how, you know, this is an opportunity for Gun5 to showcase NaVi Juniors.
Hello.
What a proper team looks like. And maybe this is where they start to chip at their senses, chip at their own confidence a little bit. As we do see, Selter finds Makaze, yellow on Symmetry. And it's a pretty easy cleanup for this anti-eco, thankfully enough.
Yeah, Symmetry
No
looked
losses.
like a slow-mo explosion there. Gravity was turned halfway or something.
A little bit unfortunate, yeah. Thrown into the abyss.
Well, 3-5. Another bomb plant, though. If nothing else towards A, that is what NaVi is getting done. And this time, even with the pistol. So, I feel like that's at least telling... I think, in my mind, I kind of see what NaVi's going for here. You've gone for a couple of rounds back-to-back towards A. You're going to force someone on Gun 5 to play that bomb side to make sure you change things up a little bit. And we might start to see these changes to the game now, but... For Gun 5, they're still not playing anyone A. Okay, Steim's still in Donut, playing dueling mid. So, for them, it's not much of a change. For NaVi Jr., it is that mid default. And we'll see if the mid round turns out to perhaps be a Donut split.
Let's find out.
Plenty of time to
We're gonna
go.
open up. Very aggressive. They're looking to find control towards Cave as well, but being fought tooth and nail. Gun 5 not allowing them for that. Standard wall bangs utilized, but not much you can go with. Demon. Hoping to get lucky, perhaps.
Look up, by the way, this round for Gun 5. It's the mid round after they've kind of had their greetings in mid. You've got Steim going very deep into A main. And the last 30 seconds, it is going to be a donut split to A. But you already have the first one. It comes from Selter in red. He's managed to slow it down or make sure that NaVi Jr. don't have any pinch coming through from spawn. A straight approach, there goes one, but they are relinquishing donut control. No, like this. Go look at this. A backstab, a freebie. Steim makes the retake now that much easier because they'll have to fight for this. But Yellow, he can come support. It doesn't matter how much NaVi put into this. They're done.
Massive tactical error. Everybody rushes to site. Nobody takes care of the flank. Nobody even thinks about it before it's too late. And the
You
price
have
they
the
pay is the
opening.
round.
That should be enough to say, I'm just going to stick here. I'm going to watch the flank. That could have been a round defining. And it was
would
in
have
this
been.
case.
It would have been.
For NaVi, yes. In the way it plays, it's played, it's a round defining for Gun 5. And while it's taking them a while to get online, Gun 5 are here. And it's Seltzer leading the charge, by the way. Taking names, kicking ass, 10 and 4. In terms of my list of players who's going to pop out to have a good game, he's not on it.
Not? He's not? Okay. I mean, that makes sense, but still. Everybody
Acting
has
as
to
a
pop
shocked, surprised Pikachu face. He's not?
up. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. You've got an entry on B, by the way, but you've got a
Where's
bomb
the
plant
bomb
on A. Again! Oh, never mind.
Where's
Bomb
the
plant's
bomb
been died. Oh! Robetti and the pistol gives Macaz a chance for another.
Oh my god, what are these rounds? We're seeing some magic here for sure. Somebody's casting
losing the
some
pistols.
spells. And the pistols really are the kryptonite of Gun 5 for some reason.
Of everyone. The pistols
Sure.
are the kryptonite for everyone.
Sure, but it seems like extra careful, or rather extra sensitive for Gun 5 as, yeah, this is gonna be... It's gonna be fun, because if we go maybe 6-6 halftime, maybe 7-5, Gun 5 still have a chance, obviously. Though, they better bring their A-game in soon and starting now, because they are running out of it. Round 11. And we kick off into high gear once again. It's going to be mid-control. Makaze, that is sickeningly good. Feinstein finds one in return. That's him, but doesn't matter. He's done it. He's done more than enough damage. A's already lost. And look at the run through the smoke. Feinstein doesn't even expect it. That's first half done. It's going to go 8-4, surely. Money is gone. I mean, Gun 5 have, what, 2k in the bank, give or take? Maybe 3k at most, if I saw correctly. Disaster. This is what it is.
This ain't it.
Nope. I mean, Selter's not even gonna save, probably. Like,
nah.
They're about to, yeah. I don't know what you do here. Like,
I mean, yeah, like yesterday, NaVi Junior takeout ends. Today, they're about to 2-0 Gun 5. It's starting to look real solid to me now.
I mean, they certainly have a convincing performance. I'll give them that.
With my, like I said in map 1, with my only time having seen them was a forfeit win after 10 rounds played, or forfeit loss for them after 10 rounds played.
Yeah.
You know, ignorant. I knew they could shoot hard, and here they're kind of showing us what they'll do. How hard they can shoot. But my concern is still that they keep going for these A plays, the retakes, that they kind of don't set themselves up for success. But slow adaptations. And figuring out maybe we should venture towards B, perhaps. Where we're betting he's gonna get himself one teammate left alone. The Demon is still gonna be a threat toward this side of the map as they are unable to get rid of him.
3v3, man. And it's not yet over. Yellow brings it back finally. It's gonna be Maka's and Symmetry, the duet that has been making headaches possible. Or rather, reality for Gun 5. And as I said, 5-7, I think Gun 5 will accept that score and take it as it is and basically play with that. Because they'll be happy, I think, after everything.
I mean, I would not
They can't complain. They can't complain about a 7-5. Let's be legit. Like, they got clapped on map 1. 7-5 map 2 on Ancient. It's better than nothing. It's better than what otherwise would have been most likely a rundown. Or a blowout.
See, here's my problem with this. On paper, this is a better map than Mirage 4 Gun 5, statistically speaking.
Sure.
So,
yeah,
CT5 rounds, I'm saying, that's a bit of a yikes. You're reliant on a pistol round, because otherwise I just feel like it is that sweep. And even so, it's very, very much a difficult path. Because we get to see NaVi Jr. here, kind of doing a whole lot of different things. A lot of them do kind of go toward that A side still, yeah. Up and down, that's why, in the first place, Gun 5 get themselves those 4 rounds. But it's just not. It ain't it.
It ain't it, Chief, as the famous saying goes.
No
8-4, second half. Pistol is live. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to see them rumble. Let's see how Gun 5 do. T-side, usually the better side for them, at least in essence. You know, they can play to their heart's content, their games, their rounds. Let's see how they actually play them.
Wait, how did... Is there... Okay, there's a kit on the CT side, that makes sense now. But not to dueling until the bomb's going down, but when they do start the duel, it's en masse, it's the T side finding themselves only one. And Feinstein, his name, running away, but will take another with him. With one last one, enter the Glock. It's a 1 versus 2, it's Gun 5. To get that pistol round they so desperately need if they want to have a say in the best of 3. Light at the end of the tunnel might be what we call this one. Now, don't waste the opportunity. Do not lose the pistols.
No, try not to if you can.
But it would be really funny.
No, please. I've had enough
It
of
would
that.
be really funny.
I say no. You can
It
say
would
whatever
be.
you want, but pistol victories should be rare. And
for once.
no, never.
Okay, fair enough.
Comedy's devilish.
They're not funny anyway.
Oh, wow. Just burned me all the way. Let's go. Regardless,
I mean,
whether
hey,
or not
you're
it's
funny,
funny.
you're funny to the rest of the Balkans.
I mean, that's why we have our own humor.
Exactly.
Okay, good clear. That's it. That should be enough.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Easy cash.
Easy Kafka, they say.
So they say. They also say a lot of other things, but let's see what the game speaks. I hear nothing.
Are you a game whisperer?
No. I'm a bird whisperer, and currently I hear them in the background there. They're saying, NaVi Jr., they're gonna lose this one, but win the next round.
Oh, wow. Damn, that's some precognition.
Yeah, I'm a bird whisperer, you're a Timu wizard.
Yeah, it kind of works, doesn't it? We
Sure.
just need the crystal lady here to help us out, and we'll be perfect.
On to beat. Very neat little execution. Counter utility as well. It's very easily deployed. No one's going to stop Kerbeni from dropping it down to the utility. Demon will take himself one while the second one coming in from Cave. Gives the advantage on the side of NaVi Jr. Couple more still around and in and out of the fight from the smokes. They emerge. Or, well, not from the smokes, but from long instead. 2 kills before his time is up here, and 1 man remains. Dime has a chance here considering the HP of 1 Kerbeni. Smoke deployed a big gap as well to... Ooh, no, not a gap anymore, but he's going to go through it. Waiting! First one! And escape. Heard the shots. Kerbeni tried to trade instantaneously, now knows he's going to go away. And here's where the HP comes to play for Kerbeni. It's time to keep this game alive. Keep a
No
steam.
defuse.
In some chance. Into main. Hide away. Play the time.
Play the clock with
Approach is
everything you got.
cautious.
Sedame waiting in main. Without a kit, this is a losing battle, I'm afraid. I
Smoke
just
will wait
don't
him
see
out.
this working.
Deployed.
That's
10
a crazy
seconds.
10
Trying to stick
seconds
this.
defuse.
Has the flash. Has tagged him. Has bagged him. A 1v3 force Dime. My question. They know where Dime is. They drop a smoke, but not looking at it. Not even thinking he's going to walk behind it through CT is one hell of a oversight. So you let Dime get away with this one. The bird
It's a bit of a
whisperer will
crazy
see
pull,
if
isn't
I'm
it?
right or not. Here, a half pint comes out of NaVi Jr. And here is where comedy strikes.
In threes.
Let's see who does get a triple. 5-7 feels very apt for a triple kill here on Ancient, I say. Boosted on A, up on the tree, ledge, whatever it is, up close next to main. 5-7, 3k headshots, farm, bada bing, bada boom. I've seen it before, but gun
Not
5,
the only
they're looking
Yeah.
at the direction of B. Or maybe default.
I guess we'll find out soon enough. It's gonna kick off with a full B stack, with one player going mid to try and delay the whatever push might be happening. I'll just push B, perhaps. Go straight out. Play crazy.
Util goes out. I like this. Proactive for the side of NaVi Jr., but the problem is they've left a single 5-7 alone on A. I did say 5-7, 3k perhaps, but started off, it's Zelter. They're looking to tie it up and on toward the site. You've gone more and more. Site has been lost, a couple of kills, yeah, for the CT side, but it just feels a little bit too late, and it should be. With that one, it's going to be confirmed. I am not the bird whisperer.
Maybe I'm not the wizard.
Maybe not.
Tied up.
Maybe we both have to face reality. As NaVi Jr. also, because it's 8-8. It's been tied up here.
One hell of a job done. And there's more to come, potentially. Let's see if they've got what it takes.
Neutral goes out. NaVi push mid. Being proactive, try to take the fight here and stop Gun 5 in their tracks. While we're apparently mirroring both T sides, venturing towards A, but here's NaVi's change. They've got 2 in Donut, not just 1. You gotta deal with both. And Jugs proves to be a little bit too difficult for the moment. There is going to be more pressure on this from mid. And still dueling. Try to stay alive now for Jugs.
Oh, this could.
Able to get away.
This could work.
Advantage at NaVi.
Yes, it is. The ball's in their court. Gun 5 right now. Setting themselves pretty well for that A take, but there's going to be a few exceptions to the rule, perhaps, because there are 3 players effectively ready to react immediately to this.
That is a... I was going to say, was a very big lean from NaVi kind of towards A. But from red to B, Jugs will let him know. There's utility coming towards A. You can probably make a rotation. Couple of pieces of util deployed. Symmetry takes the angle. Watch, wait for the cross to spot anyone. I think they're boosting. Yeah, the bomb up on the boost will not be allowed to, or will not be seen. To get it down as well, we'll go, and now we play the man advantage retake with NaVi Jr. We saw these from Gun 5, they were very good.
Super late to even close the gap between the two.
Yes, it is. Taking their time. Flash dodged by Selter. Second one is the trade. That'll let him know where both the players now are. But another duel! And Demon, you can't stop him. He's bargaining for souls. He'll take 2 more.
NaVi Jr., not only will they take 2 more souls, they will take this round as well. Propel themselves back ahead of the curve. Once again, 9-8, keep the lead. Kind of repeat of that first map in a way almost, at that first half, the way we started off. But it all comes down again to this 1 gun round. Money for Gun 5 critically low, which means 1 mistake, 1 round lost, and they could find themselves once again on the losing side of a map already. And this time it would be the series, not just the map.
Molotov gives away some information. If they already weren't hearing the rampage and the barrage of bullets headed their way. Spray is great for Krabeni, and even better it gets with the second attempt.
This should be 10, right? I mean, by all accounts...
I wouldn't say it's just yet, but Krabeni...
By all accounts...
is definitely affecting those statistics, those numbers for why it should be 10, and making a case for it. Collecting 3. And Symmetry, he's watching for this push as well to try to punish the T side's over-ambitious trade. Not really over-ambitious, but trade attempt nonetheless. The one thing that was over-ambitious here is going 1 by 1. Thinking you're him.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying. Like, they kind of scramble a little bit too late. They don't really react to the losses. They kind of just hope that they're going to get lucky. And, well, they are not lucky. They're anything but. As 10-8 out of money, it should be 11.
They got lucky. That's a different guy.
They got lucky, yeah, not lucky. And unfortunately...
Lacking right now.
Lacking a little bit too much.
Slacking on the job.
And it's... Well, it's a bit of a shame that he's the only one that's really falling behind. He's currently 5 behind the lowest rated player on his team, which is Selter and Yellow, which is a big number when you start comparing how different NaVi Jr. are playing in a way, you know.
So, to big up myself a little bit here, did I not say Lackey could be the difference maker?
You did. You did.
Yeah, currently
and
he's making
right.
the difference between his team perhaps in the game or not. His 5 kills to catch up with Yellow, and Selter could definitely make up for what is currently a slow performance. A massive kill to Symmetry. Starts to give us that reason why we look at him. The experience, the amount of time he's been playing the game. He's got plenty of knowledge. little bit of aim as well to spice it up and add more on top of this to complicate the round even further. Now, for the CT side, they made a gamble. Caught out of rotation, they're going to have to go back toward the A side, which will be a retake down a man. Unless Makaz steals away the advantage, takes away the first one. No trade immediately to be forced, but I say that, Lackey takes a second. 5 kills to catch up, 3 more to go, but that's the exact number of NaVi players still remaining. Next one to dink down on his way for Benny. Will find himself some hope, some reason
Oh,
to
Demon.
take this round back. You can't afford to
Demon.
fumble these, and that, I think, was the only chance. You had everyone on default fighting. Success, nothing.
What more do you want? Like, what more do you need as Gun 5, right? And
3 more from Lackey. That would be...
I mean,
I feel like
sure.
for that round, that probably could have been it, because that was absolutely a situation where he's baiting his teammates there on default to fight for fight CT. His pistol goes
Yeah,
out first.
yeah.
He's supposed to trade.
to get the
unable
better
to do
fights
so.
off. Yeah, exactly.
A simple case of a lost duel.
In a simple case of a lost map, perhaps. 11-8 as the series is coming to a close. Gun 5 are running out of options. They're running out of odds. And more specifically, they're running out of time. This is it. It's all or nothing all of a sudden as Gun 5 are kinda in the final few moments of this best of 3. They don't have much of an option anymore. It's gonna have to... Something has to start going right.
I mean, that is something. Like,
Yeah,
again, having
sure.
gotten another, although... Oh, man, that is rough. You have the site, you have a 5-on-3, but only for a moment. As the 5-on-3 is dissipated, it's a 3-on-0. You lose the initial defense, you go aggressive, you continue further, the rotations catch you off guard. Well, it would have been a round defining kills. Instead, not the case, and you're looking at 12 map match series point for NaVi Jr. Semi-finals point, by the way.
Yep.
Ready to continue their journey here in CCT Season 2 Europe Series 18. That is a mouthful. Out of their opponent, BC Game.
It's a mouthful of rounds they need as well. Gun 5, 4 exact to go to overtime to push us into a third and final of Nuke, if that's even going to be a possibility. As
Nah.
we do see them kick off into this high gear, kicking with a little bit of action towards B, but rather having a bit of a defense towards that A side as well. And here comes Gun 5. All 4. That's it. That's GG. That's the game. It's a clean 1. It's not even a challenge. What in the world have we just observed?
Oh, that's a Makaz kind of round right there. That's how you defend the A side. When you have the players there, when you are not playing that retake, when you don't have players in Donut, them ready on the site, that's what you get. And it's a clean 2-0 for NaVi Jr. here. Semi-finals locked in. BC Game will be their opponent. And they, for this game, look impressive. But JRT, is there anything else that seemed lacking from NaVi Jr.? I'll say this one before we go to God 5.
No. I mean, honestly, I felt like NaVi Jr. played pretty solid. It was Gun 5 that were the ones that were lacking, honestly. I just felt like they had an off day. Like, this was not a good day for them at a very bad time, and they just can't get past NaVi Jr. I think, you know, NaVi Jr. coming through with the win here, you talked about them facing off against BC Game. That's actually another really good matchup. Even though BC Game have been playing really well, and it feels like, you know, the X-Bleed roster is starting to finally have the fruits of all their labor up to this point. NaVi Jr. beat them recently, so actually that one's going to be super fun to watch in the semis. But yeah, no, Gun 5 just, they fell flat. I mean, there were moments, again, where we saw things that were going well. You know, I think one thing that was really impressive was Sadame. I think throughout the entire series, he was their best player. We did see a supporting cast this map, unlike in map number 1, where it was really just Sadame. Here it was Fineshine that started to come through in a big way, but without Sadame in round number 15, where he slipped through that smoke in that 1v3, and then gets in on the flank and runs to A and actually clutches it out, it was beautifully done. That's what gets them on their run to even be in competition to get this map. But after that, everyone falls silent again, and Demon, I mean, he was incredible. So was Kerbini, but I find that Symmetry was the one in the right spots with the AWP consistently, and he outshone Fine Shine.
Yeah, it's fair to say that he also not only outshone Fine Shine, but he kind of proved himself as a worthwhile mention pretty much every time we're going to be talking about NaVi Juniors from now on, right? He makes the difference here as well in the series. There were quite a few rounds where his opping skills are the reason they win the rounds.
No question. I think that it's just, you saw those moments. I can't remember the round exactly, but there was just every single time it felt like Symmetry was involved, right? When there was some big, right, round number 17, Symmetry opens up the fragging. I think that was what was big for him. He kept opening up duels, winning the fights, and setting his team up for success in the long run, and letting Demon go wild, honestly, with some of his pushes through this. Even actually it was Kerbini who came out with a ridiculous push into lane to get a 3K and just shut down any attempt from Gun 5. I think it was an anti-eco, or maybe it wasn't actually, but either way, it was just really, really well done. Nexus, any thoughts?
Impressive. I finally get to see a full game of NaVi Junior. I finally get to see a full map from them, and actually it's 2, and they closed out very cleanly. It's that first game that's very nice. Again, it's just a nice way to look, or to see it. You have a guy who starts off well. It's not a one-man show in the end, because the rest do show up as well. Yeah. And for this second map as well. It's very nicely done when they again hit their stride for the second half here. So, a very well played game for NaVi Junior. Like we say, 4 rounds on the CT half is just simply put not enough for Gun 5 here. Despite this still being a decent map for them on paper. Same as map 1, they just get outdone.
And they were losing man advantages consistently over Gun 5, right? They're getting opening frags in a lot of cases, especially, I think it was round number 12. Yeah, round number 12, you guys were talking about 7 to 5 being a possibility. Then all of a sudden, it's a 2v3, and they find A for free, and Symmetry gets a 2K at the end of it, talking about moments where he pops off, and the round goes the other way. So, even when it felt like Gun 5 had those opportunities to, punch through and get into this map, it never happened. Not only in this one, but the previous one as well. Let's take a look at these standings here, or should say the bracket, to see those matchups coming up tomorrow in the semis. Bait versus 9 Pandas. Again, that one with Bait, there are some question marks right after that loss in map number 1 against Cybershoke. Yes, they look good in the second 2 maps, but I still feel like that one's up in the air. And then the semifinals, we already talked about this one. BC Game, NaVi Junior, going to be solid. Which one is your match to watch over?
Oh, honestly, BC Game NaVi Junior. I think the win from BC Game over Partizan showcases perhaps a little bit of style that we didn't know they have. And with NaVi Junior playing the way they did, perhaps they can give us one hell of a game, one hell of a series. And hopefully that's going to be the case. Because, as you said, Bait and 9 Pandas, there's definitely a few question marks that we need to... answering to, right? Especially for Bait.
No question. And what about you, Nexus? How are you feeling about both those matches?
I'm feeling like I want to see BC Game. Really, I'm on that same sort of side. I want to see that because one thing that's different from their bleed days, they're getting paid. They don't have that stress, buddy. They don't got that stress anymore.
Oh my god.
Fair. I mean, that's another fair point of psychological
And also
factor.
Prime Tabs looks really damn good, right? I think justice for Favid is something that as well you can still say that he was unfairly cut from Bleed in a way almost. But he's Prime Tabs has been a really, really good player as well that they've kept from this previous core of BC Game. And the team looks good. Nexa looks good individually, calling and fragging. It's an interesting team to look at now, I think.
All right, before we go, what are your guys' predictions for the final? Who do you think's making it through? Over. You first.
I think we're going to be watching, honestly, Bait versus BC Game. Now, who wins? I don't know.
Okay, what about you, Nexus?
I'm going to be controversial here just for the sake of it. I'm going to say this is going to be a grand final for NaVi Junior and 9 Pandas somehow, because I just, like, we saw Bait, unconvincing, to say the least. And I just want to see BC Game kind of push to their limits, because they are now kind of showing a weakness, even in that game against Partizan. They still close it out, yes, but it's like 13-7, 13-9. It's not completely clean. 2-0, yes. But I kind of want to see if NaVi Junior can keep up the form they have right now from today, from yesterday against Lens as well. If it's now, it's kind of like their new form, because we talked about it a little bit during Mirage. An academy team like this, Spirit Academy, we drew the comparison to them. At some point, you'll have to cap that skill because you're not going to be getting invites to these other events your other team's competing in. So it's this sort of thing that I want to see how far can this NaVi Junior roster push and how quickly can they get there. So for that, I'm rooting for NaVi Junior.
Yeah, I'm going to go in different direction as well and say NaVi Junior up against Bait in the final. That's my prediction. I just think Bait, even though they had their struggles today, are going to be able to settle things down, make it to that grand final, and then NaVi Junior just looks so good. And not to mention they already beat BC Game 1. So for me, I think that they're going to be the ones making it through. Guys, you're going to have to wait until tomorrow to find out how that's going to all play out. Thank you to Nexus and Over for joining me here today. We are signing off. Have yourselves a great night.